Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. It's 7 p.m. on Saturday night. The long week has arrived, or the long weekend has arrived. The long week has ended. The longer weekend's arrived. You're at your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness, and you're at a very special show tonight because we have arrived at our viewer quest for May, but it is also our 5th annual Memorial Day, as initially was indicated, but now it's just rebranded to May compilation program. It is spearheaded by ElecVerse, who requested the game we're going to be playing tonight, that being Taito Legends 2. We'll talk about that in a sec. But a couple of years ago, back in 2021, he said to me, hey, I'd like to see Midway Arcade Treasures because I have memories of the games that are within it. I said, sure, let's take a look at it. So I pulled it out, and the weekend I pulled it out was actually Memorial Day weekend of that year in 2021. I said, let's take a look at all this stuff. Let's celebrate the game. I said, hey, fitting for the holiday as far as what it is, but and it was so good. I said, we got to do this as an annual thing. So we did. And all of our shows for that are going to be linked below, and I edit this in a couple of days in the playlist we have for it. We looked at Namco once as far as our most popular show, as far as our YouTube site, and I guess maybe for the show on Twitch here when I'm recording. But also, we had 2 looks at Midway, those being Midway Treasures 1 and 2. Next year we're doing 3 for GameCube. We'll talk about that later in the show tonight. We looked at Namco Museum Virtual Arcade, and last year we looked at Taito Legends for the Xbox. This year we're looking at its sequel, which you're looking here. We're playing on the PlayStation 2 as one on the memory card, and I'll let the intro go as I talk about this. Yeah, because that's the one we're playing. This is on ElecVerse requesting. I'd like to see the Taito Legends games. We looked at 1 last year, and now we got 2. Taito Legends 2 came out in Australia first on March 30th of 2006, and then came out on March 31st in Europe for the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox. As far as the US release, we didn't get this until over a year later, that being on May 16th, 2007. It was on the PlayStation 2, and it was also on the PC, which came out on July 10th, 2007. But Xbox didn't get this in the US. That being said, the European version of it on Xbox is region-free from what I understand. When I looked around as far as doing tonight's show, saying what version of this game we're going to use, I can't really use PC because I don't have another PC set up in order to run it. I don't have that game as it is, and I'd have to figure what the compatibility would be looking like for the purpose of that. And also, the Xbox version, it does say it's region-free, I've heard that, but I've honestly seen no sources that I'm willing to trust to take that jump, especially because it's like a $90, $100 game as far as the Xbox version. So I said, I'm getting the PS2 version, it's like $25, $30. You're getting a lot of gaming in this, and we're going to have a huge, huge amount. The most games we've looked at for one of these shows ever. And as always, when I edit this in a couple of days, all of the games we look at are going to be indicated below in the description as timestamps, basically chaptering this entire show, including the intro of Good Evening, Ladies and Gentlemen, and the end of the show and schedule, and we'll get to that. Yeah, so I could have gotten the Xbox version, but said, look it on the PS2, and usually when it goes, when it comes to these collections, I tend to like to spread around based on consoles, unless there's an obvious reason why we shouldn't be playing it on one console over another. So, since we looked at Taito Legends 1 on the Xbox last year, we're looking at 2 on the PlayStation 2, and there is going to be an indication of that because we actually are going to have games that are only in this release. And also there's games we missed out on because they were only in the Xbox and the PC versions. We'll talk about that in a second. And also, unlike Taito Legends 1, we don't have much going on with history on it, at least not in this version. The Xbox version and the PC version, by extension, are a little bit of a different beast in the sense that they do have some historical information, the way the Taito Legends 1 did. But this one is just a bunch of games. It is 39 games. And 39 games that mostly I had no understanding of before I got this collection, and stuff that you might not know, or maybe you do know, and I'm going to be glad to hear in any of your memories or knowledge of any of these games, because we've got tons and tons and tons, and this is going to be a long show, but a show I've been preparing for a while, and one of my favorite shows to do every year, just because of the idea that we have so much gaming goodness, and it's kind of a midpoint between our Thanksgiving showcase we do in November, and something to celebrate the long weekend we got for Memorial Day. Although, if it's cases where we can't have Memorial Day like we had for the past 2 years, it'll be on the weekend of Cinco de Mayo. Point is, it's going to be a May compilation show. And tonight we have Midway Treasures 3's next year. We have Taito Legends 2. Okay, about this collection, just to go into it. It was published by Empire Interactive and Destineer. It was developed by Empire themselves out of the UK, and Taito was involved in regards to the games within it, and also sort of with the porting but also sort of not, because David Hunt, who is the project lead on Taito Legends 1 and 2 here, was asked about some of the games that are not included in this, at least on the PS2, and he said, we ran into cases when it came to emulations, cases where Taito had issues with emulating some of their arcade boards, or cases where we couldn't actually get it running on one console or another, or where they basically took PlayStation 1 versions of the games they had, sort of, which were kind of straight ports, and we got some of those in the US as far as those. We'll get to those as we go. But it was kind of a case where they had to split it up, and we tried to get some working games on this. We actually had to emulate the hardware pretty much directly in ways that Taito didn't, but also cases where Taito's case of source code was kind of a weird one. How they were able to emulate was weird. How they had to do different things. I have an article I'm going to be posting right now in the chat window. I included this in the link list for the Taito Legends 1 play. I'll include it for this one as well. This is an Internet Archive perspective that's explaining from David Hunt, because people ask, why is Bubble Symphony only on the Xbox version and not on, and the PC version by extension, but not on the PS2? And he gave an explanation of that, and also kind of went into one question we had with the last one, which is, there are a lot of big Taito games in the last one. This one, it's a lot of obscure stuff, generally speaking. But one question we asked when we started the show, in fact, ElecVerse brought this up, saying, that collection has super kicks, Q-I-X, of course. I was saying, where was the first one? Based on this article, this explanation, which actually was on the now defunct Empire Interactive's message boards, they said emulation concerns for a lot of stuff. They didn't explicitly mention kicks as far as it. But I believe that based on what they told here, they pretty much had issues with that. They had to figure out, and because kicks uses vector graphics, it's the only game in this, I believe, that uses it that I'm aware of, they weren't able to use it. But for Taito Legends 2, they were able to figure it out. They were able to crack it for it. Or I guess go to Taito for that. And it is in all the versions. And what we're going to do for this game, by the way, as far as our show-off of everything in it, we're going to start with kicks, because we talked about that in the last one. It wasn't in the last one, but it's in this one. I'll also talk about the games that are not going to be shown tonight, because they're only on the PC and the Xbox versions. And I'll also talk about the games that are exclusive to the PlayStation 2. Yeah, I'm saying there's games that are missing, but there's also games that are only in this one, of which there's technically 5, technically. We'll get to that 5th one later, but I'm going to start with kicks, then we're going to look at the exclusive ones, with one exception, and we're going to do a couple other cases going around. And this sequence specifically, although, Chad, if you want to see anything specifically, like, oh my god, I want to see this one, I love this collection, I love these games, we can do that as well. Okay, also, I'm going to briefly reiterate what we talked about last year when it came to Taito Legends 1 in terms of the history of Taito, because there's not much in this release. It's basically just games. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. We are playing Taito Legends 2 for the PlayStation 2. This is our big May compilation show. We do this every year, and I know you've been on a couple of these, I believe. We got tons of Taito goodness. These are games that, honestly, I don't have much familiarity with until I got prepped for tonight's show. But feel free to let me know if you have any memories on anything. There is some representation of Space Invaders. We'll get to that a little later. One of which actually is the original, within another game, and other cases. But so good to see you tonight. There's going to be a lot of gaming esoteric in here. Questions on some of it, if it's good or not, but also cases where there's definitely a lot of interesting things. And this is ElecVerse's choice as far as our viewer request for May. And I'm definitely looking forward to doing it and have a good time so far with going into this spiel, as we always do. Okay, so I'm briefly going to mention one thing, which is, I mentioned, Taito's a company, since there's no historical information in this the way there was in Taito Legends 1 that we played last year. The idea of this company was they started after World War II by Michael Kogan. He was in the Soviet Union. He fled after World War II in 1994, or 1944, during World War II, I guess technically, it hadn't quite ended yet. He was in Shanghai and started this company called Taitung. And then he left China in the 50s due to the rise of communism there, and then went to Japan, where the company came Taito Yoko, where they started dealing in flooring, in natural wigs, and also a little bit in clothing. And then their lawyer, that being Akio Nakatani, said, you know what, we can start doing more stuff. So they started as far as a vodka distillery as far as Japan, and then they imported vending and perfume machines, as well as jukeboxes, which is something that then became one of the country's biggest vendors for, because they said, we can refurbish these things, we can sell them, they became a huge name as far as doing that stuff, particularly jukeboxes. Is a lot of amusement stuff. That was something they got a lot of attention with. They said, we can do other stuff to get people going. And in the 1960s, they said, let's do some stuff with electromechanical games. We're starting to see some of those at the time. They're doing that with stuff like Crown Soccer Special and Crown Basketball. Specifically Crown Basketball, they imported that out of places, including the US, and it was a huge hit, or huge enough hit, where they started their own branch in the US, that being Taito America. We'll see them tonight with some of this stuff. And they made El Pong, and then, of course, Tomohiro Nishikado, who was at the company since 1968. He was looking into transistor to transistor logic technology, and took the technology of Pong from Atari to make Davis Cup, specifically, amongst other games. And then he made a little game called Space Invaders that took the world by storm. And Taito then kind of became a huge name as far as arcade stuff. Nowadays, they're almost Square Enix, but there's not much stuff that's been done with them as far as new stuff. There's certain things, like Bubble Bobble with Friends, which is on Switch, and other modern takes on some of their older games, but nothing huge like there used to be. But there are definitely a lot of retro releases of Taito stuff that are on Switch and PlayStation 4 and things like that, within Arcade Archives releases. And this is a compilation from 2006 in Europe, in Australia, and 2007 everywhere else, that has a ton of games, 39. And I just want to give that spiel as far as what that is, and also give a look at the options, because it's stuff for options of stereo and mono audio, changing of sound effects and background music. Original aspect ratio, I'm turning that on because otherwise it'll squish the screen to fill it all for games that it might not be going correctly for. And there's also autosave. It autosaves the memory card when you come out of a game. I'm turning that off because otherwise the loading of that, not horrible, but it's a case it's going to add up if we're doing 39 games. And also you can register games as favorites and save and load from card. I'm going to load from the memory card just to give a sense. Down there's my play time from my setup for this game, although it doesn't count my practice or my audio test from earlier today, which was like 3 hours and 15 minutes. I had to get set with everything on audio, but so good to see you tonight, Dolphin. Feel free to sit back, relax. Let me know if you have any memories on any of the games we'll talk about, or any requests of things you want to see as we go. Make sure that you're here for, and we'll get to that. The way we're going to do that to start, though, is I'm going to briefly mention, because I mentioned before you jumped on, because of complex emulation issues, they're in that link I put into the chat window, and also be down on the link list for the YouTube edit, as always. There were a couple games that are only on the PlayStation 2 version we're playing this for, and there were some from the Xbox and the PC editions that came out that are not in this. So I'm going to give my brief mentions to those games we're not going to be seeing tonight, which are as follows. One of those games we talked about before, that being Kadash. It's the arcade version of Kadash that's in the Xbox and the PC versions of Taito Legends 2. Came out in 1989, kind of a side-scrolling hack-and-slash RPG take, kind of like Zelda 2 a bit. I have the TurboGrafx 16 version in the TurboGrafx 16 mini unit that we showed off, but this had the arcade version as far as the Xbox edition and the PC edition. The other games that were missing were Galactic Attack. That's what it's called on Sega Saturn when it released here, but it's also known as Ray Force. But it's also called Layer Section as far as Japan, so it's a little bit confusing. It's also called Gunlock in Europe, so it has like 4 different names. But that was something we're not going to see tonight, along with Bubble Symphony, which is a Bubble Bobble game. It is the 4th Bubble Bobble game. When it was in the US, it was called Bubble Bobble 2. But we had Bubble Bobble Part 2. It was on NES, which is not the same, not tied to it. And it's also a question of, is that actually the 4th one? But yeah, that's one thing we don't have. And I don't know if there are many ports of Bubble Symphony except for on Sega Saturn. But yeah, we're not going to be able to show that one tonight because of that. And we also are not going to be able to show what will be the most recent game on this if I was going to be indicating this as chronological. Because it goes from 1979 to 1997 of what we have here. The latest game would have been, and is on Xbox and PC, Poppin' Pop, which is a puzzle game that did come out here in a rebranded version that Taito was involved with, but it wasn't called Poppin' Pop, and was in the weirdest place. You'd never imagine this, and I didn't either when I was looking into it. It was in a game called Yogi Bear Great Balloon Blast, which is on Game Boy Color. It was a late one on Game Boy Color, and that was actually, interesting enough, an era where, when it came to Hanna-Barbera franchises that were reporting to Game Boy Color as far as games specific for it, they were taking inspiration from a lot of old arcade games for some reason. There's one Poppin' Pop, which I never knew existed, but another one I did know of back in the day, that being the Flintstones Burger Time and Bedrock. It is a revamp of Burger Time, the old arcade game from Data East, with Fred Flintstone going around with some surprisingly great graphics for late-era Game Boy Color, and some really amazing music by Alistair what? I'm trying to remember. I'm not thinking Alistair Sims. The Alistair Sims is the guy who played Scrooge in the famous adaptation of A Christmas Carol from the 1930s. I'm trying to remember. He's the guy who's going to be doing the music for Pinocchio on Super Nintendo that we're playing in a few months. I'll mention him then, or I'll mention down to my edit below. It's, Alistair somebody. But yeah, he did do music for that, Flintstones Burger Time and Bedrock. And yeah, Poppin' Pop was brought to us via the way of Yogi Bear. So, like, yeah, that's an interesting case as far as Yogi Bear's like, I'm smarter than the average bear, and I love my Poppin' Pop from Taito. It's like, yeah, it's like, I don't know, Boo Boo saying, like, the Ranger's not gonna like this, Yogi. You pairing off a Taito game. It's not gonna be a problem, Boo Boo. It's like, yeah, we'll get to that eventually if you ever want to see it, or hopefully it's not games like thousands of dollars. I'll see as far as it, but that would be how we'd show Poppin' Pop, but, or if I got the Xbox version of this, which is region free, but I don't trust running it because it's like $90. But we have it on PlayStation 2 for tonight, and we're going to start with a game that was thought to be, we wanted to see on the last one. Like, this is probably the biggest game of theirs that's not, well, Space Invaders related. There's Space Invaders 95 and Deluxe, which does have the original in it, so we're going to look at that again in a different context. And also there's Bust a Move, which we've sort of shown on the show. It's Bust a Move again. This is technically exclusive to this release. We're going to get to that because there's something very interesting that made my head explode. We'll talk about it when we get there. We're going to start with the game that we asked last time. Why was this not on Midway? Or fine, I keep saying Midway. We're doing Midway again next year. Why was this not on Taito Legends 2? 1. Well, it's on Taito Legends 2 now. This is Kicks. It came out in 1981, in October 1981, from Taito America, so we're starting with them. It was made by Randy and Sandy Pfeiffer, who are a married couple. They came up with this idea of a puzzle game of sorts where you're moving your marker around to sketch out a large amount of an area, and you have to avoid the sparks that are on the side and these kixes. They're these vector-looking things. They're in the center, and you have to clear out 75% of the area. And if you do that, you go on to the next one. But if you get touched by the sparks that go along, or if the kicks bounce in your line as you're drawing across before you do a clearage of the area, you die. If you lose all your lives, that's a game over. Okay, as far as this, you can set aspects of difficulty for things. You can set them for stages 1, 2, 3, and 4. You set your starting life, so there are more options for playing around with the games than there was in Taito Legends 1 to an extent. And one thing you can do in this one that's definitely an improvement is you can remap the buttons. If you don't like the way the buttons are remapped, no problem. You can map anything to any of the buttons on the PlayStation 2 controller except you can't remap the select button, which is inserting a credit, and you can't remap L1, which is starting. That's always going to be set, so you can't do that. But if you want to put anything on the buttons, you can do that. Which for this game, you have slow movement, because if you chisel slower, you move slower, but when you complete the area that you're trying to chisel out, if you do complete it without dying, you get more points. And fast for going faster. It's less points, but it's more reliable. And you also have aspects of default settings you can set to, but also more information about what the kicks are, and also what you can do as far as it's saying. Okay, fine. To quote Crusader64, I found a typo. Occupy more than 75% of an entire area for bonus points. Okay, when you occupy territory moving slowly, you score higher points. If the run energy at the line at the top of the screen runs out, sparks will multiply without a period. Typo? Yeah, if you look at the first sentence, occupy more than 75% of an entire area. It's entire. It's E-I-T-I-R-E. And also, sparks will multiply doesn't have a period behind it. If the energy line runs out a second time, they'll change their color and become more aggressive. So, yeah, we do have a typo as far as it... And fine. It's what Crusader64 always says. Yep, you're right. That's it. He should have probably been on this show, because it means that every game that he's been on... Nice catch. Yeah, this should have been his catch, I guess, but he's helping me do it, I guess. But first time he was on the show, we did Space Channel 5, he said, I noticed a typo going in here as far as directional pad. And he said, every game I've been on, I find something as far as what we're playing. Okay, that's for the additional info, but alright, fine. So we're going to do we're going to try and clear the entire area. So I have to speak that specifically. And that also goes to one other thing I'll mention before we start this, which is there's confusion on names of games, including on the back of the box and on the front of the box. And also cases where it's kind of false advertising to a certain degree. We'll get to that a little later, but not with Kicks. Let's start Kicks. Okay. I think, as I mentioned, I think the reason this was not in Taito Legends is because of emulating the Kicks that are vector graphics creations. So they're showing how you do. You have to draw sticks. You press the fast or slow button to do it. Claim areas by joining walls of sticks, like that. The fast score blocks with square button for this is worth 250 points. The ones with X that are slower are worth 500. And clear 75% of the area, you're set, and go to the next area. And those are the kicks right there. So yeah, getting into your early 80s gaming, and there's your fuse. Yeah, be careful. This message will self-destruct if it hits you, and you will be out of life. But also, you can get to a case where if you get spiraling yourself too much, you'll be caught over there, and boom, you're not going to live. And all of the cases of the kickers are all 30,000 points. I'm not that great at this game, so we'll see how this goes. But they're also showing the idea of what you gotta do, which is basically evade the kicks. You do a draw like that. As you're drawing the line there, you want to make sure the kicks doesn't hit into your line. Dodge the sparks as you go, and clear out 75% of the area. In my case of doing that, I'm familiar with Jezball, which is a game from, well, I know it from the Microsoft Entertainment back on the PC. That's a game we have to do a 75% clearage in a different way. You basically create, I don't know, you basically create out, like, barriers to trap balls, and the balls hit your barrier and shoot it out, you die. Actually, you lose you lose a life, and then if you lose all of them, it's game over. But you're seeing right there what happens when the kicks hit you. They will, kill you. Alright, so let's get ourselves started. Hit the select button, put a credit in, and hit the L1 button. And we'll start. Okay. It's a great game, for sure. Chat, let me know if you have memories on kicks and what they might be. Yeah, this was not in Taito Legends 1, but it's in this one. And you have that nice sound, but alright, I got myself trapped. And you get yourself trapped, that's gonna be a problem, because when you draw out kicks like that, oh no, when you draw out the area, you can't go backwards, so you're stuck on the lines you have. At that point, I'm saying, oh, I want to go faster because I want to be safe. But also, if you're going for points, you sometimes have to be careful doing that, or, yeah, be careful when the kicks gets into you. And those great sounds like the... Uh-oh. So it is like a risk-reward case of saying, hey, I want to do this. I want to draw out quicker or faster to try and get more points, but I also have to clear out more to get to the next area. In that case, since I do have less of a distance I have to travel, I was able to get more points going on, but that's already game over. We will be playing this for a little bit of time, as is before we jump on to the next game. We do have 39 of these to play through, but that being said, we will definitely give them all a full look, and having a great time looking at, kicks so far, even though, yeah, this might be the game I know the most that's not Space Invaders again, or Bust a Move Again. And in Bust Move Again's case, that's actually the name of the game. But that being said, doesn't mean I'm necessarily good at this. But it is a lot of fun. It's a game that... It's a perfect one more time game. You want to keep trying until you get yourself better and better and are able to manage this like a boss. Whoa. Crap. That was close. You saw that right there. I almost had the line over at that side. If I'd gotten there... I'd have gotten more points, but even when you're going fast, you sometimes have to be... I was right on the edge. Damn. Alright, so yeah, my skills with kicks are maybe not great. That being said, this game has also been ported a lot in other capacities. I don't actually know how many ports of the arcade version are around, but I know that Taito was trying to get this game back many times. I know in the area of the Xbox 360, they had a lot of HD versions of some of their classic games, which was interesting, but it was also something that the way they did those games, they would charge like, I don't know, $5-10, which for Xbox Live Arcade made sense. That sounds pretty cool. $5-10 to play a game like this. The problem was it was not a straight emulation of the arcade original. It was kind of redid with enhanced graphics, which is okay, but also a case of saying, why can't you get the whole deal, as we claimed 79% of the screen would go on the next level. But then the other thing that I really had a problem with back then, and honestly it was, I guess, a prediction of where gaming might be going now to a certain degree, that is the fact that even when I played just the demos of them, because on Xbox 360, everything that was Xbox Live Arcade based had a demo to itself. But what Taito would do, and they did with a lot of their releases, they did it with Kicks HD, they did that with Puzzle Bobble Live, they did it with Bubble Bobble Live as well. They give you extra content and levels and things that they would then hide behind a downloadable content cost. So they charge you $10 or something like that, and they say, oh, by the way, here's more of it, but you have to pay $6 more. I'm like, wait, what? I already bought this thing. And there are games on the Xbox Live Arcade that cost maybe less than that, where they gave you much more of a feature-packed case. And it's not a case like Trials HD, say, where the game came out at $15 and it was fully feature-packed. And they said later, this game was such a big hit, let's add DLC to it. They charged for that, but it's also something that at that point, they said, it was a case where I looked at that and said, yeah, that's content that adds more life to this game. And it's not like, oh yeah, they released that content right when the game came out. I was saying, fine, at that point, can I maybe unlock that stuff? Why don't you give it to me for $10? I don't know if it's that much of an ask for it. But as a case, it got under my skin, because it made me think, well, is this like them nickel and diming cases where you spend $10, like, oh yeah, you gotta get more of it by paying even more money right when it comes out? I'm like, yeah, I had a problem with that, and I think that was before Square bought it. And a lot of people said Square is scummy with stuff like that, but even then, I don't know if Square's ever really been that bad with it. And it was something that really turned me off, even though I was like, yeah, they're fine that way, but also cases where they don't even toss the original arcade version of something like Kicks, say, in, which would have been really nice, saying, okay, give me that much money as far as that, or, I don't know, charge the $15, don't ask 10, and then say, oh yeah, pay $6 more. Like, I'll just pay the 16 if you're gonna be charging that much. At that point, the game will be feature-packed more feature-packed at least, and I get the sense that I'm being held out on. So that was kind of a problem that way. But that's game over. I'm gonna do one more time, and I think we're gonna go on to another game, because we do have a lot to go through. But we're not rushing these things, we're just gonna sit back, we're gonna relax, we're gonna soak in these classics. As I mentioned with the story on this one, the fact that it was a husband and wife team who came up with the idea of this game, saying, oh, we got an idea of what this is going to be. Of, hey, a lot of games of this time where you're doing things like Space Invaders, shooting aliens and things like that, or with Pac-Man, which came out the same year, saying, what can we do different to stand out? And they came up with this, which is maybe not the kind of game that is talked about as massively as, say, Pac-Man, maybe. But something when you hear that, that's the idea. I wouldn't be good at this. You don't think so, Dolly Finn? Feel free to go into that as far as what in particular are you thinking just from look, or for that matter, have you played this? I mean, I guess if you're saying I wouldn't be good at this, I don't know if that's an inference that no, you haven't played it, but feel free to go into that, because, I mean, the way this game is, it's kind of a, I mean, I guess it's a puzzle game? I don't know if this is a tough one to categorize, honestly. I mean, I guess it's a bit of a, I mean, you're kind of, it's almost like an Etch-a-Sketch, I guess, in the sense you're sketching something out, but you're also going to clear it while avoiding other obstacles. So it's almost like a, I guess, is it like a painting game, maybe? I mean, I guess we're painting or chiseling, I guess. Yeah, but also, they have to be careful when they go, you know? I never played this, but it looks like, block Tetris as far as the way they lay this out. Oh, I see. You're saying the way these look, the way the positioning of this looks like almost like a Tetramino, as far as how that looks, maybe. I guess maybe unlike Tetris, because Tetris is a case where not this game is not easy to understand. It's easy to understand. You basically go along the lines that you have set, you do a chisel out, and as you do that, you try and claim more of an area, and actually also the other thing, having to fit things together then. Yeah, and the one thing I guess that's kind of a little bit of a weird case, and I'll try one more time on this, is, yeah, I'm out there in the field, you're totally vulnerable here, but then you have to hit the edge there in order to get yourself to get points, and you can, it's a risk-reward of saying, do I want to draw more, but can I avoid the kicks, and also, I don't know where the kicks is going to go. And later on, they will be adding more than one into the field. And also, when you do a clear, just to point out, right there, I cleared that, but when I go down there, I have to go along the blocks I drew down, or find the areas that I drew down. So you have a point here, Dolly Finn, of saying this, is that you have a lot you have to take into account that you're not sure necessarily what it is, and you have to make that choice of saying, am I going to go and do a quick chisel in order to sketch out to get have a higher chance of clearing the board, or am I going to say, no, I'm going to try and get more points? That basically would be the only way to go. In fact, I will mention one thing, and I'll have one more game. I have to be careful doing this as far as anything else, which is, getting too much into it, like, oh, I'll have this one more game. I didn't know, actually, until today that that there was another button to hold for faster or for slower movement, which is worth more points. So it does have a lot of depth, but it's also something that what that's going to look like. Although, I guess one thing you can say is that when sometimes the thought was that, and we mentioned this when it came to Bubble Bobble when we played Taito Legends, the first one. The case that the guy who made that, who he does have a game coming up actually pretty shortly, we're going to look at. He said, I made that because I wanted the idea of a couples game, the thought that men and women would come in and play a game together, and maybe be something that's, not that something like Space Invaders was not appealing to everybody, but that something like Bubble Bobble, the way that aura comes off, it's something that is more, I don't know, maybe seems more approachable, even though technically it's not true on Space Invaders. Space Invaders is as easy to approach something like this, in the sense of saying, it's easy to pick this up and understand what do you have to do, and I guess get some strategies going, but then as you keep playing more, seeing, well, there's a lot to manage there, and also making sure that you can get stuff ready, and also take a risk, saying, is that kick's gonna bounce that way? And also, because I'm drawing that line out there, that reduces the field, and it also makes it so that the kicks will have something else to bounce off of, but also the case that that could screw you up. It's like, hey, you know, that's gonna bounce that way, so you can sort of trap the kicks a little by saying, alright, I'll put that direction, but I hit into him, and saying, he'll bounce differently, so maybe I can be a little safer when I do a draw out. That being said, yeah, at that point, I think we will go on, but interesting case of that, and thank you for going to that, Dollyfin, for sure, on kicks. Yeah, I'm not hitting the leaderboard on this one. Yeah, it is a great game, and it's definitely an interesting one, and cool case. So yeah, when you're done with the game, you can return to the main title screen. You also have aspects of screen adjustment. It is not much except for just setting up what the field is on screen. So I can say, oh, I want to put it over here for some reason. Then I hit circle to bring it back. But not much as far as options to kind of make it bigger for even the correct aspect ratio, which you're going to see. And this game is in it, as is every other one. Okay, so that's kicks down. For the next one, we're going to take a look at the games that are exclusive to the PlayStation 2 version of Taito Legends 2 here. And we're going to start with a game that came out a year before Kicks did. That is up here. We have Balloon Bomber. This came out in 1980. There's also cases where I didn't really get a sense of a lot behind this. I did do a lot of notes on this, trying to see who made some of this stuff. And I did find some answers. Actually, this is by the guy who made Space Invaders, that being Tomohiro Nishikado, who also made Alpine and Davis Cup, of course. This is kind of a mix of, I mean, there's a Space Invaders vibe to this thing, but there's also a bit of a King and Balloon vibe, a little bit of a Galaxian vibe too, I would say. The way this goes, you have an anti-aircraft gun. You move left and right with it and shoot, which seems simple so far, but for this, their balloon bombs are swinging along, and every so often they'll drop a bomb down. When it drops down, you can shoot it out of the air, but if it hits the ground, it destroys part of the ground, and you're moving left and right, but you lose real estate to move around. And there's also the balloon bomber in the plane. You can't destroy the plane, unfortunately, if you're asking. So yeah, they're going to be going on. In later levels, they'll drop more bombs. And as you keep going, keep getting a higher score that way. It's an interesting one. So yeah, a bit different than Space Invaders. Let me also check on my numbers on volume on these things. I'm going to have to change these on the fly as we go. Here's Balloon Bomber. Yeah, so they have the Taito text from Space Invaders. I believe this is run on the same board. But they have other touches as far as like the, I guess the like rainbow colors going on here, like the yellows, the baby blue, and the purples up there of the bombs. Yeah, bombs never look so cute as far as on balloons. But yeah, as they're going down there, you're seeing that the bombs that drop onto the ground, they don't hurt you, but they reduce your playing field. So at that point, you can be trapped. And like, yeah, I don't have much room to maneuver, and if you hit it, you're blown up. Alright, so you hit the select button, we're going to get started on Balloon Bomber. Which, as mentioned, is only on the PlayStation 2 version of Taito Legends 2 here. Alright. You get this as you go more in destroying the balloons on each wave. Oh shit. Oh, that was close, but look at me, I'm trapped. But you hear that music going on. Alright. And a surprisingly realistic shot noise. It's like a... It almost sounds like a bullet a little bit, or like a reflection of what a bullet is. Which I guess makes sense because we're an aircraft gun, or an anti-aircraft gun, I should say. Plus, you do have to time your shots, kind of the same way that Space Invaders did. But it's a bit slower than Space Invaders, but also maybe more risky, because yeah, at this point, look at the small area I have to work with. So the trick to this game, and it also, the floor does not respawn unless you die. Like that. So what you want to do on this game, really above anything else, is you want to pay attention to where the balloons are. When you see a shot, you want to try and take it out if you can. If you get 1,500 points like I just did, you get an extra life. But sometimes the bullets go, or the bombs go outside the area, so you can't always hit it. Chad, I don't know if your familiarity is on this one. I never heard of this until this collection. You're gonna be hearing that a lot, because I don't know most of the games in this. But that also is a good thing for the purpose of this collection and the show, because it means that there's a lot of unique and maybe underappreciated, games that maybe are worth a look. And some of them do have modern releases on the Arcade Archives line that Hamster Corporation does on the modern systems. Some don't. At least I think so. And they keep releasing them, because the Hamster's been doing tons of those. Oh shit, it's a good thing I died, because at that point I had like no room to maneuver. I mean, they're still doing them. They've been doing them probably since the launch of the Switch, and they've been doing it also a little before that on all the other systems. Fine, there goes the planes shooting out the bombs, but I can at least shoot them out of the way too. But yeah, the plane, I can't shoot it down. So unfortunately, it's gonna have to go up there without me, able to stop that. Alright, so just wait till they go, and the balloons will go off screen when they reach the side. Okay, there you go. And now they go a little lower. That being said, I do have the high score on this somehow. I guess maybe some of the practice, and actually I guess it's like Galaxy in the sense that you get more points if you hit the bomb. I want to try something here. Okay, I hit it there. You saw it had 300 points, so I guess you get a higher score if you hit the bomb right before it hits the ground. Whoa. Uh-oh. Alright, in that case, it's a good thing I lost my life, so at least I have more room on the field. Yeah, but this is an interesting one. Not gonna replace Space Invaders exactly, but it is a different twist on it. It does have a nice style. And for a game I never heard of, it definitely is an interesting one. Hey guys, hey ElecVerse, so good to see you tonight for our 5th annual May compilation show, which was spearheaded by you when you requested, I should say, American Treasures about 4 or so years ago. But yeah, we have another game in it, and one on your request, that being Taito Legends 2 for playing on PlayStation 2 this time. Because I wasn't sure on the Xbox version because it's Europe only, it is region free, I don't know if I trust it to be that way, and it's like $90, so I said fine, we'll get it on the PS2. And we're looking at one of its exclusive games, that being Balloon Bomber from 1980. So good to see you tonight. Feel free to let your memories flow on this collection. Thank you for requesting this for the show. We'll play Balloon Bomber once more. And feel free to let us know, have you played any of the games in this, with the exception of maybe one of them that I know of. Well, fine, one I know you played. That being Cameltry, which is the game that was turned into On the Ball on Super Nintendo. We'll get to that for sure. Outside of that, not much. Cool. Yeah, it is a cool case as far as it. Thank you for the requests. As far as it, I do love doing these compilation shows. There'll be a lot more to go for as we go along with the show. And I do like the idea that these are games that I'm not that familiar with, in all honesty, only because maybe there's a hidden gem in here somewhere. Fine, there are a couple, more than a couple. But other cases where, yeah, I don't have much familiarity with this, so I'm kind of going into some of this stuff, well, not blind in the sense that I did prep on the show for stuff, but also getting a sense of stuff I never heard. Like, what is Bonze Adventure? What is Violence Fight? What is Balloon Bomber? What's Syvalion, which you can see in a little bit. Cameltry I sort of knew because of your request on the Ball, which we're going to get to that eventually. But outside of that, not a whole lot. Except for, I guess, a release that has old Space Invaders in it, so it is in here technically again. But not really, because this is a new game. And there's a new way of showing it. We'll show that way of showing it when we get there. That means that this is a pretty interesting one as far as Balloon Bomber, and as I mentioned before you jumped on, this is only on the PlayStation 2 version. It's this, it's Syvalion, which we're looking at next, it's, RayStorm, G-Darius, and technically there was, what was it? Bust Move Again. We'll get to Bust Move Again. That's a weird one. It's Bust Move 2, but it's not Bust Move 2, and it's not Puzzle Bobble 2, even though the box of this game says it is. We'll talk about it in a little bit. I definitely missed Taito. I'll say that. They're so creative, and honestly, Square doesn't do much with them. Yeah, because Square does own them. Yeah, because I thought about that. You said that last year when we did Taito Legends 1, which was, Square has them. What do? And I guess what they do, just to get in a sense with that, is that there are sort of new releases twisting on old games. There's, I know, Bubble Bobble with Friends, which is on Switch. There are newer, like, takes on Space Invaders, like certain releases and things. And Taito Memories collections, they got a couple, and I'm stuck, I have nowhere to go. So I'm just standing right here and waiting for myself to die, as far as Balloon Bomber. But yeah, nothing massive coming out of them, which is, I guess, surprising. Although one thing I do think is interesting is that I would like to see, this would be an interesting thing, because I don't know what your experience with the Life is Strange games might be, because Square publishes those. But at least within True Colors, they did port in Arkanoid. Arkanoid's not in this collection, but it's in that. And also they did a game that's like an original thing that was a takeoff on Minor 2049er, but I don't know if that's a Taito thing. So they have that as an unlockable, an extra within that. You can go into the bar in True Colors as far as that and play Arkanoid in it, which is cool. But then the case of what are you gonna do as far as other stuff? And I guess, I don't know, I mean, well, let's answer that question. What do you think then? Let's give Square some ideas here. Like, what do you think as far as them reviving something of Taito's? What's maybe a thought of doing that? Maybe like a new release, because we're seeing new stuff coming out of Sega. We have the Shinobi Active Vengeance coming out in a couple months. They announced the physical version that's going up on sale next week for limited run. It's coming out in August. And they said specifically, if this sells well, we're going to keep going with this franchise. But what about on Taito specifically? Personally, I honestly like Arkanoid better than Breakout. And yeah, unfortunately, it's not in this collection. Not in any of these Taito Legends collections. I'm surprised it's not. And I don't know if it's an emulation thing, because the guys and gals who made this collection said we had emulation problems with white kicks, which you showed right before you jumped on. That is only in this. We couldn't put it in the last one. We asked that last year. But then with Arkanoid, don't know why we didn't have Arkanoid as far as this. I think maybe it's a emulation case, maybe. But, and you're right, Breakout case, where it's basically moving the paddle around. And we have a game that's like Arkanoid and Breakout. Although I'm doing that actually, that's based on how the end of the show's going, or the way I'm laying out the games in this, I'm probably doing that near the end, unless you want to see it early, that being Puchi Carat. But I know what you mean, the case that, I think after we do, I said I was going to do the PS2 exclusive stuff on this, but I think I want to pull up Puchi Carat as far as it's talking Arkanoid as well. Honestly, I'd like to have another Cameltry or On the Ball, as it was called on Super Nintendo. Yeah, and that's another one. You know what? I'm going to go out of order. I said I was going to do these in a certain order, but that's fine. So that's Balloon Bomber. Definitely a good time for that. So we were on the discussion of this. Let's talk about a couple of the things for this. Like first, I know you want to see On the Ball on Super Nintendo, which is the home version of Cameltry. I don't have it yet. I will get On the Ball, I promise, especially because I realize now there's mouse support for that game on the Super Nintendo. And I need another game to use that mouse with, and also because it's a viewer request. We're going to get the viewer request going. But also because it is a really good game, you're right. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I was going to show the stuff that's exclusive on the PS2 version, that being Balloon Bomber, Syvalion, RayStorm, and G-Darius, and Bust Move again. We'll do that a little later. And also the Xbox version of pointing out what we're not seeing tonight. It has Kadash, it has Ray Force, or Galactic Attack as we got it. It has Bubble Symphony, and it has Pop and Pop. We're not getting those. Let's take a look at Cameltry next, and then I'll also look at Puchi Carat, because we're talking about Arkanoid. We can't have that one. But we'll just take a look at this and go along and have the discussion going on that way. Alright, so this is Cameltry, which came out in 1989. I also want to change my audio on this one when it boots, or after I load it. After I load the game, I should say. It did get released on Super Nintendo as On the Ball. I don't know why they changed the name, but that's where it is. I'm glad to hear that you have memories of it. Actually, I had never heard of it until you mentioned ElecVerse, so I appreciate that. And also saying, this is a game I grew up with really liking. I said, oh, that's cool. It's like something I missed. But anyway, it actually has ties to Arkanoid in the sense that when it was in the arcade, I've admittedly never seen this game in the arcade, or most of the stuff, to be brutally honest. It used a rotary dial. In fact, I think it used the same one that Arkanoid did, if I'm understanding. It's gotten ports to a lot of things. I mentioned Super Nintendo, but also the Sharp X68000 and the FM Towns. It also has a version on DS, that being Maoshite Koron. Yeah, Koron. I never heard of that game either, as far as it. So there is sort of a new one, although that's not that new because it's on DS, but still, in case you have that. As far as the options on this, you set this to easy, normal, hard, and very hard. You have time limit set up to 50 seconds or anywhere from 35 to 60 as far as on those increments. And also, customizable controls, which I didn't have last time for Taito Legends, so I'm glad about that. Yeah, it's kind of like a labyrinth game. You're basically doing like a rotation of labyrinth stuff and guiding the ball to the end. And also you have your hints as far as if you complete a stage list in 10 seconds on the clock, you get a lucky chance, and if you get 3 reels on it, you get bonus time. But if you're doing special courses, it's not going to be there. And when you get a game over, it does the thing a lot of pinball games do, which is, yeah, you match that number at the end. Good luck doing that. I think I've had that maybe happen once when I played a pinball game out in arcades or anywhere. You get extra points, or sometimes like a free play. As far as those things here, I don't think you get. Actually, no, I'm trying to remember what happens. There's also multiplayer for this, as far as where 2 players can reach the goal at the same time or try to, while avoiding obstacles of bricks, which you bash into them with your marble. Time downs, you don't want to hit those because you lose time on them. Time bricks increase your time, and bump balls, you get points by bumping into them, but they bump you around. And the floors are made out of specific materials which have deflection characteristics to them, and you get more points if you get to the end quicker. Let's take a look then at Cameltry. Do a load on that. Alright. And also, we're pointing out for Taito Legends 2, one thing I forgot to mention. On PS2, it is on a DVD this time. It was not on the first one. But here we go. This is Cameltry. And like, feel free to let your memories flow on this one, because I know you said on the ball you played on Super Nintendo. But did you ever play the arcade version? I guess either in arcades or I guess within this collection. I guess maybe within this collection. But those are telling you how it's going to work. Basically do a rotation, and right there you have the paddle. So I guess it was a paddle control, but they say it's a dial. I think they're saying it was a rotary dial. But basically what happens is, based around that, you turn it, and based on where the ball bounces, it'll bounce specifically. So it is kind of a physics-based game. Game of no Nocturne like, because she loves her physics-based games like this. And it's just a big one of Super Monkey Ball 2, and other things like Marble Blast Ultra as an example. Actually, not dissimilar to something like Marble Blast Ultra, mixed with, I guess, like I guess the special stages of Sonic the Hedgehog kind of came with an idea of this. And Sonic 4 Episode 1 has a special stage that plays like this, as does the bonus stage of Sonic Superstars, which is interesting that way. But okay, they're doing way better at this game than I am. Oh my god! So that's the skillful way of playing this game, which I do not have as it is. It's a game my mom bought for herself, but I played it more than she did. Okay, so a case where family buys it, I guess, not sure if she doesn't like it. Fine, probably liked it enough. But then you play it, or somebody else might play it, like, oh, it really hits them in a strong way. I definitely get it for sure. Alright, let's put in a coin. And I'm going to show off, if nothing else, I'm going to show off 2 of the courses. I'm going to show the train course, show how it works, and I'll show one of the other ones. Feel free to mention which one you want to see after the training course, beginner, special, or expert. Because it'll tell you how it works, and you have the interesting stuff going on. I'm also the only one of ours who beat it. Yeah, you got that over me too. But I guess it's a case where maybe it's not an easy game, so I'll have to get myself ready when it comes to doing it for the show. But alright, turn and try. So tell her, just unite the nice anime fairy woman there, saying just turn. That's all you gotta do. You left and right to turn, hit the goal, and digga-digga-digga-digga-deed. Also gotta turn up the audio because I forgot to do that. This is actually something where it's kind of quiet otherwise. Okay, yeah, your timer is there. If it gets to 0, that's the end. The time being left, you add it to the next round. Leave the time as much as possible. Alright, we will do that. The explanation for gameplay 2, so yeah, we're going to school. And in the Jungle Club. And they're showing there is that, yeah, you have the wood case where you bounce off that not as hard as you bounce off on the stone. But in this case, I'm also not touching anything. And you also have the rocks within there, which can also impede your progress, but not too bad so far. It's just doing turning. And if what I've seen, I'll go back to On the Ball at least. As I've been looking into trying to find a copy of that, that'll probably be when I go to Too Many Games things next, thing of when I go to Too Many Games next month. For that. As you're seeing the timer down things, never touch it. Yeah, good advice. I looked as far as the version on Super Nintendo compared to this, and it actually was pretty good. I mean, it zoomed in more. a little, but not in a case where you feel like you're getting hurt. Like, you hear that laugh when you hit into that. I was like, yeah, be careful. Or, I don't know, it's a yellow pain as far as it... But it was actually really smooth on Super Nintendo. They used the rotating aspect of that console, the Mode 7 stuff, really well. And it seems like it's actually a great port. And also with mouse control, I'm curious how that is. You ever play that game with the mouse? Because apparently it makes use of it. And if that's the case, I might want to play it that way, depending on how the controls are. Although, this controls really well using the PlayStation 2 controller. Just as far as the rotating. In this case, ball speed is slow, bricks can't be destroyed, so basically hit into them. And also you can hit the square button to do a bounce. I'll show that. It's like that. And you basically use that to kind of bounce off things, or in case where, yeah, if I don't have enough force to hit into those bricks to bash through them, you can use that to bounce. And they'll teach us that in a little bit. Yeah, but honestly, this is probably one of the best games on this disc, honestly. Not that there's bad, well, okay, there's a bad game on this. But of the stuff that's on this that I really like, this is definitely one of the top ones. And not just because you mentioned, hey, on the ball in that case, but just when I play this game is a lot of fun. We have supersonic braking. The Super Nintendo version is worth pointing out, has more levels, and you get a game over before you reach the end. Okay, so they extended it. Okay, and they're showing how the jump goes and also how speeding up, because you hold the square button in this and you also speed up on the ball as well. Okay, fitting for the name. Okay, so that shows, if nothing else, going back to what you're saying what should Square do with Taito now? Taking another case like this, which I think they could against something like Super Monkey Ball now. As an example, ouch. But also the case of saying when they brought that game to the home, they could have ported this game straight. But you're saying, no, they didn't. They just said, well, it looks a lot like it from what I saw. But it said, there's more content, there's more levels, it's harder. So it gives you a lot of value on top of a game that you loved in the arcades if you played it there, or maybe just discovered on Super Nintendo, saying, they give you more, you're giving you value for your money. Yeah, especially with that game, nothing is worse than kicking the bucket at the last minute. No, I get that. I can get that with this one. I'll show one of the hard ones after we go through the final trial. Because this is a preview program to On the Ball before we get to that one. We will do that game. I just need to get a copy of it, which it does not cost a whole lot. I just have to look for it. And I'll say this, I'm not necessarily one of those people who goes just out to retro game stores and saying, oh, I have to get a game in the wild necessarily, otherwise I don't buy it. Because there's cases where I bought stuff on eBay. But sometimes there's cases where I go around like, hey, I'm looking for a game, I just go out and I see it. Like, do they have it? And no, they don't for certain things. I don't think I've ever seen this in any retro store I've went to. And actually, with Turn and Burn No Fly Zone, going back to that one, I mentioned, hey, we've got a copy of that. Or I did get a copy of that, and we'll do that when I'm ready to do it. I actually went to an area as far as, I was looking around for that game. I didn't see it, because you said it was cheap, it's easy to find. But I didn't see it, like, lying around anywhere. I went to a store where I am, actually, no, like an hour from where I am, and I realized, oh, they have this. Like, oh my god, it's $10, let me get this. And I was like, okay, great. And what I played so far, I'm quite liking. Right, that's the training course. We challenge the upper grade. So we're gonna take another look at that. That's game over, and I don't remember. I think for training course, they don't give you a high score. Or I just don't have the high score. Alright, so let's go again. Your preference if you want to see beginner, expert, or special course. You said how hard the other one was. Let's take a look at how hard it gets. So we're going... Oh, it says in the camel. So, alright, let's also this. I didn't find information about this. Do you know where they got the name Cameltry from? Also, over there, one thing they didn't say. That block, that's a lucky block. Hit that, you get extra time. And you're going to want to go and hit those anytime you can. No question about it. Ouch. And you get, yeah, the screaming. That's the other thing that's funny about it. The case of the screaming. Also, there's a question block. What's the question block? Sorry, no bonus. Alright, yeah, screw you. So he says, yeah, those later levels will test your patience. Believe me on that. I can get that, no question. I'm trying to remember if it was when I was doing my setup on this or getting ready for the show. No! Oh, no. Alright, I got to the end of this one. I guess that's the idea, though. You're right. One thing I'm noticing just about this one is that it has this great, I guess it's a great build. That's true. But it's very gradual how the learning curve goes in the sense that it's easy to do stuff, but then now looking at it very hard, saying, okay, they take the gloves off, saying, okay, you understand how this game goes, you know how to play it now, you better be ready to do it, and you're gonna have to be playing multiple times in order to get through. Kind of like with Super Monkey Ball, kind of like with Marvel Blast Ultra. And even then, this is kind of, in a way, this is different comparison, honestly, with those, to a degree, as you made it to the goal. I'll go as far as I can get. By the way, if we do get close to the end, or at the end, there's going to be a flashlight warning. There's also going to be a lot of those, by the way, on the show. I'll mention the games I know that have them, of which this will be one if I get there, but I don't know. I'm not necessarily going to promise that, as you get point upgrades as you go. Like, go, stop. Alright, yeah, that's the other thing. Those things will clear off or go on and off as far as, yeah, you can pass them when they're in go and not when they're stop. So it does have a lot of variety, and just looking at the arcade version, just as the case of this, it's really interesting thinking that for a game you just put a couple coins into, there is a lot here that would inspire repeated plays, not just for the purpose of saying, oh, I'll just keep trying again, saying, oh, you can play this for the purpose of the challenge mode, or for training, or understanding what does the game work like. So I actually think it's really cool the way it goes, and a lot of different levels to it. In this case, yeah, just keep hitting that square button to bounce your way through. In this case, also use the fact that, yeah, you're on the stone surface, you can roll the ball that way. Also, the rotation being so smooth. I don't know if I guess this is like a motion sickness case. Fine, I guess it is a case you look at it like, whoa, but it's also something that it also, weird enough, doesn't feel disorienting. It feels like I'm kind of I'm definitely in control of where I'm going. I know where I'm going. But I gotta be careful. Uh-oh. Yeah, also, they surround me with these things, so this shows where it goes from hard to easy. I don't think I'm getting through this. Ouch. Yeah, I'm not making it. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, time's up and my ball... Oh, well, I got my last chance. Let's see. Number's 10. Oh, shit, I got 10. Oh, right, if you got it, I'm glad I showed that. You get extra time. So, all right, fine, game's not over. I say I never get those when I do pinball out there, but I got it on the show tonight. Thank God. Okay. Wonderful. So I get to show that, too. So, yeah, our game is not over. They want us to keep playing Cameltry, and I get it. And they'll show Puchi Carat, and it'll go in the other order that I had, only because that came up. I think it's worth going, you know? And when it comes to these shows, I'll say this, when it comes to the, I gotta get into that again, and also because I'm not hitting down hard enough, that's why it's like, yeah, I gotta go that way. Yeah, Whirlwind Break, whoa, shit! That's what I do say as far as these shows. I don't necessarily need to have it go in an exact order that I planned. Sometimes when chat comes by, it's like, oh, I love this one game. It's like, well, let's take a look at what you want to see. I want to get a sense that you want to see... Fine, when you want to see a game, first I want to bring it to you. That's number one. But also in case, even in a collection like this, saying, I might have planned to show this a little later. It's like, you know what? This comes up, it's pertinent, let's show it now. And also, this is one of the best games on the disc, so this might be worth buying this thing for alone. But I'm not getting to the end now, and I don't think I'm going to get myself saved. Okay, yeah, you get one of those cases and now dead. Okay, so yeah, they're not gonna screw around with that. But all right, there you go. So there is our crystal ball case as far as that. So there you go. That is Cameltry. That is our preview on the ball, which we'll play at some point. Thank you, ElecVerse, for that request for this game tonight. Also, we'll do the rotate. Here's the other thing about the high score screen that I think is really interesting. Use the dial, but you have to tilt it a little bit. So you stop right at the letter. Or hit it as you go along. Or you could be Maverick saying, hey, I'm gonna make sure I hit the G as fast as I can go. Like that. And you got it. Alright, special. Alright, so there you go. That is our case. So I guess I did beat this somewhere. Got to round 9 on something. Alright, that is game over on Cameltry, but yeah, it is a great game, and we will come back to that. No question, with On the Ball, at a date to be determined, I will look for a copy of that, and I'll let you know when I do, and then also when I'll be set to do it, because I also want to be set to do the games that you want to request. I don't just want to pull it out right away. I do really appreciate the requests that everybody gives, like for you, Dolphin, you, or really anybody. So I want to give you the games that you want to see, and play them decently enough, not as well as you would be able to, probably, for some things. But enough to get a sense that, oh yeah, I had a great time for this, and it'd be like if you were doing it as well. And that you like bring everybody in for show. And if you're just watching on, as far as on Twitch like this, or YouTube can do the upload for that, it's like you're in the room with us, and I appreciate that. Okay, but I am also going out nowhere once more with, where is it? Puchi Carat. It's kind of like, Argonoid. There's no Argonoid in this collection. But with Puchi Carat, I'm going to turn this down a little bit till we go into that. It's a mixture of Bust-A-Move and Argonoid. or Breakout, although this doesn't have the power-ups that Arkanoid has. There's another game that's power-ups that are like Arkanoid that's not Arkanoid. We'll get to that in a little bit. You have an acceleration button that is on X, and you can shoot the ball out with square. As far as how this goes, take a look at the additional info. You have the stones. Some of them take multiple hits to bust. Some of them can't be broken. You have shiny stones. You hit those and they're the same color. The other ones with the same color get tossed away. And then eliminate everything if you find it. And we're playing in multiplayer or against the computer. You send them over to the field, and if they go down the clear line case, or the line at the bottom, you're losing. It's also a game that has much more of a lore than I expect. I also got to turn this one up a lot. This game's quiet. It came out in 1997, by the way. There's also gonna be flashing lights, maybe. I don't know if it is or not, based on what I saw. But this also has a plot, by the way, which is there are 12 special stones, the secret stones right there. And after many millenniums, they're in the hands of 12 people. And we have all our characters that will show that go into this actually surprisingly deep lore. Honestly, this might be something to bring back, almost like a puzzle quest kind of thing, of saying, hey, let's toss a story in to go into them even more, because they're basically trying to go and find these things, but they also are saying, you know, they can satisfy anybody's wish. Like, I have a wish for something, you can have it. And you have a nice anime flair going on with all these characters, and what looks to be almost full motion video methods of how they encoded the animation. I couldn't find anything that said how they did this, but that's what it looks like to me. And then they're going on amongst everything else, and it's really, really smooth. This is also, by the way, it is the most recent game on this disc that I know of. But here we go, Puchi Carat. Weird name, but really good game. And they will also show, also it's the AAMA Parental Advisory Warning, suitable for all ages. When you go into arcades, you see that for a lot of different games. Okay, here's how the game works, by the way. You have this, so it is like Breakout or Arkanoid. You shoot the ball off, and it busts in. And as you break them, yeah, they will be cleared off. And also, like Bust a Move, you can take all of them down that way, so everything that's connected one falls down. But if you hit the bottom, you get penalty lines. But if the blocks drop below that line at the bottom, just like in Bust a Move's case, that is a loss of your life. So, give it all you got and let's go for it. Or, just go for it! Thinking about Beautiful Joe. But also showing a little bit of the demo of what we're going to see. And I'm going to show specifically the two-player method of this against the computer. Chat, I don't know if you played Puchi Carat. Again, I hadn't with this, until this collection. That's going to be the answer with almost everything in this, just to indicate that once more. But, yeah, this is a winner. And it's one that I'm really glad I found. Right, fine, he lost, but that's okay. Alright, so let's put a coin in, and they'll tell you how to play when you put the coin in, but I'll show you a little as well. Those are your option, player versus player. You can do two-player if you have another player. I'm solo tonight, so I got player versus computer. I'm not very good at this one, so Legend versus saying. Yeah, it is a weird case, because you mentioned Arkanoid, and I know you've mentioned Bust a Move or Puzzle Ball. We'll play middle. But also one where there's, the mix of it's kind of weird. As you have Garnet, Scheist, Aqua, Simon, Rald, Pearl and Durl, B, Peridot, Sapphire, Opa, Paz, and Ruko. I'm gonna play as Scheist. And they have different spells that go on as far as their stuff. It's an interesting one though, but it's interesting when you put those two games together, as I mentioned, Arkanoid and Bust a Move, and saying that it actually makes it kind of harder than you'd think. And it's also one of those games, in all honesty, that maybe sometimes with me, and holding that X button to accelerate and get like the fairy dust going on for that was really nice. But it's something that I sometimes feel like I'm better at this than I'm at Bust a Move, but also sometimes I kind of go the other way. And I know, going back to what we indicated last year, the fact that the Angry Video Game Nerd episode that looked at both of these games, but unlike his video, I have the aspect ratio thing set. He said, like, I didn't realize that on this one until after I recorded the footage, and I was, like, annoyed when I found that out. I made sure to set it right on the back of that one, but even he said, hey, are the backgrounds too busy, perhaps, when it comes to the animations? Which maybe is he's kicking us in the face. I don't think I've ever seen that animation before. But I'm looking at that and saying, he's doing these attacks, and at this point, he's building up so much, can I get my way out? So I get that thought. I like the concept of this game. I do too, and it's unique, and as far as that. And something that I don't know if I would have thought necessarily do that, and also find just the close, but I do love it. It's like, oh wow, look at this, I'm gonna win. He's like, uh-oh, I'm nervous. But I get where the idea of where maybe it's a bit distracting. And like I said, Taito was creative. Exactly, and maybe that goes exactly what you're saying, which is, with Square's case, maybe why it's disappointing that they're not doing more, because you're thinking, well, Taito is creative with what they're doing, and maybe they could have other things going on to extend that out. And actually, that would be maybe another thing, which is that when you think of Square maybe taking their classic game catalog, which they've done sort of with certain things, with like a lot of the collections they've done, well, some of the collections they've done at least, but cases where we're kind of bringing some of those things back, remaking stuff of theirs, like ActRaiser and like some of the Final Fantasy games and things like that. Maybe a case of something like Taito saying, hey, we can turn something into this, and I get why they want to go back to, you know, Space Invaders and Bubble Bobble above anything else because they sell, but also saying, as I get down below, I'll go a little more. Maybe they have something else they could expand on that and have build up their kind of, I don't know, their portfolio of franchises that they're running. Also, by the way, here's the IVGN episode with Taito Legends 1 2. Thank you, ElecVerse, for that for sure. It's going on the link list because it goes into a lot of this, and it's good supplemental material with what we're looking at, because it's also the case that I don't want to necessarily just be what everybody else is, but also the case that I'll acknowledge that, fine, like everybody else, I might have seen that episode. We're gonna get to a couple of those things, especially get to Violence Fight. That's gonna be an interesting one, because I was thinking like that. I can't separate those two concepts. I'm also saying, what can we do different as far as showing it off? So we're gonna show this whole thing as a game stream. Uh-oh. Yeah, Shice is not in good... Oh, okay, I was gonna say, did I lose? I guess I did lose. Oh, she's sad. Okay, I'm gonna try once more, and then we're gonna go try again. It also says cannot start for the purpose of 2-player. I'm gonna put in another coin. I'm gonna try and go to this to see if I can get past this. But I get also what you're saying, which is that why is this maybe something that maybe there's a learning curve on? Because it is simple in the sense that, oh, just, it's like breakout. Just shoot the ball off and hit the gems. Yes, but also it punishes mistakes a lot. Because it's the 3-line penalty if you get, if you hit the ground. But also, like with Puzzle Bobble, or Bustle Move, they're interchangeable, really. Because Puzzle Bobble is the Japanese name, Bustle Move is what we got initially, and now it's Puzzle Bobble completely. It's something where, when you're playing in 2-player like this, oftentimes your fortune can be reversed really, really quickly. And you'll see this when we get to Bustle Move, which is that I oftentimes don't set up correctly the idea of knocking down a bunch of blocks. Okay, at that time I did. So you have to really think about a lot. It's like, knock her down. So fine, she's going. And she's crying now with the anime cry. I do love that. So Tesla's a lot of personality, and you're right, very creative as far as what they're doing. And honestly, I'll tell you this, going back to with On the Ball, I mean, we'll definitely do that as a show, but honestly, I'll tell you this. I think a lot of the stuff in this collection, we could justify a show for any of these on their own. In fact, I was even asked that. I was saying, can you justify a show like 3 hours of Palm? I was like, yes, of course I can. I mean, we justify a multi-hour show on anything, really. It doesn't matter necessarily if it's a shorter game. But I'm thinking with this one, I definitely could do something like that. And we probably should do that. I know we mentioned that when it came to a lot of the Midway stuff. And just stuff like Robotron. I know there's like remakes of that, like Robotron 64. That's another one I know you said you wanted to see, and I want to show that. But also, in case there was I would just have a night of just playing one of those games, just soaking it in. I mean, we could do that. And we will be coming back to Midway Treasures again next year, because we've not touched it in a while. I said we're going to do 3. We're doing 3 next year, and also, just to let you know, since there's only 9 games in that, technically, I'm going to show off a bunch of... As I lost again. I'm going to show off a bunch of Nintendo 64 arcade ports of Midways to buttress that, because there's only 9 games of this thing. I don't think it's going to be enough. So I've been collecting games of Midways that are arcade ports. I'll get to that a little later, but I got the Cruisin' USA game and also all the Cruisin' games as is. I'll do one more on this, and then we'll go on. We showed Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey. Might toss it in again just because, hey, it's there. I have NFL Blitz. I want to show that. I want to get Mortal Kombat 4 and show that, because that's not in it as far as the Midway Treasures 3. And I know, like you mentioned War Gods, I kind of want to get that one too, just because that's another arcade game of theirs that wasn't in that collection. And I mean, it could have been. They just... Okay, I don't know if it could have been. I don't know, maybe they had problems emulating that. And I know with War Gods, one thing I know with that one is that... Well, Yurcom ported that fine, and they took Yurcom ports for Midway Treasures 3, no problem, from Dreamcast. But I don't know, they thought, hey, we'll focus on racing in this case, because they were tying that with LA Rush. In fact, they gave that game away free to people with pre-orders of LA Rush on everything but the GameCube, because LA Rush was not on GameCube. Lucky bastards, because they didn't have to play that garbage. I'll mention that when we get to that game as it is, and also why I own it twice. and also why we're playing on the GameCube when we get to that one. But that's game over on Puchi Carat. Yeah, it's a good case of it, and definitely a creative one. No question. And it's suitable for all ages, and it is a great one from Taito. And one we can definitely come back to. Okay, next on our list, let's take a look. As I'll put this back down, let's see. I'm gonna go back to the stuff that's exclusive on the PlayStation 2. That being, actually something from the person who made Bubble Bobble. Where is it? Syvalion. Okay. This is gonna have flashing light warnings all over the place, by the way. Anytime I take a hit, you're getting a flashing light on this. It's, strong stuff. So I'm gonna verbally warn you now, just to give an indication. This was released in 1988. It's only on the PlayStation 2 version. Get this on the Xbox or the PS, or the PC, I should say. You're not getting this. It was designed by the late Fukio Mitsuji, who made Bubble Bobble. We mentioned him last year when we played that, saying he unfortunately died very young. He died in 2008 at 48 because he had complications from kidney issues he had, unfortunately. And he made some great games. I mentioned Bubble Bobble, no question. But this is another one that's really interesting and one I didn't know what to make of. I never heard of this until it came out, or until I played this collection anyway. And it's a unique one that was controlled by a trackball, from what I understand. And unfortunately, this does not have arcade machine pictures the way that actually the Xbox and the PC versions of this do. I don't know why that was, but either way, we've got that going. And it's interesting what this is, because it's kind of a... I'm trying to think about the best way to put this. It is a shooter, kind of a 360-degree shooter, almost like a maze concept, a little like Cameltry in the sense you're going around a maze, but for this one, you're controlling this... It looks like a dragon, but there's a story thing for this, of the Syvalion, what this is. And there's these enemies going around. You pick up those little molecules for points and some to cover damage. And your health bar, by the way, is the color of that dragon-like thing. It's yellow there. As you take hits, I give you a flashing light warning and potentially kill you. So if you have problems with that, as far as flashing light warning, don't full screen this. For the love of God, please do not. Or maybe just listen on the audio. But also then we turn red. And it gives you warnings when you get down to only 3 hits left. Like, yeet, yeet, yeet. Like, uh-oh. But we'll go on. Yeah, the enemies surrounded by shields are indestructible. The enemies themselves will not be. We'll show this off in a second. Also, gotta set the audio I have on this to 15.6. That'll work. And our controls are just moving and hitting the square button for firing. So let's get going. Chat, I don't know if your experience on Syvalion is. As I said, mine, not much. But that's one thing I like about this collection, and ElecVerse why this was a great choice, because it's a lot of games that, as you mentioned, show the creativity of Taito, and also show voice acting here, as far as that, but also show that maybe I'm as guilty of this as anybody else. In fact, I probably am. The thought of when you think Taito, you think Bubble Bobble, you think Space Invaders, you think Bust-A-Move. Fair enough, those are their biggest hits. But what are some of their other games like? And what do they really offer? Yeah, you're seeing that. It's flashing light. I'm sorry. But that being said, we will show it, and I'll have the indication. Okay, I'm not going to have the words down saying flashing light warning. Oh, I was going to be doing this every 2 minutes. I'm just going to say it in front of any game that has. I'll say, hey, be aware of that. But that being said, you're seeing what's going on in the demo. You're flying around in this object, and you have to go through to get a real combat going on. All right, so I hit a coin in. You have basic series and learning while playing. Like with Cameltry, I'm going to show up both of these because real combat series goes in the story. Okay, we're driving the Mecha Dragon with Ball. So this is a trackball game. Attack boss at goal to clear first screen. Use flames button to blow out enemies and bullets. If you release the button, fire flames are stored. If you move fast, it stores faster. Alright. Although I don't believe in spaces there, but it's either way. Yeah, you rotate around. I mentioned how weird trackball controls are on releases like this. This is actually one of the ones that does it really well, because it's kind of just rotating. So using that left analog stick actually works really well. All you have to fire, to point out, when you hold that square button down, that bar goes down. The size of the fire goes down, eventually you have nothing, you have to wait until it recovers. In this case, you have to kind of go through, it's almost like, and also if you hit on the side, you do not get hurt. It's just the enemy that hurts you. It's almost like a corridor shooter, weirdly enough. And when I say that, you think, oh, it's like Doom. Like, no, not exactly. But you're just kind of going around trying to avoid stuff, but also because of how big your size is, sometimes that'd be a hard thing to have going on. And also to point out, you can't destroy the things in blue, but some of them are all cases where you can push them around, like orbs. You see those a little bit. Also, wondering why the high score is insanely high. It's not because I got that score. But it's because when you beat a boss, you get tons and tons and tons of points off of it. So if you beat, like, 2 bosses, you'll be getting into 600,000 territory on points. And here we got a boss. It really has a nice metallic feel, and also a look, and I guess kind of feel, going back to other collections we played, when we looked at Barduke on the Namco Museum collection we looked at. Although, it doesn't play exactly the same. There's something about a vibe, and yeah, when you get all your hits down, that is death. You explode. But you do have 2 lives, only 2, but you can get more, I think. I'll at least kill this boss. And then I'll go to my next game over, and then I'll show the other one, as far as the other set of it. Oh, but I gotta be careful, because you can take multiple hits. You do not have a recovery time. In that case, I also have to be careful when my fire is up, but he's burning. So look at that. When Burnilation is forsaking the countryside, only one guy will remain. And my money's on Syvalion. So yeah, I guess it is almost as close as Trogdor the Burninator of the game, which never made. I'm shocked they didn't. Cleared screen 1. Glacier Flames at Suicide. Yeah, use your flames to shrink enemies, and then use it wisely to move ahead. Alright. Also, we're kind of going like underground in terms of some of these areas. I like the way this game looks as far as the color. It looks really interestingly futuristic, but also uniquely dangerous. Like with the blue there, and they do the reach out as far as the spikes down. It's like, uh-oh, gotta be careful. Oh, there you go. Woong. Yeah, we hear that. We're in trouble. I gotta see if I can't find some health. But also because of the way the view is, you might not necessarily see threats until it's too late. But there's also something you do have to move fast because you do have a time limit. Ouch. Okay, so yeah, we exploded. So that's game over. Hold on. Oh, right, if you keep hitting square, you just go to the screen. So I'm going to put my name in, and I'm going to show off the hard one, because that goes to the story, because I want to indicate what's the plot of this thing. This is an interesting one, but as I said, one that I hadn't known. But I said, now I know what it is, and I guess I'm not going to say a better man for it, but in all cases, I know what it is, so I can say Syvalion, I know it. So if they ever have like a fake, either like a fake take on Jeopardy, or they do Jeopardy for gaming that way, it's like all this stuff, this random stuff of gaming, I'll know. I'll be a walking encyclopedia like I've been indicated as before, but I'm not really. It's just I love gaming, and I am in a case where, after I've taken so many notes, 4 books worth, thanks to Crusader64 of starting that idea, I could write a goddamn memoir, quite frankly, on this. And even Kazatosh is like, when are you writing that memoir? I was like, yeah, ask me in 20 years, and then I'll do it. Alright, let's take a look at real comet series. This goes in the plot. I was about to end the space journey, or the lounge space journey. On the way, the automatic flight system got in trouble with no cause, and without realizing, landed on a strange planet. Roaming around it, I ran a surprising fact. The plane to invade Earth, so I challenged the fight alone to stop their ambition. Rush! Save the Earth! And I got into the Syvalion. And you do have extra or unique levels that go to this. So also nothing else, I'll say this, going back to the perspective of people who made this. Since it's by the person who made Bubble Bobble, the case of getting couples into a game. In a weird way, this follows the same mentality this way, in that I don't know if this is necessarily a game that would attract couples as far as just on a surface case. I mean, it might, who knows. But it's also something that it does have an approachability itself with the fact you select its harder mode for the story, but then also add its practice mode. I know it's something I mentioned when we looked at Castle of Illusion for the Sega Genesis, and I want a second chance that at some point. I'm trapped in the corner, or was caught on the corner, I should say, not trapped. Which is, it gives you that practice mode, so you can understand how does this game work. It's easy for the purpose of coming to it the first time. It's like, hey, child, never played this thing. Get a sense of accomplishment, and then say, oh, you know what, I've gotten so good at doing the easiest mode of this, I want to challenge myself. I want to go harder. I want to make it so that I can go through the whole game. Like as you mentioned, On the Ball, as a case for that. Uh-oh. Right, I want to try and see if I can't kill this thing. Whoa. Just walk in my flames, please. I have to avoid his, shots. I love how, I'll tell you, because they were saying, right, the bosses hold their health when you die. As we mentioned when we looked at Bubble Bobble last year, Fukio Mitsuji said, hey, you know, the primal perspective saying everybody likes popping a bubble. As we have destroying the first mech as far as everything we're going with. Various energy resources, so I guess it's like Metroid, not really. But as I mentioned, Fukio Mitsuji said, hey, it's fun to pop a bubble. I guess in this case it's fun to see a dragon thing get destroyed. I got the high score already. Jesus. Okay, so see what I mentioned? Where I said, hey, the high score is not insane. Right, because at the end of the boss, you can pick up those items, and I got a high score somehow. As far as this, okay, I have to wait though. Although, as far as the time wait, it's never gonna really be the time that's gonna be your problem. Also, I think okay, I think I got an invisibility or something for that. Whoa, go down low. I do like the music of this quite a bit, actually. I don't know. Okay, this is not the one I have music indication down. Or, I don't know if I could find stuff with music on this. Because this is one of those cases I had to dig pretty deep in order to find notes on a lot of these games. I like that challenge, though. I thought it was interesting saying, I remember on my lunch break from work, I spent like a week or so just trying to find out, what am I finding on these games? It's like, okay, what Taito Legends 2 game are you looking up this time? It's like, Syvalion. Like, what's Syvalion? And I asked, like, have you ever played these? I said, I'm not going to assume the answer's no, even though it might be no. It was no with me until I got this. As I guess I got my life maxed. Alright, whoa. Whoa, look at that. Okay. Okay, so I can push the bubbles away. Yeah, so I'm not gonna assume. I'm not gonna assume like, hey, somebody doesn't know this thing. There's stuff I don't know as far as a lot of stuff in this collection. I mentioned ElecVerse was you with On the Ball, why I know about that game. And even with the Switch Online stuff they put out yesterday, because they put out a Gradius game, a Gradius Intergalactic Assault from Game Boy. It's like, I'd never heard of this thing. I didn't know there was a Gradius on the Game Boy. Or Gradius, or Gradius, which is it? I don't know which one. But I got a game over. And I got a high score, so I'll give it that element. And then also what came out, Survival Kids, because they have the new one that's on Switch 2. It's coming out in a month. Kirby's Star Stacker, and The Sword of Hope. I'd heard of The Sword of Hope, but I had not played it. That's an ancient RPG from Kemco, as far as what it was. But in this case where, yeah, there's always that discovery of games like, I never knew this thing existed. And I was like, yeah, let's Dragon and Light, let's talk about it. And give it a look. And yeah, Syvalion's a good one. It's a little unorthodox, but in some ways I think that also makes it really cool. Okay, so we're all set. Let's go back. Also, as we're pointing out, there is autosave on this collection. I turned it off because otherwise it'll ask like autosave every time I come out of a game. And if we're doing 39 games out of this thing, that's going to add up after some time. So it's like, okay, I'm going to say, no, we're not going to do that. All right, so next on our list is another game that's only on the PlayStation 2 here, and it's also one that was on the PlayStation 1 itself in the sense that they gave it a home version. This is RayStorm. This is the third game in the Ray series, after Ray Crisis and Ray Force. Ray Force is the one that the Xbox version has. This did get released on the PlayStation, I believe, in 1997 or 8. It came out in 1996, as far as the arcade release. Yeah, it got ported on Saturn and PlayStation 1 and PC. It is a fight shooting game. We're going to see a lot of these tonight, by the way. That was made by Tomohisa Yamashita, who made Ray Crisis in particular. Also got to turn the volume down this one to 19.9. This one gets a bit loud. And it has music actually by the person who did DuckTales on NES. Because we talked about DuckTales Remastered a few weeks ago and we played that. Hiroshige Tonomura did the music for DuckTales on NES, as well as Dino X, which is a title game that isn't in this. He directed the Ninja Warriors port for the Sega CD or the Mega CD. And also, he did music on the Ninja Kids, which is on Taito Legends 1. Okay, for this one, we have our options of normal attack for square button, special attack on X or triangle, and you can also set rapid fire on, returning rapid fire on, you bet we are. And also setting stuff on difficulty. It's a shooter with a lot of, like, all altitude-based cases, because you have lock-on stuff. And you use a special weapon, which is on X. You're able to hit stuff on the ground. So it's almost like a better take on something like Xevious a little bit. And if you press both buttons at the same time, you get a special shot that you can build up along with getting those gems over there. Alright, so let's get ourselves started with RayStorm. Now, this one I had heard of on the PlayStation. And from what I understand, I believe they did... I don't know if Taito took the PS1 version and ported it into this. It's showing like the insert coin stuff, which either says, either I'm wrong about that, or is a straight arcade port on the PlayStation itself. But I didn't have PlayStation for a while, so I never played this. And actually, this does have one other release. that is no longer available for purchase. Which I think it is. That is RayStorm HD. I know it's not available on Xbox 360 anymore, which because it was on that. The reason I say I'm not sure is because I don't know if it was on the PlayStation 3. It might have been. If it was, I'll indicate down below that it was on PS3. But that 360 version cannot be released anymore, played anymore, or bought anymore, I should say. If you have it, you can play it. But if you don't, yeah, you can't get it. And this collection is the way you go. Also, this game has loading, which is why I'm thinking maybe they took the PlayStation version for this. But those are going to give you a little bit of a demo here, saying, hey, you have a lock-on thing, almost like Panzer Dragoon, a little in the sense of how the flourish goes. And your special attack button is we're going to get sort of some flashing lights on this, but not bad. Oh, no. Well, no, I'm thinking of the next game. The next game has more, honestly, than this. Yeah, you're going across these 3D pre-rendered areas. Well, not no, they're not pre-rendered. They're 3D polygonal areas, I should say. Yeah, it definitely has PlayStation 1, Sega Saturn look all over it, and it's one that I was just curious about it. And we haven't shown enough flight shooters on this show. We've got tons tonight, so if you're thinking we've not covered that enough, don't worry. Tonight we're going to change that, no question. You got the bravest fighters there as far as 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place. And it does look really cool, getting your aspects of like mech stuff going on. We'll put the credit in, and yeah, that's to load that as well for it. But yeah, let's get ourselves started. And have your selection of R-Grade 1, R-Grade 2 in the sense of how many lock-ons you can do, either 8 or 16. I'm going to go with more. We'll go with that. And if your options of doing shot and laser for auto and manual, let's do that for manual. Chat, I don't know, you ever played this on the PlayStation or that HD version? I didn't, so this was kind of a new one to me. Although from what I looked at on the HD version, because I do have the demo that I'm considering that for the Delicious Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2. And I considered it for the one last year. It seems like it's on point with this, honestly, of what I've seen. In this case, you have them going on, and you have them like danger. Yeah, it's interesting seeing it all polygonal. I guess consider the preview when we do Radiant Silvergun, which I owe careers to that one. It's one where I'm going to have to push that into next year. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be ready to do that, but we will definitely... Fine, I've shown it a little bit before, but I want to show it fully because I've asked for it, and it's really good too. But unlike that one where you have different attacks on different buttons, this one you hit X and square, and you have that full clear attack with that special attack meter. You get that increased with enemies you kill, and the enemies on the ground, you hit the X button to do the drop down. So it's almost like a better take on Xevious. No, like first you mentioned we did Namco Museum Virtual Arcade saying, yeah, I'm not a huge one on Xevious. And I like it enough, but I also get the sense that it's not something that I tend to come back to a lot. And maybe not one where I gel with it the way that I gel with other games similar to that. In comparison, like Detana Twinbee, I gel with that one for Konami way more. And this one, kind of the same case, a little, but also when you do die, I have another shot of that to try and take this thing down. I'm gonna try and get that set. And you have the lock-on area. I do like that they give you that, saying, okay, aim here, and then in that case, you know, okay, hit X to do the laser shot, and those are infinite, by the way. The only thing that's not is using the special attack case. Yeah, in that case, I died. But I'm gonna put a coin in, I'm gonna enjoy, and I have our selection of fighter. I'll pick the other one. And pick the manual mode as well. And the music's really, really cool as far as what it is, as well as just the atmosphere creates. Whoa! And not quite a bullet hell shooter, because in this one you can also shoot these bullets down. Well, some of them. You can't shoot fireballs down. But also one where quick reflexes are going to be your best friend on this. And, Chad, I don't know what your experience also is with, I guess with flight shooting games like this. Whichever your favorites are, and you get to the end of the level, you get a layout of the enemies destroyed and your lockdown shots going on as well. Honestly, as far as my experience with them, it kind of came later in my life. It was not necessarily when I was growing up. I didn't play a lot that I remember, honestly, at the time. I'll tell you, the way it went for me when it came to flight shooters, I tended to live them vicariously through other avenues or other people seeing them playing stuff like Super R-Type or Gradius 3. And actually, I'll say this, we mentioned Nick Arcade, that's kind of my perspective of games like that, because that's why I understood what Ghost Pilots was, why then I bought Ghost Pilots on the Switch right away when I got it, and when they released it. stuff like Alpha Mission 2 as far as stuff of SNK. That's a case we could do a collection of their stuff. But outside of that, I didn't really play many until years later, when I got collections that had them, or when I found re-releases of stuff. Like some of the Toa Plant stuff like Zero Wing, and then other things along with it. And I guess RayStorm here within this collection as an example too. But even then, I didn't have this game as far as this collection until like a year or so ago. After we did Taito Legends 1, I said, we'll do the second. But I said, okay, I gotta get a copy of this, and when I got it, it plays it. You know, this game is pretty fun. And with a nice rapid shot, it does look really nice, even if it's a case where the polygons... Fine, it's more primitive now looking at it, because of like early polygonal graphics. But even as far as how it looks, it has a nice artistry to itself with the way the colors are set. It's not a case where I'm necessarily losing myself against the other shots. So it's well designed in the sense that I can understand where everything is, I can understand where I'm at, I can understand where all the pickups are. And in that case, it's not a case where I think it's as much of a distraction as maybe it could be seen to be. And there's one game that's not a game like this exactly that we're going to see that I definitely have a case where I can't say that about, and that's a game that came out about a decade maybe after or before this. So there's a case where the newer game is better as far as something like that. But alright, yeah, that manta ray thingy is going to shoot off. But yeah, it's usually the case where, yeah, you usually die in one hit. And most of the games are going to be like that tonight of this genre, with a couple exceptions. Ouch. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to last very much longer, so I'm going to go to my next game over, and then we're going to go on. Also, you're wondering why, just going to this as far as the Twitch site, why I don't have a listing on Taito Legends. It's because they don't allow, actually, you to put in anything for classic game compilation, for some reason. And I didn't want to change games constantly as far as like, oh, it's categorized that way. So yeah, this is going to have to go uncategorized, I'm sorry to say. But I did get 7th place, so I'm going to put initials in for show. It's a super old game, Saturday, SOG. Because I'm going to get 3 on this line. Yeah, but RayStorm is a good one. And we can definitely look at this again more in the future. And it is available in its own dedicated version, as I mentioned, and in this collection if you buy it on the PS2. Xbox gets its predecessor, that being Rayforce, which is also known as Layer Section in Japan, and then it's called Galactic Attack for us, but in Europe it was called Gunlock. It's like 4 different names for every region. It's very confusing. But that being said, we will take our leave of RayStorm. It's a good one, though. But if you're saying, I want another flight shooting game, you're in luck. I got another one right now. And this is the, technically, last exclusive game for Taito Legends 2 on the PS2 here. Technically. I'll get that on one in a little bit. Or maybe I'll say screw it and I'll just pull it out next after this next one. Next game we're going to look at is a franchise I've talked about a good amount. We haven't really played much in this. In fact, we haven't played anything in this yet until tonight. This is G-Darius. This came out in 1997. It was June of 1997 in Japan. In the US, we got it on the PlayStation on September 16th of 1998. It is the 4th entry in the Darius series. It is another shoot 'em up or shmup. This is following Darius 1, 2, and Darius Gaiden. Darius Gaiden is also in this collection, which I'll have a little later. This is based on the version 2 edition, I think, or that's the PlayStation edition as far as what it is. There's going to be a lot of flashlight notes, by the way, in this one. I will tell you that right now. It's an interesting one in the sense there's kind of a nautical vibe to this one in terms of a lot of the enemies you're shooting down. And it's something that has a unique gameplay hook of doing capture, at least this one does. Where basically you shoot a capture bomb out, you can use that to lasso in enemies, and you add your skills that way based upon what they are. And then you hit the button again, basically toss them out as like a kamikaze attack, saying, yeah, I'm done with you, go away, but also cause tons of damage that way in the process. It's really fun. Yeah, they're going to show that. Counter beam. Yeah, you have alpha beam, you have beta beam. You fire it to counter the beta beam and cause big damage, and tap the button continuously to counter it and activate a counter beam. And you have your pickups here as far as points, damage to enemies, stock of captured balls, because you do not have them infinitely. And then improving shield durability, ground attacks, and air attacks. As far as your controls here, you have rapid fire shooting on square, normal shooting on circle, and then X for your capture. Let's get this started. I mentioned there's going to be flashlight warnings on this one. Although his predecessor's a little worse. We'll get to that when we get to that in a little bit. Alrighty, so for G-Darius, I don't know, Chad, experience on this franchise. We're gonna look at the prologue, which is actually surprisingly in-depth. Yeah, fierce battles fought across the vastness of the great universe. My experience with Darius is really the 2 games in this collection, and the port of it within the Sega Genesis Mini, the first unit, because they did a new version of Darius original with Genesis Tech that was in that. So I have a couple versions of this thing, but I haven't necessarily sat down to play them all that much. That being said, yeah, evolution is going on under the surface as far as under the water. And now the Amnelia Royal Cosmic Force challenges unknown intruders. But yeah, the fish are flying in space, and we're suffering a bad defeat this way. So it's like frogs and fish and things like that. So it's a weird milieu, but something that it is interesting. Like, yeah, these things are deadly to us, you know. But we have a unique fighter craft that can fight him, that being the Darius. Oh no, the Silverhawk. We're getting our launch off, and like with the RayStorm, there's a case where it's running polygonal graphics, I believe, although I'm not sure. We'll see as we get to the next one, or the previous one. This was the first one to do it. And we have a very Star Fox 64-esque opening as our wingmen are basically walking like, yeah, let's get going, we're gonna fly and take care of these enemies. We gotta see the creation of new lives. Alright, so let's do it. This is G-Darius, and it is an interesting one. Yeah, this is 1997, but the franchise started in 1986. So with that, let's put a coin in. And I think I guess they're emulating the PlayStation version or something with this, because it has loading when you put a coin in, which I think is based on that. I would think it would have to be. Chad, I don't know if you played these on the PlayStation, this one or RayStorm. If you have, let me know and see, does that seem familiar to you? All right, we do have that nice thing for it as far as like going in, like the first person in Zone Alpha, the green glow. So this is a side-scrolling shooter as far as how it is the same way that, oh no, not the same way that RayStorm was. We're gonna go back and forth between vertical and horizontal shooters. In this case, I'm gonna keep shooting, getting more points, but I'll say, hey, let's that capture beam, pull that out, woo, pull it in, and now look at that. Either coming along, they increase my firepower, but if I'm like, no, I don't like that, boom, shoot off. And in that case, I got a chain of enemies going on, so they're dying. But also, you do have limits on those capture balls, and now I have a bit of a shield. So I'm using this thing as a little bit of a plane shield. It's cool stuff. And it gives it a lot of depth, which is really interesting, as we also have the idea of branching paths you can see there. And also, yeah, that enemy there. Let's clear that out. And if you know what you're doing with the capture ball, I don't, despite what it might look like. You can get tons of points out of this. And it's really satisfying to get stuff set, and also just experimenting, saying, I want to capture this enemy and do this for my skills. It's almost like Gradius, going back to that one. We kind of have the options of saying, how do you want to play this game? And how do you want to handle just the idea of you just moving around shooting? And you get this great techno music going on here as well. Yeah, in this case, now we're going under the water. I guess we're going, maybe, I don't know, no, I guess it's on the water, but it looks like we're maybe behind the water. So I don't know how the perspective of this one is necessarily looking like, uh-oh, there's an enemy coming back. Whoa. Alright, that's game over. We're not going to stop yet. Also, this game doesn't do it, but some other ones we're going to see, or maybe you've seen already, they do this. When you get game over, it doesn't reset your score, so you can keep going. With this one, they don't do that, so you have to go back to 0. I'll take that. Maybe that can help. Or maybe it can't. Actually, yeah, this music has almost like a treasure sound to itself, even though treasure's not involved in this. Right, we got a warning. A huge battleship, Eclipse Eye, is approaching fast. Yeah, look at that. Oh my god. Yeah, if you're, I don't know if people are scared of fish, maybe sharks, I guess. Or other weird, like, piranha cases. Yeah, you're not gonna like this thing, as he's shooting missiles out of his mouth. And I think he can capture the missiles. Oh! Except in that case, I got myself hurt. But you can, okay, you can't shoot these bolts down. But if you see the flashing on where he is, you do know you're making contact damage, so at least there's that. I have to tear this monstrosity down piece by piece. Whoa! You also do that shit, so you gotta be careful. And this game is not necessarily easy, I'll say that for sure. Yeah, but I like the design saying, yeah, he's just kind of going like the spike wheel. And also in this case, it changes perspective, going from left to right and then right to left. And it is smart enough to say, hey, you know, go down this way and shoot to the left as opposed to the right. In that case, I was going to be careful of that beam. Oh, crap. I always want to show this boss being beaten, even in case where I have to go and reset my score each time. And honestly, he's not really throwing out much I can capture as well. Okay, I take the missiles? Oh, actually, no, the missiles don't work. I can't capture those. Oh. And I also use the backgrounds very effectively in like the way the 3D works. Like, okay, he's going over there. Let me set up and get that way. But yeah, I'm just tearing him off piece by piece. So it's almost like, I think, what's the game? That's the mechanical fish you're doing that with. There's something I think we played that's like that.
Meditation.
Alright, we got to the end. Now, for this one, we do have a choice of where we can go. We can go to Beta Zone, we can go to Gamma Zone. I'll go to Beta Zone. I'm trying to think, what's the game where we're taking apart... Oh, no, we haven't played it yet. Okay, that's a lie. We have played this. But we haven't, I don't have a record of it. Mega Man X. Mega Man X does that. Because there's like the fish. No, we played Mega Man X2. Mega Man X2 has that. I was thinking Mega Man X, which does have enemies that kind of are like that. So we didn't play Mega Man X, but Mega Man X2 does have enemies that you're like taking off the parts of the mechanical fish you have to do to get to that area with the X Hunter fight. So yeah, we did have something. I just didn't think back and think, what game was that? Yeah, we're going to the clouds. This is nice stuff. Whoa. In this case, you're also seeing them go like a triple shot in different directions. So if you have an area like this where there's tons of enemies coming from every which way, that could be very effective. Also, I think, let's see something. Yeah, actually, I don't think, yeah, you don't take damage, I think, when you get hit by, oh fine, when they hit the enemies you sucked in. I'll go to the next game over on this one. Or just blast that one off. Ah, crap. Okay, they're just rotating around, so in that case, they're creating my shield with me that's also causing damage. Okay, never mind, I guess one of them got knocked off, so I guess they can be destroyed. Also, given the number of points I'm getting on this one, I think I'm gonna take the game over when I get it. Oh, but okay, I gotta be careful there. Okay, because I didn't notice that, so I said with RayStorm that I get the sense that it's not intruding as much. Maybe this one it is a little more, but not a case where I'm saying like, oh, I feel it's cheap necessarily. I mean, there's a game that I'm going to show in a little bit that I definitely get that feeling out of. But alright, that is the case on G-Darius. I think we'll take our leave on this. And we got our technical rank. We're at Silver Swan. Alright, so not bad. Alright, that's a game over. And I don't know if there's a case of, I don't think I have a score on this. Also, as we're pointing out, when it comes to prologue, I have to hit the start button, which is L1, by the way, in order to skip that, in order to bring up the menu to go back home. Only this game does that, don't know why. Okay, next on list. Okay, I was gonna do the other two Rotary games. But also, I did say I was going to talk about games that are exclusive to this. I may as well go into this now. I'm not going to make you wait too much for this. We're going to play Bust a Move again. I got to explain this one. Let's also get the audio set specifically. This came out in 1995. Now follow me on this one, because it's actually more complicated than you might think. Okay? This is the arcade version of Puzzle Bobble 2. That was released in Europe and in the US. It is not the same as Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition, which came out on home consoles, specifically the PlayStation, the Sega Saturn, and Nintendo 64. And there's that collection that's on the modern systems that has it. It's also not Puzzle Bobble 2 either, which is the Japanese version. And it's also a case that in Taito Legends 2 on the Xbox and the PC, they have Puzzle Bobble 2 in it. You're only saying, what's the difference on that? What's the matter? Well, for some reason, Bust Move Again, which is only on this release, it doesn't have Bub and Bob or any of the famous characters that you know from this franchise in it. It also makes some other changes to cut out a lot of the whimsical touches and a lot of the other aspects of music. So it's like they rethought this game for the US and European markets. But then for some reason when they brought it home, they said, we're not giving you this version that I'm going to show you. We're going to give you a one that's pretty much a straight port or straight rethink of the Puzzle Bobble 2 that has all those whimsical elements you know. In fact, I'll mention this, and I'm bringing this up this way. I'm going to have pictured here when I edit the box for Taito Legends 2. And because you pull out this collection, you see pictures of games we have, including Darius and things like that. The sequel to Rasen Saga, which we'll show a little later. And some other things, and aspects of Space Invaders. But right center on the box is Bub the Dinosaur. Because you know Bub and Bob from Bubble Bobble, and also from Puzzle Bobble. They're the ones going around those cute little dinosaurs. Bub is the one in green. He's on the front of the box, looking awfully cute. Bust Move Again does not have him in it. As we're pointing out, if you turn the box over and look on the back of it, I'll have the picture of that as I'm talking this over. And I do need to explain this before we go into this game. It says on the box, as games are included, it gives names. So we're pointing out this collection does not name the games the same as what they came out as in the US. So it does not say Bust Move Again on the back of the box. It says Puzzle Bobble 2. And they show a screenshot from Puzzle Bobble 2, which has Bub the Dinosaur in it, who is not in this version that I'm about to show you. So, going back to the case of the AVGN episode, why they gotta fucking lie? Yeah, they did lie as far as this. Or going to the Simpsons case when Otto went to Stoner's Pot Palace, he said, man, that's some flagrant false advertising. So yeah, this game is actually advertising falsely on the PlayStation 2 only that Bub the Dinosaur is in this collection. He is nowhere to be found in this collection whatsoever on this console. And with that, I'm going to show you Bust Move Again. Having said all that, it's still a fun game. Just in case it feels like there's something missing, because there is. But it is the same case of Bust a Move or Puzzle Bobble, if you ever played it. You're just shooting around your orbs that way and clearing out as many as you can. In fact, Dolly Finn, you and I, we showed that when we looked at Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition / Puzzle Bobble 2 and Bust a Move 3 / Puzzle Bobble 3 S Tribute for Switch. It's also on the other systems as well. We're showing you the original arcade version this way that we got before we knew any better, which was only like a couple months when the console version's released. Yeah, you're basically gonna shoot around, and you have these special balls there. The metal balls bust through everything in the way if you find it. The obstacle balls are indestructible when you find it, and the star balls, also when you find it, will bust balls the same color when you hit them. Okay. I just want to explain that because otherwise you're gonna say, wait, where's Bub and Bob? Why are we playing this Bust-A-Move game that has none of the whimsical charm in this? I mentioned this to Crusader 64. I explained, he's like, what the fuck is this? It's bizarre. I don't know what happened either, necessarily for the idea that they gave us the arcade version that way first. And this release only on this console has that one. I'm glad to have, I guess, one of the only home ports of that version. But that being said, it's like, yeah, when you boot this up, you're gonna hear that usually the thought of like, Taito! Not in this game. It's like, yeah, we're playing Bust a Move again. Again, technically, I guess, because we do look at Bust a Move 2, the other one, or Puzzle Bobble 2. Same deal that way, but not same with this one. That being said, you heard that. You only heard, like, the short loop of, actually, not even a loop, they cut it off, of that great Bust a Move 2 music, the They barely have that in this, and they cut it off for almost everything except when you get a game over and it's on the continue screen. Alright, you're seeing what's going on here, which is, yeah, we just have a hand, and we're rotating the wheel. Same game as before, but it's like, yeah, Bob and Bob aren't in this. I'm like, why? Like, yeah, we get the thumbs up, so yeah, for the late, great Gene Siskel and Roger Ebert, they probably would have loved this game on the back of that, but also case that, yeah, it looks great, but it's like, wait a second, where are the characters we know? So it shows, if nothing else, that the game's great, But oftentimes you think, well, what does the visual spice of a game really matter in the end, if the gameplay is the most important thing? That's true, because if a game is not fun, who cares how good it looks? I get that. This game does have the fun part down, absolutely. But then you realize, wait a second, there's a version of this that we don't have here, or didn't have initially as far as arcade release. And there's another version that has it. Now this collection that we have is on other consoles where it does have it. Yeah, my brain's exploding. But either way, same deal. You basically have to match up 3 of these at least and clear them off. And you hit that clear line down there, you're going to be dying. Or doing something nice like that, boom, as far as getting the shot off. All right, let's put a credit in. Let's play. We have puzzle game. We have computer versus player. We're doing computer versus player. I'll run on normal. You're also going to notice in round 1... they cut the music off. It's like, yeah, it's like a funereal bust a move or puzzle bobble. I don't know. I guess today we mourn the idea of the weird case of bust a move again, saying, yeah, this is the bust a move game that I guess people would not want because it doesn't have those cute flourishes that people know, the other one. But hey, the game is still good. I'll say that for sure. I can't say it's a bad game. It just feels so ordinary without that, you know? Chat, I don't know, have you ever played this version of Bust a Move 2? I don't know if you have, and it's confusing. Even on the box, I was doing the notes on this, I said, I just take the names of the games off the box, and I was, no, I can't. Just like, I'm looking at the menu, it's like, it's not called Puzzle Bobble 2 in here, and it's not that one, it's bizarre. But all right, we got the cute music now. We also don't get the voices, the ready, go! It's like, yeah, wait a second. That being said, we do have a nice space background, that's cool. And that means that I guess if you didn't know, and okay, this never got. I'm gonna have to check this. Aside from this collection on PS2, I don't know if Bust a Move Again got ported. Even that Bust a Move 2-3 collection I mentioned with its insanely long name, it's glorious. It doesn't have this version in it. In fact, when we looked at it, Donovan and you and I looked at it, I didn't know that Bust a Move Again was even a factor of anything. I thought, oh, Bust a Move 2 in the arcade, it's this. It's like, oh, fine, it was the game we looked at. I was like, no, it's not, it's this. At least in Europe and the US. Japan got it the way that we saw it, as far as when we last looked on the show. That being said, this is still one of the best games in this for the purpose of just how much fun it is and how it's one of those simple to learn, hard to master games. Chat, any memories on Bust a Move, feel free to let me know what you got on them, as I'm probably going to lose. Okay, in that case, I got myself set. Uh-oh. Oh, that was lucky. And I'm not good at setting up shots to this, in all honesty. Like, right there. You want to try and have it so the balls will be dropped down, like by a chain or something. And since you're at the mercy of what balls you get, you can't necessarily be in a case of, oh, I don't like that, I can get rid of it. You have to be smart, like, how do you get rid of it, where do you put it? And also, are you going to screw yourself up? Well, yeah, this is going to be close. Alright, that was lucky. Alright, admittedly, this is one of the closest games of this I've had. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, that was insanely close. So fine, the lack of music there, I guess, made sense, you know? Because it was a series of heart attacks saying, like, oh my god, who's going to lose this one? I said, it's going to be me. Like, no, somehow I won. I mean, I guess we're moving the wheel that way, as far as what that's all about. It just feels so ordinary, but still great. Just play it the other way, probably, and all the re-releases of it, it is going to be the other way. And I don't know, chat, do you know why they released this game this way, initially for the arcades? I couldn't find anything explaining why. And it was an interesting case of just kind of like walking around everywhere online to get a sense of what is this all about, how this happened this way. Because I know there's the different divisions of Taito. Because there's Taito America. Because I know there's a case where Taito America made stuff that Taito Japan didn't. But also cases where I didn't get the sense that it was as, I don't know, tenuous relationship sometimes Sega of American Japan could be. Or other companies as well. Sometimes they go off on their own thing, but even then, I know it was cases where Taito usually would be okay with that, or they'd be more supportive, or it'd be something where they would give their backing to it. Like, I know one example is, in July, we're showing off Space Invaders on the PlayStation. It's from Activision and Z-Axis, who were involved with Activision published it, and Z-Axis developed it. But Taito did put their name on it, saying, yeah, this is a rethink of Space Invaders, and one that, well, I understand, they're not saying, oh, this is something we didn't like the way they did it. And they did it really well. We'll get some echoes to that tonight with some of the Space Invaders games that are in this, to the point where I almost wonder if Z-Axis, if they looked at some of the games in this, and maybe said, okay, we can elaborate on some of what those games are doing in 1 week. And ElecVerse, you're right, I've been prepping for that game. You're right, that game is terrific. I've been really having a good time playing that. I was initially, admittedly, I'll say this, it's round 6. Somehow I'm getting this far, don't know how. I was actually a little nervous when I first started playing it, because at first I said, wait a second, is there not a method of continuing this game? I'm going to have to go through all 100 of these levels on one set of lives. Uh-oh, what's going on in that? And then I realized, no, there's a continue option that the game doesn't even hide. I believe it's in the instruction manual, because I think it is. I'll look again when we get to that show. But it's also the case that you can save anywhere, so at that point, okay, great, we can show the whole game, we can show everything that's in it. We can show the extra levels. There's also passwords, I believe it is, for the purpose of showing off all the extra stuff. So we'll show everything. We'll show the harder levels as far as the unlocks of those, and also the original Space Invaders, which is in that. Which I already unlocked just to make sure, saying, oh, can I actually show this? Is it actually something I can do this? Because when I was looking at the scope, I said, uh-oh, I didn't want to push this game back if I could avoid it. But also in some cases where I realized, like, oh, if it's a case where I can't do it, I'm not going to force it. But I realized, no, I can do this. I have a great time with that one so far, as that is a game over on Bust Move Again. You do hear the great music, but that's all you hear as far as that track of it. Okay, so that's game over. I got a high score on this. Surprised I got that far. But also, like, where was the music? I don't know, it feels like there's something missing, you know? Oh, they cut it off again. Like, why are they cutting it off? I don't know. Don't ask me. But it's a great game, but this version is bewildering more than anything else. Not bad, just bewildering. And I kind of gave myself a massive brain cramp even explaining it. But as I said, I want to at least unpack that, because it is a weird case, but one that's unique. And in that case, we can go into that. Okay. Next, we're going to go to a pair of games that use Dial. There are questions on how good are they. Especially the one we're doing after this. This is Frontline. Frontline came out in 1982. In November of 1982. It actually had a rotary dial for the purpose of itself, but you had a joystick. You're moving around with the joystick as far as the sergeant. And you use the rotary dial to aim your arm around, basically a 360-degree motion, and you have a button you could push to shoot the gun, and you can also push in that dial for the purpose of doing the gun aiming more. It was directed by Tetsuya Sasaki, by the way. It's a game I never heard of. I think they did some ports of this on some of the early Atari consoles. But I didn't know much about it, and they indicate how this is going. They don't mention here is that you use the left and right analog sticks for this one. So you move with the left one, and the rotary dial is on the right analog stick, which makes sense for the purpose of doing this. As far as your options for shooting, they put on default the fire on the R1, or the R2 button, I think, and L2 for the grenade. Maybe this would be better set up if I played this on the Xbox, because this is not version. But it's something that you can adjust the buttons as much as you want. So I've kind of gotten used to this. It's actually a lot like Akari Warriors from SNK. I've never played that one. Yeah, you can destroy rocks with your grenade. You can also use the grenade to go into tanks as far as it. Make sure you go in and out. So yeah, we're going to the battlefield. It looks maybe, I don't know, more serious there than it actually is going to look. And also, if you go on the grass, your speed is going to be reduced. If you're in the desert, you change direction too much, or you stop, you slip on your ass. And yeah, you might make sure you get through this war alive. Not going to happen, but we're going to have an aspect that. Also, I'm going to up the volume, because this game is quiet. I'm putting this up pretty high. This is going to 12 point... You know what? I'm going to put 12 point... No, 13.1. Okay, chat, you ever play this? Yeah, it looks weird as far as what it's looking like. But this is the idea. You're the sergeant there. You're basically moving around. He's tossing the grenade. They're jumping out. As far as they are. It looks very candy color as far as it. And he's waving the white flag saying, fine, I surrender. He's looking around saying, like, yeah, where'd everybody go? Also, I'm surprised just kind of hanging like this. Alright, there we go. Let's hit a coin in and place the front line. He did ticket. Also, those things, the arrows down there, those are landmines. Don't hit them. Okay, so at this point, okay, if I'm wrong saying it's 360 degree, only aiming in 8 directions. But there's my bullets. I can sort of see them. Yeah, keep that in mind for the game we're doing next. You can also throw grenades. That's on... I have it on L2. Yeah, so I toss something into the ground that way. Oh. Also, you use the grenades to destroy the rocks, but I got myself shot. I'm also doing what I shouldn't do, which is running out into a firefight. But if you're on the trees, you can toss the grenades. Actually, okay, the grenades will just go in their way, and the enemies will keep coming. So you do have to make forward movement, or try to. Keyword try to. Ouch. And also, I believe the first screen, I think it randomizes based on every set. Let's try and see if I can't. Okay, I'm dead. So yeah, I wouldn't last long in the war this way. So let's try again. I don't know, it sounds like I have, like, jangling shoes or something like that. As far as how the walk is. But I guess I'm the sergeant. I am willing to go out there and get my hands dirty, so say that about him. And also the way they're dying is pretty interesting, too. And I also have the same death sign of it. Also, yeah, look at the bright colors. Like, yeah, wars never looked so colorful. The walking animation's weird. Yeah, it is. You're right. It almost looks like a... It almost looks like a marionette doll or something like that. It's really strange. I don't know. What's your experience with this game, ElecVerse? What's your... I don't know. Do you like this thing? What do you think? I don't know if I like this. Compared to the next game, though, it's a masterpiece. Yeah, spoiler warning, I hate the next game we're going to play. It's Wild West. We'll talk about it in a little bit. Ouch. I always want to show getting into the tank, if I can. Try it. As far as Busted Move, by the way, I wish more people play it. The game, or the game itself... I guess it's weird. Get the sense people don't play that one? I mean, I guess so. I mean, I know when that Busted Move 2 and 3 collection came out, Crusader64 and we bought day one. Now, which because the first, he said, like, I want a remake of this. I said, by the way, they just announced there's one, and we're in tank, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised to hear that, because that was a big franchise. By the way, if the tank is, stop and hit the grenade button, and get yourself out before it goes. I don't know. What is it necessarily? Is it the case that... I don't think it's that they keep doing it. I always skip this game as far as frontline. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's weird, though. And it's one of those cases we sometimes talk about an early game. How was an early game necessarily aged? Ouch. It's strange that way. So I get the idea, like, why skipping the game, although I don't know if... I've heard cases where people said they liked some of the console versions better of this. But usually the thought is that, hey, the console versions are going to be definitive a bit, usually, compared to the console version, but maybe not in this case. Hey, okay, like for saying this, as far as Busted Move case, I get the sense nobody talks about it anymore. We gotta change that. Fine, we're gonna change that. We should do a Busted Move game as a full, dedicated show. Which one do you want? And also, I'll talk to Crusader64, and I'll say, he probably wants to do Arcade Edition. He'd probably love to be in on that one. I'll talk to him, particularly when we do Shadow Hearts Covenant in a few weeks. I don't know, how do we want to show that? How do we want to show our love of this and get attention out there? Not that this is going to be getting millions of views, it never does. But that's not, fine, that's not the point of the show. Because it is a great game, and I do see it represented as far as people playing it, but not a case where it's huge the way something like Tetris is. Ouch. And Tetris is a great game, I understand why it's a huge one. And it's not like Busted Move doesn't come around, it's just a case that, I don't know, maybe that's the thought. Maybe Square thinking, because you mentioned before, and you were the one who kind of gave the indications when I was not aware of this, which is in the 2000s, Square wanted to go off in different directions on genre. Nowadays, they, I mean, okay, they kind of do that a little. Fine, RPGs, they have that. But even like Life is Strange, That's like a narrative-based adventure game. So they have that's something different out of them. But I'll do one more thing on Frontline. We'll go on to the next one. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, I guess, strange that way. I don't know, maybe that's a thought. Square saying, hey, let's do a take of this thing. Let's be Puzzle Kings. Why not, as far as this? As far as what version to run, I need to check out which other ones. Okay, just to give an indication, I Bust Move again. We show that. I'm not going to show that as a full show, because, yeah, it feels completely lifeless without Bub and Bob. I'm sorry. I have that Bust Move 2 and 3 collection that's on Switch that has those. I think those are the only ones I have. I do have, I think I have the demo of the Bust Move Live from 360 that I can show on the listed show. I don't have Bust Move 4. That's on the Dreamcast, and it's also on the PlayStation. I'd be curious to look at that. And, fine, there's the very first one. I know it's on Super Nintendo as far as Bust Move Original. I don't know, if Puzzle Bobble itself got ported. Or where that got ported. Oh, no. I think there's a Arcade Archives release of that one. Of that first one, I believe. Yeah, we'll look into that. We'll figure that, and we'll get aspects out for that one. Fine. I know people who love it. You said you really like it. I really like it. Dolly Finn, you said we played last time, and I really don't want to get to Wild Western, do I? Well, that, and I also want to go over more stuff on Bust Move, which is people like this game. And even as far as retro gaming channels I show, they'll play stuff like that. I know, the Super Gaming Brothers show, they do their, SmackDown Sundays. They've been branching out a lot recently with some of the different ones they've been doing. Doing stuff like Mario Tennis and, like the Mousetrap game that's the modern one. And they did Bust a Move, they did 2. Yeah, it was 2 they did. No, they did Puzzle Bobble 2, but same idea. Just Puzzle Bobble 2 is what it's called for Japan, but now it's kind of the same case. You think maybe that has something to do with it? The fact that, I don't know, the thought there's a confusion of Puzzle Bobble and Bust a Move? I don't know, though. I'm not sure if necessarily it is. I think nowadays they kind of just call it Puzzle Bobble. It's almost like Dragon Quest. It used to be Dragon Warrior because of a license reason, and then Square's calling that, like, Square has that one too. They call it that way, as far as Dragon Quest. So I don't know, but yeah, you're right. We'll do more on Bust a Move and Puzzle Bobble, and we'll do a show on that one, no question. And I'll see if I can squeeze that in for the delisted Xbox show, even though I'm kind of on the live edition. Okay, let's go. We're going back to menu. I'm going to the game I hate the most in this one. Like we should say, skip Frontline. I don't know. What would you say is your weakest game in this collection? Since you're saying you play this and you play this collection through, I don't know if it's Frontline. It's not that for me. It's the next one. Here's the other thing. Also came to sequencing the show of game order. I also said, if I do this A to Z as far as going in alphabetical order, we're going to end on this. I'm not ending on this. I'm ending on something better. I'm ending on Legend of Kage. Because, I guess, if you're going to start with it, why the hell don't I just end on it? Let's play Wild Western. Okay, let's talk Wild Western. This came out in 1982. This controls a lot like Frontline. I think it's worse than Frontline, despite the idea that there's some interesting concepts here. Because you're a sheriff on horseback. You have to shoot the bandits. And you have to also protect the train. The train is going to go on its way. But the bandits are going to ride. They're going to shoot at you. But if they jump on the train, you have to jump on the train in order to get to them. The way I have the button set up, I have that action of jumping. That's on R1. Shooting is on R2. And like with Frontline, you're using the left and right analog sticks. You're using the left one to move and using the right one to aim. Same 8 direction in case as the other one. Okay, so, and you have a bonus game. I'm going to go to show the bonus game if I can do this. I think I should be able to. For shooting the coin in the air. You have to shoot the bandits on horseback while you're on horseback. On the train, you have to jump on the train and then shoot them and knock their bodies off, and then you can get off. But you also have to get off when the horse is close by. If you don't, you're going to die. And also, if you press the action button for that jump when you're not near the train and when there's not enemies on it, because you only jump on it when the bandits are on it, it's death. So it's basically a death button. That's what R1 is, so do not press R1 until they get onto that. Also, I'm checking the audio on this one, because this game gets loud because of the music. Actually, it goes with another kind of infamous horseback game aspect in gaming that came years after this, that being Back to the Future Part 3 for the Sega Genesis. I haven't played that game. I know that game is hard as hell. And it's short as hell, too. Oh, no. Fine. Hard as hell and short as... No, it's short. It's short. It's 4 levels. That being said, we got this. I couldn't find much on notes on this one. The only thing I found is that I think it ran on Taito's SJ system. Is that what I took down? I couldn't find much on this. I had to dig out saying what this is. Like, this doesn't look too bad. It looks okay. But there might be something you're noticing a little bit in the graphics there. I'll get into that in just a second. Chat, I don't know, what's your memories on this one? Mine are, when I started checking this collection out, as far as getting ready for the show, I played this like, yeah, I can't see the bullets. That's the giveaway right there, what the problem is. You're on horseback, you're shooting the bullets, they blend in with the yellow worse than Frontline does. So I don't know where the bullets are coming from. And also, I don't know if my shots are going as well either. Fine, even with that weird walk you had in Frontline's case, at least the sergeant had the gun out, so you get a sense of where am I aiming. With this one, you don't. You just have him just riding up on horseback that way and going. But fine, he jumped, and there goes the train. So we don't care about the train anymore. We haven't started playing this thing. Let me make sure I got the audio set on this one. I set this to... Oh, I set it way lower than that. Actually, let me turn it down lower. Because the music gets loud. All right, let's get going. Alrighty. Yeah, not a bad idea of a game. Like shooting robbers from horseback, saying they're getting on a train. It's like the Great Train Robbery, you know? Something like that. And there's also cacti and rocks in the way. And the train is a shield for you, by the way. But if I get hit, I'm dead and I died. But that's the problem. I can barely see where the bullets are coming. You're seeing, I'm shooting to the left there. You're seeing that, right? The way the bullets are colored, it blends in so much with the yellow, I can't see it. So, in all honesty, it's something that's the main case of itself for me, is I can't see where the bullets are going, where my bullets are going, where their bullets are coming from. And I'm dying. That being said, I will play this long enough in order to kill them all. Alright, but we did get him. Somehow. Alright, so we're taking our horse to the watering hole, and how this works is you have a bonus game. You just throw that plate up, time it and shoot it. Oh, you move left and right and hit it, but I missed. I'll try again as far as what it is. Okay, I want to like this game. And they do change the background a bit as far as with the colors, so it's green. You're thinking, oh, that's going to make it easier, right? No, not really, because it's the same kind of color case. And I don't know, maybe I should be nicer in the sense that is the color limitation. I mean, maybe. I know there's a story with one of these games that they had to do some weird stuff as far as playing with the EEPROMs in order to get the color going on. They couldn't actually figure that whilst they were testing. It wasn't this game, it was something else. Oh, he's on the train. He's on the train. Crap, I missed the jump. Alright, I'm gonna show myself getting on the train and then killing that guy, but alright, I'm dead. That's game over, I think. I will give a little more time to this one, for sure, but yeah, I don't like this. And just because of the design aspects with the way the bullets are, I can't see what's going on, and I also get the thing with the jumps. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if I jumped over something? Or jump over those rocks? No, I can't do that. And the way the controls are, it's something where I can't see where I'm aiming, so I have to kind of just shoot like a madman. Fine, their horses are still going. Oh wait, what happened? I don't think I hit R1. Fine, I'm gonna show what happens when I hit R1. Oh, okay, nothing. Never mind. Okay, so fine, there is a death button, but I guess I gotta be close to the train, and I jump, and when I jump, there's no one on the train. And we jump on the train when there's no one there, you die. And you just do that jump off, by the way, anyway when you get shot, so that's the thought. Now I wanna try that. Okay, so yeah, it's closer when you get the train, so alright, I always want to correct that record. Alright, so let's try once more. Maybe once or twice more, and then we're gonna go on. Yeah, I tried. I really tried to like this. I'm not gonna say I was dead set against this. I really do try when it comes to stuff like this, saying I don't want to hate a game for no reason. Not that anybody necessarily does, as far as the show with ours, or cases where, you know, I don't necessarily get that sense. Because you want to keep trying to like in a game, you know? ElecVerse, I know you said that with something like Persona 5, saying, I want to love that game because I love that franchise. In this case, I want to like this game because I like the concept of a Western game this early. and saying, hey, I can shoot from horseback and jump on train. It sounds cool, but I can't see the bullets. It's a weird case of that, and saying that kind of makes the whole game collapse. And also a case where maybe I feel you might have to manage too much. Although when you do get to the fort area, you have a little bit of a break case. Oh, also, I'm kind of up on the hill if I can shoot him from here. Can I? Okay, I can hit him from here. Also, you can use the train as a shield, if nothing else. And I don't know, maybe other people feel the same way I do, because I couldn't find much information on this one. I skipped this game. Yeah, I get it, ElecVerse, as far as it... I don't know, do you think this is the weakest thing on this? For me, it is. I would rather play Frontline, honestly. At least, if only because in Frontline's case, I know where the bullets come from. And I'll try here to do the shot. In fact, what I'll do is, I forgot when I first played, or didn't know. I can do the shot. I said I missed it again. Yeah, if you do hit that, you get a bonus point. I wish I could show that happening. But either way, I mean, it's interesting to have for historical value, and it adds variety. But it's one of those things that, man, I wish it was designed better. I mean, and honestly, Westerns and games are kind of, in a way, even nowadays, I'll do it one more time, something that you don't get a whole lot. I mean, honestly, it was Rockstar kind of had the perspective of that with Red Dead Revolver, and then its sequel, Red Dead Redemption, and Red Dead Redemption 2. So, if I want to be really pedantic about it, I say to people, it's like, Red Dead Redemption is Red Dead Revolver 2, Red Dead Redemption, and then Red Dead Revolver 3, Red Dead Redemption 2, for being that way. I could be that guy as far as saying, like, I do what Red Dead Revolver was back before people cared about the series. Oh, it sold okay, as far as the first one, when it was on the PS2 and Xbox in 2004. But there was that, there was Gun, which is by the people who made Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. That's a good game. I have that for 360, I can definitely show that one. There was Dead Man's Hand that was on Xbox, which was a first-person shooter set in the West. I mentioned one to Crusader 64 chat. I don't know if you ever played this. This is definitely a game I maybe didn't think as highly of when I first played it. The more I've thought about it, the more I played it, I realized, actually, yeah, this is pretty interesting. It's called Dark Watch. It was on the PlayStation 2 and Xbox. It was, I'm trying to remember. I think it was High Mood Studios. I think it was like one of the first games they ever made. Who made a couple of Transformers games on, like, the 360 era. I think War for Cybertron. I think that was theirs, is that right? Either way, they made this first-person shooter that was basically like zombie, it's like a zombie western case with this guy called Jericho Cross, and he's like and I don't know if he's like a zombie case. You're going around, you have, like, bullets as far as the way it's shooting, like silver bullets for, like, vampires and things like that. It's pretty interesting, although one thing about that game I gotta mention is that I might get a copyright question when we play that game because they licensed the music by Ennio Morricone from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, the and it's one of those cases where even a lot of reviewers at the time were confused, saying like, oh, did they not get the license for this? They gotta get sued. But no, they did, and they opened the game with that. It's like, kind of do a remix of that. I don't know if I get a content question on that one, but that's actually a pretty cool game. Kind of a little Doom-like. A little like Painkiller, almost, a bit. And, right, I was going to show jumping on the damn train. I can't do this until I show him jumping on the damn train. So fine, we'll do that, and then we'll go on. Because I've already given this game enough time. Because I do want to be fair to this. Even when I start playing, God, I don't know if I'm liking this thing. Or fine, I do the Kazum 22 line, which is saying I hate it. Yeah, since I don't have this somewhere else that show easily as far as work is concerned, I don't have the Switch version of this, because there is a Switch port of this. There's an Arcade Archives release. But he probably would have the same reaction if I hate it. But yeah, he's not going to necessarily wait like I do, saying, oh yeah, I'll give this thing a shot. Or, if it looks weird and elliptical. But also, I guess it's also, it's not a game that's of his style, you know? We all have a genre we want to play, in a lot of ways. And my case is, fine, I'm going to play every damn game of any genre, I don't care what it is. Even in the case where they asked me, like, what the fuck is this? I had that when we did Switch Online Day when there was like, those 4 Koei games. I looked at Nobuzaga's Ambition and was like, what the hell is this? How do you play it? Like, I don't know how to play it either, but I'm gonna try, you damn it. Oh, you only have 1 bullet. Shit, I forgot about that. I said, oh, shoot up in the air multiple times. Like, no, I can't. Okay, so I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm going to get him on the train. And the way I'm gonna get on the train is I'm gonna lure him around. I guess I'm the sheriff of town. No, I am the sheriff of town. So I stay here. He's gonna go on that. He jumps on. I'm jumping on. I'm on that, on the train, shooting him. And then when my horse is close, yeah, hit R1 and jump off wrong and die. Oops. So that's the other thing. It's hard to control where you're jumping from. So it's not really clear. Okay, I'll tell you this. This game could use a remake to get a sense of take this concept and then build onto it. Okay, fine. There's 2 more Western games. I mentioned, I don't think I've ever heard this piece of music before in this, that are really great. Those are Wild Guns, which is by Natsume for Super Nintendo, and also Sunset Riders, which is by Konami. I watched the Sunset Riders so bad. That game is amazing, and I have the arcade archives release of that one. And it's a cool one. And I have Wild Guns on, well, it's on Switch Online. There's the remake, which is also on Switch. And the Wii Virtual Console of Super Nintendo as well. We show that one. That's a cool game. Wild Guns. I can't believe I forgot Wild Guns and Sunset Riders, because those are some of the best Western games I've ever played. And actually, I really like Gun. Gun is a case where that came out at a weird time. That came out at like when the Xbox 360 launched, and it was a launch game on the console as well. But it got the sense that it got overshadowed because it basically was porting over the other ones, and people said, "Oh, it's the same as the other ones, except you're asking $60 for this thing as opposed to $50 on the other consoles." Yeah, there you go. That's Wild Western. I gave that way more attention than I probably should have, but at least explain, like, what is it and why is it something that, yeah, why do you skip it? Why does ElecVerse you skip it? Why would I skip it, I guess, under normal circumstances? Now you know why. Okay, let's wash that one down, though. I'm also looking at my table that I also have alcohol on, just because maybe I need a drink after that game. Not that it's that bad, but it's like, yeah, it's not great. Let's look at Violence Fight. In fact, I'm gonna get that one set. Let's get some volume ready. Oh, well, I'll then go in the game. Okay, Violence Fight. Yeah, the Angry Video Game Nerd episode. He mentioned his most Taito game ever made, and it might be, and there's gonna be flashlight warnings really bad in the intro. I'm gonna warn that right now. It came out in 1989. It was on the Taito B System board. And there's a story on this thing. I think I'm gonna show this. It's a beat-em-up game. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Pit Fighter, although I kind of like this one a little more. Yeah, you've got sports have punch, jump, and kick. It's, I'll put the kick on the circle button. Oh, I put the kick on the triangle because I'm going the way I do fighting games as far as that thing. So yeah, never mind. Yeah, you basically go around and you're doing fighting with violence. And you can do ducking with punch and kick, and if the enemy's tired, you can walk up to him and throw him by hitting punch, and pick up boxes and barrels. We're gonna have a nice slobber knocker tonight. Okay, so we also have a story that is hilarious and weirdly translated. Yeah, in the 1950s in the US, a game called Violence Fight was in vogue among mafia, reckless drivers, and general businessmen. The Violence Fight was the game to struggle for #1 quarrel over fighters who were gathered from all parts of the USA speaking boastingly of their strength. Of course, a lot of winning money as well as the honor were given to the winner. Here in a downtown in LA, a young fighter Bat and his wager Blink seek for the winning money eagerly. As a matter of fact, can Bad take #1 place of this? There's a flashing light Bad right there. Yeah, we have Bat Blue, by the way. This is our main character. He was born June 11, 1938 in LA. He's a street champion last year. He has a reputation and plenty of technique, and it is sharpness. All right, so there you go with you through Taito typoing, I guess, as far as what that is. But yeah, this is it. It does kind of live up to that build-up as far as the Angry Video Game Nerd episode, as we have Lick Joe and Ben Smith. As far as our fighters, by the way, I will introduce them along with Bad Blue. And they got pretty big sprites, looking at that. We have Bad Blue, or Bat Blue, the game can't decide. He comes from LA, which we are not in, by the way, because that is New York, because, of course, those are the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center there. We have Rick Joe. He comes from Ardmore, Oklahoma. Ben Smith, who comes from Carson City, Nevada. And Lee Chen, who comes from Miami. And we're trying to look for other people, and we have to find also Ron Max, who is from San Antonio, and Tony Wan. Or Tony One. W-O-N. He comes from New York. Okay, this is the idea of what Violence Fight is. I'm going to put the coin in so I don't have to have the flashing light go on. There you go. We have everybody loving what's going on. They're having drinks. You know what? Fuck it. I'm having my drink, too. Yeah, Violence Fight, as far as it and alcohol, I don't know if that's a good combination, or maybe it is a good combination. All right, so Cheers. Cheers to everybody out there as far as a nice Memorial Day weekend. Okay, now with the corkscrew and the lid to my Angry Orchard out of the way, let's play some Violence Fight. Oh no, I put another coin. Okay, because you play as Bad Blue, as well as B. Smith, Lick Joe, and Lee Chen. Let's show Bad Blue. Or Bat Blue, don't know. Chat, what's your experience on Violence Fight? Have you ever seen this thing? You ever played this thing? Does it live up to the build of, like, how weird this is? But, I don't know, it is clunky the same way that something like Pit Fighter is. Even the jump, which is... When I'm just walking, he's just kind of bouncing as far as what it is. He's not really even doing like a move. And neither is my opponent. You basically have to get their health down to 0. But it's kind of interesting. And also, you hit the jump and the punch button, or no, the punch and the kick button, I should say. And you go Bogon as far as like their perspective. So it's the visual onomatopoeias from Batman, the old 60s series with Adam West, and knock him to the side. And his best 3, by the way, for the fights. And we score a point over. Good job. And number much is 20,000 points. This game is pretty fun for the kind of thing it is. I'm not gonna lie. It's not great. It's not as good as some of the beat 'em ups we're gonna have coming up a little later. But it is something that I like some stuff in this. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Shit, can't be drinking on the job as far as this. And you also have the power meter, which I guess goes when you have fights going on. But yeah, I don't know if I've necessarily gotten it going that much. It is mindless, though. You're basically just hitting buttons. But you can also get a sense of, hey, pick something up and then toss it. So there goes the barrel. And you do get some nice attention to detail over in the backgrounds there, where when I knocked them in, the crate broke. In this case, just punch him in the face and down he goes. Yeah, honestly, I think this is probably a better game than the last 2 we saw. And there's our guy. So 2-1, we win and get some fight money. In the form of points. Sammy Yu. So yeah, who's Sammy Yu? Or what is Sammy Yu? So Sammy, you. Wait, that's not Sammy Yu, that's Lick Joe. Lick Joe has to go down. Alright, round 2. Now, as I mentioned, we're in New York. I don't think we're going all over the place. I think it's supposed to be LA where this violence fight's happening. But in this case, we're also on a 2D plane. So some of the levels have 2D, then we can all move left and right. And other ones you can move all around. Basically get the and he also threw him. Okay, got him. Glad I got to show the throw happening. Also the weird pirouette when you're doing a jump. You jump and you hit the kick button. He does that kick, which is a weird one. Although, I don't know if that's necessarily only for ouch. For him. I was like, yeah, but I'm also not doing punches. This is going to be close. All right, there you go. Right, fist to the face. There you go. Yeah. I do like the style of this, I'm not gonna lie. It is one of those guilty pleasure games, I'm not gonna lie to you on that one either. But it's one that, even as far as that, as I said, I'd play this over Pit Fighter, if only because I think... I mean, I appreciate the tech of Pit Fighter, as we showed it a couple times, in that we have digitized fighters in that one. But it does look really choppy, even against something like Mortal Kombat, the original. That looks way better, and it's aged better, I think. But this one is kind of more responsive as far as how the fighting is, even if it's just mindless. Although this does miss the woman that stabs you in the back, so that's one thing this doesn't have. Right, we did score a point over. I'm basically going to go until I get myself killed. And I guess I'll show another character, just briefly. Alright, so we're doing 2-0 as far as what it is. And for the purpose of score on this one is Sammy. Oh, right, the bonus stage. I want to show this. Talk about Taito as anything. Taito as fuck, as the Angry Video Game Nerd said. The idea that, yeah, punch a tiger. It's like, yeah, have you ever punched a tiger before in a bonus game? I don't know if this is a case. Is this a cruelty to animals case in the sense that the tiger is, you know, trying to kill, is gonna kill me, I guess? Okay, if I kick a tiger, oh fine, I just lost against the tiger. You get points. I guess I deserved that. That was closer than I thought. Like, yeah, fine, just punch a tiger. But I guess it works exactly as you expect. The tiger kills you. Oh, fine, knocks you out. We don't die. It's the enemies, dudes. Here's Lee Chan, by the way. Let's fight him. And in this case, we're down on the waterfront, and we also are just kind of, oh crap, stunned. And now we can move in all directions. It's weird that they changed that by level, but either way. And also I can pick up that box and toss it. Ow. Except I am also getting a little stunned on this one. Whoa. You see there, it left a dent as far as into the metal barrier over there, so I do like that. So there's some nice attention to details in this game that you think would they necessarily put in. In fact, oh, yeah, there you go. See that? That was awesome. Ugh. Also, I guess for the ducking, I guess you use that for the purpose of avoiding a hit? I guess? I don't know. If you're getting anything, I think, off of the show above anything else, it's also that I'm not exactly an expert on any of the games in this, but I also like being in that element, honestly. I kind of like just discovering these games. I don't know this stuff. And sometimes you find something interesting in this. I mean, even a piece of crap like Wild Western, that game is interesting. I'll say that for sure. It is an interesting game. It's one that I just wish the execution was better. And this game's not great, but it is very interesting and still surprisingly playable. And you can play it 2 players. Ouch, just getting myself kicked in the face. There's Li Chen, he got me, so he's scoring a point over me. But final battle. Alright, so let's fight. Ouch. Dagoon. Like, yeah, that's weird. Oh, Gogon. Yeah, who are they? Goon. Yeah, those are the weirdest cases, like with Batman, the old animated series. Or no, the animated series didn't do that. The 60s series, the visual things as far as when they dance, like biff, bam, pow. It's like, yeah, that's not that. It's like goon, like that's a weird one. All right, that's game over. I am gonna continue since I put another coin in. Oh shit, I put another coin in. Oh, it still sticks with bad. All right, so bad is gonna be our fighter. I'll see if it can't beat Chen, or Li Chen, I should say, in the one. Another one we can come back to as far as I show off. Oh, whoa, look at that. I like going right up into the air and off the screen. Ouch. Ow. In this case, also, it's one of those cases, it's almost like other beat-em-ups where, yeah, I'm not exactly on the same plane, but I'm still hitting them with my fists. Yeah, but Dagoon. And it slows down for dramatic effect at the end. Yeah, he might score a point over on me, I'm sorry. Ow. Maybe a box will change that. So I can hit him with the box. Ow. But I think it's interesting the way the health bar goes. But yeah, I'm getting myself hurt bad doing this. So yeah. And also, as far as those other attacks, I don't know what necessarily makes them go. Because they do like that flashy uppercut. I don't know what does that. Because the crouch is more for avoiding a shot, but then I just basically leaned in. It's like, yeah, punch me in the face, friends. So that didn't work very well. Okay. Alright, and enjoy. Yeah, I'm enjoying. And also, my score is one of the 5 best. Alright, so I think that's going to be doing it on the violence fight, but it is interesting. And has a nice personality. You talk about being creative. Well, okay, this is creative in terms of how its setup is. And whether it's necessarily intended for some of its comedic value. Don't know, but I'm glad they have that way. I'll definitely say that. Okay, next up on the list. Let's see. Okay, next is a game, it's interesting, because last year, we looked at Taito Legends 1, looked at elevator action. ElecVerse, I know you mentioned I don't get the appeal of this game because it's too slow, and I made a big mistake when we played it of not explaining one important gameplay mechanic that I completely glossed over. But we got a sequel to this one. It's, yeah, you're seeing here, it's Elevator Action 2, but for Japan, it was called Elevator Action Returns. And it got ported on Sega Saturn over there, and it's also available now in the Elevator Action Returns Tribute Collection. And this is going to have some flashing lights to itself. This is a sequel to Elevator Action, the first one. This came out in 1995, though, so this is way later. We're playing as a group of, I guess, spies we're the DEF. We're formed of 3 characters we can play as. We have to stop the leader of a terrorist group that's called Red Suit. And you mentioned last time saying, hey, this is a game, last one is one that you thought was too slow. I think Taito might have heard you on that one because they said, we have a new take on this, and I think this is way better. And you have a run mechanic to it, which is really, really nice. As well as sub-weapons and more forgiving aspects of being able to get killed, or shot, I should say, without dying right away. You also go in the doors. The thing I forgot to mention last time is that the goal of elevator action, any of them, as far as these kinds, is you actually have to go in the doors that have the red on them in order to get the evidence, and then you leave. I completely didn't say that last time. I said, oh, just get to the bottom. I was wrong, so I want to correct that as it is. But this game's actually really good. This might actually be one of the best games on this disc. And you're going for life and points, and we have our characters. We have Cart Bradfield, 24-year-old guy who's not fast at shooting, but he's pretty agile and is a sub-weapon of a hand grenade with a wider range of hit. Eddie Barrett, who's a 22-year-old woman with lower defense power, but she shoots really fast and has a firebomb to herself. And Jad the Taff, he's a 32-year-old male who has great stamina, but he's not very fast. And he also has a sensor bomb that basically is a proximity shot when an enemy's nearby. Let's show this off. So, ElecVerse, you didn't like the first one, and I get it, it's slow. It's one of those, as mentioned, like with Wild Western and the other one, Frontline, where older games appreciating things they're trying, but then do you want to come back to them? And in the case of this one, I'd say, yeah, you do want to come back to this one. This is a top-to-bottom enhancement, to me, of the original game. Another franchise that Taito seems to love, because they made a bunch of different versions of this. Clearly one Dolly Finn and I played at one point, before we did Tetris Dr. Mario last year, which was, there's this shooting game of this, so they usually turn it almost like a Virtua Cop or a Time Crisis, something like that. But this one's side-scrolling shooting game, and kind of spy game. As your characters will show them off when they go, but I'll put the coin in and we'll show that going on. Now, also got to change the audio on this one to 14.6. Okay, I'm going to play as Eddie Barrett. I'll show her off. Alright, so we have to go down some elevators and have some action. So, the place bomb, take the formation of the place bombs in area as we're in a red after image. We have to go get the bombs before they blow up. So let's head off. Okay. You also get this great jazzy music. I love it. So in this case, you go around and just shoot. You're going down as far as the elevators that way. You also have the weird stuff as far as the dithering on the shadows. I don't know if that's an issue with this port. Ouch. Also, unfortunately, we have to kill some dogs here. Oh, fine. Okay, they're not dying. They're just kind of disappearing. As you go in the blue doors, you go in there, you get an item. In this case, you got a life up. You have a health bar, by the way, this time, so you don't die with one shot. Also, you can do a run by double tapping D-pad, either left or right, and you can do a jump, so you can jump over that area where that is and get more of a distance to actually make the distance than before, and also shoot out the lights. Now, you have to go to where the doors are. Hit up on the D-pad to go in, hit down to come out. Go on the red doors to get the evidence, and we have to go towards the end and banana, and crush the old order or free or die. Oh, yeah, he's coming out there as well. Also give a perspective. Oh wait, it can't go back up. All right. Also, you hit the shoot and the jump button. You throw out your firebomb. Oh, okay. So let's grab that. Also, you hit down and pick up the items and see what's in here. Like bomb. So there we go. Whoa. You also get more guns as far as yourself, so you have different ammo for running it, which I do really like. You're also shooting out the lights, so you kind of had that in the original, but not like this. Alright, so there's a computer as far as the points. Now we can create a new society, and yeah, it's gonna be an interesting case. Also, alright, you also get the sense of what happens when you get crushed. She tries to hold it up, and then dies. It's like, okay, fine, that's not good. Also, shoot out the camera. Also, you can shoot upwards, by the way, if you hit up on D-pad and fire. Whoa. And flashlight warning, by the way, right now on this one, as the place is getting shot down by the terrorist group. And there's Red Suit. He is our enemy, so we have to go and get him. So I'll tell you this, ElecVerse. I know you didn't like elevator action, the first one, and I did think that through when you mentioned it. You know what? I'm not going to defend that game right away as far as what that's all about. This game, though, is a completely different story. This game is awesome. I really like this. And if nothing else, it shows what you said, and I think had some validity to itself, saying, okay, it's an interesting concept, maybe, like but if it's not done well, it's because it feels like it's too slow, do you want to play it? That's one thing. And then also saying, maybe that thought of then saying, what could you do to get it going better? But get the alarm going off, so it's like GoldenEye as far as how some of those sounds are going. I have to go into the door, so go indoor, gotta move. In this case, with that jump, it's way easier to go get a data. Go in, wait, And come right out. Ooh, there we go. So in this case, it's actually a lot easier to make progress, also because it seems like the controls are more fluid. In fact, they're definitely more fluid, my god. And there's more variety of this game as well. So yeah, in this case, yeah, come down here, get the evidence, we're good. We're in our nice party van, we're going off. Yeah, look at that, that is awesome. It almost has like a Bonanza Brothers feel to itself. And actually, I think I like this one a little more than Bonanza Brothers, honestly. Just because of the way it controls. Alright, so yeah, there's bombs sitting in the airport, so we gotta stop this as we're gonna cross the breeze. Yeah, we're crashing right in the front. Oh my god, that's awesome. But the planes are set, so they're getting all ready to go. You also have different types of elevators you're seeing, so yeah, if it's a game with elevators in it, you gotta have that elevator action going on as far as the name. Let's get points. Alright. Also, you can shoot the barrels down, so the environments are also a lot more interactive. So you can use that just to destroy enemies. It's like, hey, he's in the way, let me get fire off of him that way. Like, burn him to death, Jesus Christ. Yeah, so this game's a winner. I'm definitely gonna say that right now. And you also get more powerful shots. Yeah, burn him that way. It's like, oh, you get moving towards the data. I'm getting there. Oh, I got it. Yeah, because I think if you don't get there in time, the bomb blows up. Oh shit, or get crushed by that. Crap. Okay, I'm gonna go a little longer. I'm also gonna get a different character. Let's go, oh, what was it? Jad the Taff. Yeah, he's not as fast as Eddie is. Oh, but they dropped, yeah, there's like mines they have there as walking through the airport terminal. There's not Transair. There's, I don't know what that airline's supposed to be. EAL, so that's not a real airline, I don't think, anymore. Unless it's supposed to be takeoff, I don't know, TWA, which doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so looking at this going through the airport, I think of that movie, The Terminal, by Steven Spielberg, one of his most underrated movies. But yeah, Viktor Navorski, the guy whose country undergoes a coup whilst he's in the air, is like, yeah, I'm stuck in LaGuardia in New York. If you've never seen The Terminal, I'd highly recommend that movie. It's terrific. And also this great music to itself by John Williams. We have the perspective of Viktor Navorski going on the which I always think about anytime I have to go to an airport. I'm going to be doing that actually a couple times this year. On weekends, we're not going to have a show, by the way. I always think about, oh god, I love that movie so much. One of the one cases you actually want to be an airport terminal. I just always going to think about that movie as far as it. And I'll also have a link down below. I'll link down below that piece of music, basically the main theme of that movie. And also, as we're on Darius Airlines, I guess, and we gotta go down somehow. Oh, right, we have to go in the plane. And also, I'll link to the Ebert and Roeper review of that, because it gives a perspective, like, what's that movie about? They loved it, and I loved it too. And also gives a sense of, what is it? Because even when I saw the trailer, first I thought, I don't know if I'm feeling this movie. And then I saw that review, and other people went to it, and they said, oh my god, this movie's great. Yeah, you gotta go see it. I'm like, yeah, you're right, this is one of the best movies of the year. Ouch! And honestly, one of the, as I mentioned, one of Spielberg's most underrated movies. A lot of people know stuff like Jurassic Park and Jaws and, ouch, Schindler's List and things like that. But I think of movies like that, I think of Munich, which celebrated 20 years this year. And, actually, The Adventures of Tintin made that movie based on that. I really like that one. And that has game. Ouch. As opposed to The Terminal and Munich. It's fine. How do you make a game based on Munich? I don't know, you play an Olympic game or something and then imagine the horrible tragedy going on amidst that. It's like, no, it's not that. And then with the terminal, fine, I don't think there's like a game as far as that. You just go around an airport or something like that. So this is a different case, although the terminal's not exactly an action picture like this. Fine, I'm thinking as far as an action picture's way, it's Die Hard 2. Remember, Die Hard 2, Die Harder, which to me is the best of the Die Hard sequels. Personally, sorry to all you Die Hard of the Vengeance fans, I hate that movie myself. I gotta go get that data down there quick. Yeah, that's set at Dulles in DC, as far as at Christmas. It's like every Christmas something's going wrong for John McClane, but then the idea that you're kind of going around and going through everything when it comes to that. Alright, so there you go. So I guess like the Die Hard 2 case, or when we get to Die Hard Trilogy, which is on the PlayStation and the Saturn, and that does have mouse support, which I'm gonna pull that out for it. I'll go get a mouse for those consoles to play it. Because then we can do the first-person sections, which are based on Die Hard 2, that way. Alright, so I'm gonna go on to my next game over. Also gonna show his weapon. Alright, because I have my proximity mine. I'll shoot that down. Oh, he's over there. You do have a limited amount of these things. Let's toss that out. Or they'll just explode on contact when we hit them. Like, Jesus. Yeah, go get all those points. Alright, yeah, we gotta move on soon enough, but as soon as I get to my next death, I'm like, there we go, I got shot. Yeah, we gotta move on. I can play this game all night, too. This game is terrific. And also, yeah, enter your name for briefing. Okay, let's do that. Next mission, enter your name. Yeah, we're satisfied with your work. Thank you so much. Not bad. Okay, so they give you comments. You get not bad, you get see you again. You get no comments if you don't get super high score. And I guess you get better as you go along. Alright, that is Elevator Action 2. Also known as Elevator Action Returns in Japan. I'd recommend it highly. And talk about a reversal of fortune, saying, yeah, Elevator Action 1, acquired taste at best. Elevator Action 2, it's the real deal. And I recommend it very much. And it's one of the best games on this collection. Okay. Next up, we got a game that surprised me with how good it is, and one that I'm surprised I didn't know about till we got to this. It's also one of the earliest games we have. It is... Let's just see what the order I have on this one. It's Lunar Rescue. Came in 1979, in November of 1979 specifically. It was designed on Taito's 8080 system, which I think was derived from the same way they ran Space Invaders. And it's kind of a mixture of that and Lunar Lander, which I have not played Lunar Lander yet. As far as volume, I want to have that a little lower. 16.2, that'll do. How this works is you have to rescue astronauts on a planet. So you have to do a land. So you drop your rescue ship down. You have to get down to the landing pad without getting yourself destroyed. And then when you land on the landing pad, you're able to take one of the astronauts back. And it turns into a shooter where you rise up as far as getting to the top. And you also have to make sure you dock correctly at the end of it. Your controls are moving left and right and shooting and thrusting. I'll show that in a second. Yeah, and you get an extra ship at 3,000 points. After all 6 rescues in an area, you get bonus points and go on to the next area. We'll show this. This is actually a surprisingly fun game. Because I wasn't sure. It's early as far as what it is for this, but also they're very nice about this, saying, please insert coin. Please give us your money to play this underrated game. And you're also seeing super old GS. You're like, how the hell did I make that happen? Well, that's the interesting thing about some of these early Taito games on this collection. It's this one and Crazy Balloon that do this. I think there's something else. We'll see as we go. If you get the high score, they keep the name that you enter as the high score for it. So in this case, I said, hey, I got a high score on this game. Why not set it up to say Super Old GS as far as this for Super Old Game Saturday for our show tonight? And that's what I did. And this is a fun game. You're seeing in the demo. This is how you handle it. You have to land to avoid the asteroids going down. And then you go up and you shoot the aliens to get out of the way. But if you crash, they're gone. And you're gone too. I also learned today when I was doing my audio test. We ran 3.5 hours for the audio test on this to make sure all the sounds were good. You actually can hold the shoot button when you're going up in order to go up faster, basically thrust upwards. But when you thrust downwards, you have to take into account the fuel you have. It's an interesting setup. And also is very, very colorful. So let's put a coin and I'll show you how this game works. Alright, so player 1, let's get ready. It's 50 points for each survivor. Here's the thing. My ship over there is moving left and right. I press the square button at any time I want to drop myself down. So I'm going to wait until I get an opening where I'm not going to get hit by those, what is it? The asteroids or also the stars. Those will hurt you too. There you go. Hit that, you're moving left and right. If you hit the square button, you can hover for a little bit, but that uses up your fuel, which goes across all of the rescues in an area. So I got the one by landing on that platform. I will go up there and launch my way through, but then also the case is that, yeah, when that's there, I have to make sure I get over there in time. Otherwise, if I crash, he falls and dies, so I did not save him. You don't die, though, having that happen. But you do lose the landing pad, and you also get a case of getting points based on the landing pad you land at. But it also makes it harder to come back, because you start from a lower area based on score. And this is kind of how you get your points. Alright, there you go. So we're going to dock right. You hear that? You're ready to go. So there's one of them, and then we can drop down to the other platforms we have on the area. And you also get bonus points at the end if you have fuel left over, so you do want to use your fuel sparingly. It's also pointing out when you do the thrust upwards, that doesn't take fuel for some reason. It's just coming down for the slow of your descent. That one does. As long as you're inside the way the ship that way, you're set. The old game sounds of this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is nice to hear that as far as how it is. It does sound really, really crisp. Dolphin, you ever play Lunar Rescue? I actually think this game is really fun. I was surprised how much fun this is. And if you want the old sounds, just you wait. There's another sound I want to make sure we hear before we go on. Okay, so there's another one. I've never played it. Yeah, I didn't either. So I guess this was either something that was not well known, or something where maybe it was... I mean, I don't know. I've never heard of it either. Not until this collection. Whoa. And this is amongst as old as we're gonna go tonight, to a certain extent. You get that shot going, dude. I do love that. So yeah, you're right. It does rekindle those ideas as far as what was gaming looking like in the late 1970s. So once again, that does mean that this is 70s gaming we got, which we don't have a whole lot on this show. We're gonna represent that as we go along for tonight's show, but also in general. Those are pointing out, yeah, the fighters come out when you pick up the astronaut. What? Okay, so we saved almost all of them. We missed one. You get 50 points for each, and then you get... oh, okay, you don't get your fuel taken off on that. Also, if you do run out of fuel, just to go into that, you just don't have the ability to... Oh, crap. I crashed into that. You lose the ability to do hovering. So you have to basically go down in a straight shot. Whoa. Yeah, I was trying to go down there to get the other one. You hear that... Actually, yeah, the footsteps as far as that, it does sound surprisingly realistic for something from 1979, honestly. Whoa. Yeah, thank God for that thrust. I didn't know you had it. I was doing practice on this a couple weeks ago. I didn't know that was a factor, and then I realized later, like, wait, no, you can do that. Oh, shit. I was first thinking, oh, I'm gonna land that fine. I was like, no, clearly not. Also, you do have to land specifically right. If you land too off-center on a target, you will, crash. Ouch. Okay, I didn't get hit by that, but I got hit by this. Alright, I'm gonna run this one again. I actually did play this game, oh, shit. Much longer than I thought I would when I was getting myself set for the show. And honestly, it's one of those games that... oh, well, what happened? What happened? I've never seen that happen before. Let me see what happened there. Oh, so I basically said to Yo, and yeah, fuck you, you're gone. Okay. I didn't know you could do that, so, alright, apparently... the other one just disappeared. I went up, I hit that target, I guess it... I don't know if it's a glitch, I guess it's a glitch. Only with me in this show do we see that, I guess. If you hit the target when you're on one of the lower ones, you know, and I want to put that to the test then. I guess that you can trigger pulling another, astronaut. Even though you have one already. Now, let's try that. Okay, I didn't get in the area because they were shooting. Also, you can shoot down their bullets. Just to let you know. I was saying, help, help. Alright, we'll get you. Okay, that was weird. I'm glad I caught that. Alright, I'll try and go as far as I can on my next set of lives here, or this set of lives, and then we'll go on to something else. There's not a whole lot to say on this one, but it's also one that you could definitely play in this game for hours. So it's not to infer that, oh yeah, this is too limiting or something like that. No, it isn't. Yeah, so if you played Space Invaders to death, and you're like, hey, I want something else that's not Space Invaders that kind of plays like it, but also has an interesting twist as far as, I guess, in a way, kind of like a rescue game. Yeah, Lunar Rescue. Definitely recommend it. It's also one I don't know if this has as many modern ports as I would have thought. I don't know if there's an Arcade Archives on this one. I'll see. There are a lot of Taito games that got released that way. But I don't know if this is one of them. Ow. Actually, what I'll do is when I edit this, I'll look at those Arcade Archives releases. I'll do a count saying how many of the games that are on this release are available that way. It's worth pointing out, this is more cost-effective as far as getting this collection than it is for getting those Arcade Archives releases, because they're $8 a pop unless they're on sale, which isn't bad, but it's also the case that this is a collection of 39 games that's like, I paid $25 for this. Whereas in that case, to get 39 games, you're spending way more than that. But also the case of we want to play a modern. And we sometimes talk about that, so the fact that you have a way to do that for some of these things, that's a good case. And also it's worth pointing out, there are title games on that have not been released on other collections. Like Dynarex. Actually, no. No, I don't. I'm trying to remember if Dynarex had a Arcade Archives release, but I know there's, I think, one of the Taito Memories collections. Oh, no, the Taito Milestones. I think it's on one of those. And some of those Taito Milestones collections that are on Switch now, they do have games that hadn't been released before, as far as in the home. But also the case that, as we mentioned, Square is doing stuff with Taito, but the question of, yeah, it's collections of old stuff, which is nice, but not as feature-packed as far as number of games as this is. And also a question of maybe something new. Maybe Summer Games Fest, maybe Square might do something with that? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not going to promise that. But we need to see, saying, hey, let's try something new with Taito, saying they've been around a while, we have them, we can utilize them in a unique way. Even something like Lunar Rescue, I could get a sense of a game like this being turned into something modern, kind of. Actually, I'm going to try that thing again, as I mentioned, which is... Okay, I just crashed inside, so never mind. I could see them putting something like this as far as that out. I could get that idea of, maybe not the whole game for this, maybe nowadays, mind you. Or maybe make it so good that you could make it, in a case it's so much fun to make the whole game, like this is. But I got a game over. But I got a high score. I got the high score, so we got high score registration. Let's put in for that, because you can put in more than 3 letters. So it's super old. So if nothing else, this will be enshrined in the program on terms of my save file. Super old game Saturday. And there you go, and it's shown right at the top of the screen. So that is Lunar Rescue. It was a good one. Yeah, better than you think it would be. Better than I thought it was going to be when I first looked at it. Okay. But yeah, we talked Space Invaders. You know, we should show some Space Invaders. Why not? Because there are 3 games. But if you really want to be technical about it, it's 5. And I'm going to go in release order of these ones. Sort of. This is Majestic 12. The Space Invaders Part 4. That's the full name of this. Came out in 1990. In Japan, it was called Super Space Invaders 91. This ran on Taito's F1, F2 hardware that, as I mentioned in the link I provided early on the show, and I'll have below when I edit, when it came to emulations of this collection, Taito had problems doing F1, F2 emulation, from what I understand. But that being said, this is a different take on Space Invaders, kind of a precursor to the remake that we're playing in a few months. Because you have power-ups going on for this one. And also cases where it plays the same as the all ones. You have the core cannon, you're still moving left and right and shooting. That's really the same idea. And you can adjust your shield strength to be really strong or not. I'm going to default, I'm going to do that. And you have item usage, that's on X. So I'll put that to the default things. As far as that, yeah, you have attack items. You have Buster Laser, Hyper Laser, Destroy Beam, Fire Flower. Not for Mario. We're doing that next week. For Super Mario Brothers, we'll have that there. Shelter, as far as items. So you have more things as far as your shields. Shields for your actual shots, so you can get the shot without dying. Time stop, so you can stop the enemies up there. And power-ups. This is where we're getting a little bit like Argonoid in terms of the item drops. We'll show this off. I'm going to turn the volume up because this game is quiet. So 13.1 is what I put this at on my test. Here we go. Alright, so yeah, newer take on Space Invaders. Yeah, we couldn't not have Space Invaders in this collection, I guess, right? Which makes sense. Big name of Taito's, so completely understandable. So yeah, we got a prototype version as far as our core canon this time. Add flashlight warning, by the way, in this intro. Yeah, bad flashlight warning. I should have mentioned that. Yeah, there you go. Majestic 12, the Space Invaders Part 4. Kind of a mouthful. And there's only 2 players. Well, you can do 2 players simultaneously in this game. And pay attention to that because we're going to see it a little later, although I am not going to be able to replicate that right away for this. Yeah, you have parallax scrolling in the backgrounds. For that, you have power-ups that look exactly like the things that come in Arkanoid, honestly. And you have aspects of your items going on, but still a case where, yeah, it's going to be tough going as far as getting rid of the invaders. And it also paused there. I will, alright, it went through that quick. I will pause that when I edit this and put it up there. I did have that winners say no to drugs, but I guess they scrolled through it really quick. Don't know why they did that. Alright, what's up? Put in coin in. Alright, so this is Majestic Code CG30, Special Weapon Type B. And it's still the same case of but it definitely is a lot smoother. Not that there's something wrong with how it went the old way, absolutely not. You're saying, hey, they're gonna redo this, what are they gonna do? And there you go, because when you shoot the UFO in this one, you get a power-up. You hit the X button, use your power-up when you get it, but in this case... Oh wait, no, I just have Rapid Shot, so I can just hold square and just shoot like crazy. And there's Buster Laser, hit X, and now I can use this. So in that case, you can just cut through the field. It's really cool. Chat, I don't know what your experience with this Space Invaders game is. And also on this level, you have the invaders come down in a row as you kill one. The other one comes right afterwards. I never played this version before, but this game's pretty cool. And because there's a preview to when we do Space Invaders on PlayStation in a few months. Yeah, okay, at this point, right, you have the arm cases just like Space Invaders on PlayStation. You can use those to shoot them upwards and block the invaders. When they crash into them, they'll die, but they also take damage as far as your shields. Yeah, so these are some concepts we're going to see in that game, so I think that ZX is the developers of that game. I think they mine this for ideas. I would think they'd have to. So in that case, it's really good we're playing this before we get to Space Invaders. I call it Space Invaders 1999, because that's what it is. That's our ElecVerse request. That's our view request for July. It's going to be either on July 19th or 26th. I got to talk to Chasm22 and Crusader64 for the next part of Shadow Heart's Covenant that month. Chasm22 did say to me he might need the 26th compared to the 19th. Or fine, he'd, I guess, prefer that one. So we might do Space Invaders PlayStation on the 19th. I'll be able to answer that when we do Shadow Heart's Covenant for its next part on June 14th. I don't remember what day we're doing Shadow Heart's Covenant for its next part. These guys, we also have kind of scrolling going on here, so yeah, it is a little more of an advanced take on Space Invaders, but not losing the great aspect of Space Invaders from the original release. Still the same shooting action that we know and love, but they added new twists to it that feel of a piece with it. It doesn't feel like, oh yeah, they're just, modernizing it for its own sake. But yeah, in that case, they're still moving really, really fast. Maybe faster than this than they did in the original. So it's really to see, again, the evolution of Taito's most important franchise. I mean, it is, because this is the game that really got them in the door in a massive way. And what they've tried to do to evolve this over the years. Ouch. That's game over. Actually, I'm going to continue. As you're hearing this very Super Nintendo RPG-like music in the background there. Definitely interesting stuff. It's another one that I had not heard of until I started playing this collection for the show. And actually, even on the name, you're like, Majestic 12. First, like, what the hell is this? Like, oh, Majestic 12, and then it's like, it's a Space Invaders game. Oh, it is? But yeah, we're definitely going through the Space Invaders extended universe as far as this one. Ouch. Fine, they crashed into me, so they died alongside. Cattle mutilation. Okay, I don't think I've ever seen this one. Oh, right, I forgot. You have to save the UFOs. Or destroy the UFOs. Save the cows. No, no, no. Ouch. Oh, okay, but don't shoot them when they come down. So this is King of Balloon, absolutely. In this case, we have to protect them. So you have to kind of hit them from the side, I guess, where they're gonna abduct them. Like, ugh. Help! Oh crap, I killed him. So I guess it could be mutilation by us or by the invaders. But we are trying to save them. And also based on the, how high they are up. Okay, you get points for how many cattle you have left, how many of the sausage you destroyed, and all that. Okay. And you're changing your ship as you go. So I mentioned the Return of the Invaders last year when we looked at it in Taito Legends 1. Kind of going the Galaga direction. I mean, I guess there's a little bit of a parallel in this one, but in this case it's kind of leaning more into, I guess, what makes Space Invaders that way. As you get the Buster Laser. No, so as long as you have bar for item, you can keep using it, but I ran out. Oh, but I had shield, so I was able to get going on, so yeah, round 9. I think we're going to go to my next life, and then we're going to go on to the next game, which is also Space Invaders. Ouch. I said we had 3 Space Invaders games in one. Alright, so they all died, and that's the end of the game. Okay. Alright, so that's high score, but I can barely see the color of the letter there. It's like, hang on. Okay, now I can see it. S-O-G. There we go. It looks like that one's like Moonwalker or something like that. Okay, so yeah, it does show that Where's Say No to Drugs thing. I don't know why it just cuts away from me. Maybe they can't show it. Not sure, but I'll show it to you when I edit. Benefit of doing this for show that way, I can do it that way. And just show you the stuff that maybe the game... They kept it in, but I guess they didn't trigger that correctly. Okay. So we're going to continue Space Invaders. We got, as I mentioned, 3 games, and technically it's 5. Next up on the list is Space Invaders Deluxe. This came out in 1994. It's a special edition that comes actually with 3 games within it. One is the original Space Invaders. I'm going to show it again because there's a unique way of showing it that we did not have in Taito Legends 1. There's also a Versus version, and there is also a Parodic version. I'll show that off in just a sec. Volume I need to have on this one is 14.1. The game is... what is it? It came out in 1994. It was meant to celebrate 15 years of Space Invaders. So they said, hey, we'll have these 3 aspects of it. So same controls of shooting and moving left and right. And swapping invaders that way. Because that's going to go to how Versus game goes. There's special colored versions, as you can see there, of blue, yellow, green, red, pink, and the larger ones. They do different things so you can screw with the other player. Unfortunately, no computer version of this. So I'm only going to be able to show it one way. Okay, so Nagoya, I guess that's the name of the invaders. Did not know that. Yeah, when they advance right above your ship, the enemy bullets don't hurt you, but you have to be careful as far as hitting them. Also, when only one 10-point invader remains, you see an afterimage invader called Rainbow. When you shoot the shelter with the beam gun, I guess that's what the shields are called. Sometimes the invader stops moving, which is fossilization. I guess that's a new concept. Wasn't aware of that one. Alright, so we're playing Space Invaders Deluxe. Chat, you played one version of Space Invaders that's in this. But if you played this release, which is that and 2 other unique takes. As you get this text crawl going about how Space Invaders... It had a great vogue in 1978. Yeah, it's a bit of a slow crawl that way, but there you go. This is how they celebrate 15 years of the game with Space Invaders Deluxe, or DX, from Taito from 1994. Okay, we've got a coin in, as I mentioned, Space Invaders game mode, which is the original game, versus game, and parody game. I'm going to show all of these off. Space Invaders original, they give you the option of the upright cabinet screen with the bezel in the background like we saw in Taito Legends 1. The black and white way of playing it and the color way of playing it. I'm going to show you the one way we didn't show last time because it was not in Taito Legends 1. Black and white was cellophane. There you go. So, it is Space Invaders 1, which came out in 1978. As we mentioned, this is the original, the one that started it. But this release has that along with 2 other methods. So we're going to show how this works. We're going to go a little bit of time, and then we'll go in the other 2. Oh, no. I didn't want to put in 2 coins. So yeah, this is how it looked for getting color. Another way, we didn't talk about this when we played it last time, which is... There's the black and white way, which we all know. There was the color method when they added color to the graphics of the game. There's the space background as far as the way the bezel went. And there's this one, and I've seen variants of Space Invaders this way, where they had like a cellophane color sheen or like sheet over the screen to give the illusion of color. So as it went along, the colors would go down, I guess going from blue to red, showing, hey, danger zone down there when we get that way. Unfortunately, I'm not getting the UFO. I said I'm going to wait to try and get it. That's the idea. I only remember the black and white one. Yeah, I mean, which is kind of how it went, but also cases where they had different versions about how they released it. And this is the other way as far as how it went, but the game itself is the same. Regardless of whether it was in color, whether it had the background to itself, whether it was in black and white, or was it cellophane, whether like this one. It is the same way of going here, the beep, 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 beep. Yeah, we have that classic game for sure. Let's see if I can't get the UFO. Okay, at least got that, but... Ouch. But still the same case, so fine, even if you didn't play it cellophane-like, you played this game, if you played Space Invaders. It's all the same, the main difference with this is just graphics, and then this deluxe version has that added along with everything else. Ouch. Fine, so I put in another coin, I'm gonna play that coin as well. I'm gonna see if I can't... Oh, right, I forgot, it goes into this. So, fine, let's look at black and white, because you said, hey, this is how it is. I think I prefer the black and white one. Yeah, it's weird how they said it, because it was kind of a crude way to get color. So here's the black and white one. So there you go. Thank you for mentioning the dolphin that way. So fine, this is how it originally looked. And there was the bezel background and the color graphics where they added the colors to the elements on screen. But at Evolution, we talked about that. How did they change how this game looked when we said we did it black and white the first time? We could add color with the tech as we went along. The cellophane, they couldn't. I guess they said we'll just put a sheen over it to give an idea of it. And then background saying, hey, we can reflect light off of it. Oh yeah, so that's Dolphin, definitely you're loving the look of the old way of how it looked. But as I mentioned, you just still play the same, so either way you're playing it, it then becomes a preference of how do you want to have this game delivered. And also not necessarily also the thought of, because we mentioned this before, the idea of like, what's the idea of a colorization of something? Is it like how they did that with movies where they did it and sometimes it looked really bad because it was like a cheap process of doing it, and not by the filmmakers. And one thing the filmmakers said, hey, we'll do a version that's black and white and color, but then another one was like, no, they said, no, we're not doing that. But in this case, it was Taito saying, hey, we're going to have this idea of saying, can we bring color to this? How we have it look, but also, there's something to be said about the elegance of the black and white here. Let's see if I can get to this, but of course, as, ouch. Fry said on Futurama, I was like, it's always gonna get to the last one. You know what? Fine, I'm gonna put another coin in. Let's look at it in, you know, let's look at it with the... This is a bit of a compromise. This is color and it's the background. Oh, no, I don't need to do that. And then I'll show the other stuff of it. So fine, this is color, background, but also with the black and white look. I do want to try and get through one just to show we're going crazy, because I mentioned, like on Futurama, which I know ElecVerse provided the link list of Taito Legends 1, saying when he was playing Space Invaders to save the world, it's like, I'm remembering my days in the 80s where I have a bottle I spend my Saturday nights at my local pizza parlor with a roll of quarters, a nice large Shasta, and my Rush mixtape. And at that point, it's getting, oh, he's doing great shooting these down. As I get that last, like, that's the one I never could get. I could never get the last one because it goes too fast. Which is always the case, but you're right, that idea of saying what you remember about this game, and why is it such a permanence, and why does Taito keep coming back to it? And fine, I guess, why does Square still keep coming back to it? They don't do much with Taito, but they keep doing stuff with Space Invaders. Or I don't know. We'll see what goes on. If nothing else, I'd like to see more stuff with Taito that's kind of going back to some of their other things going backwards. Even if it's Space Invaders again. I'm not going to just like complain, oh god, they're mining Space Invaders again. I get why they're mining this game. It's a great game, no question. As I get a life, apparently. Okay. Alright, I want to try and at least get these guys. Yeah, prevent them from invading, and we're going to see a little more invading going on before we go on to, ouch, other stuff. Ow. So I guess we are living that perspective. Like, yeah, I couldn't get the last two. But okay, so I'm going to show off the versus game. I honestly can't show this game much because there's no computer option. So the person on the right is going to be not playing. Sorry. Though we could do this game again as a show and say, hey, let's show this off two-player method like it should be. Because here's how versus play works. It is two-player simultaneous, not like Space Invaders 2 where you have them on each side, as I mentioned last time when we played Taito Legends 1. In this case, you have different color ones that do different things. In that case, it clears the row and hit the green. But in this case, what you do is you have infinite lives. What happens is you're going against your opponent, and if the invaders get down to the bottom, they invade. That's what's indicated when it gets down to the bottom line. They will lose, and you get a point. And first 3 points wins. And as you do clearages, they'll go down faster for them. You also have your barrier there. But if you die, you still get to come back. And also, by the way, when you clear out the invaders here... Oh, I did win. I was gonna say, yeah, me not winning against a stationary target. Yeah, the invaders will keep coming until somebody loses. So in this case, it doesn't matter if you keep dying because you have infinite lives. Basically, you just have to fend them off long enough in order to not be invaded. That's the idea. And honestly, this is all I'm going to show only because of the fact I'm doing it solo. Ouch. Actually, they might invade me first if I'm not careful. Keep dying. So in this case, death is a delay, and that's a bad case as far as that. So dying is not bad for the case that, oh, you're going to be dying and you're losing a life. Okay, there we go. We got the third one. In this case, yeah, we have the nice sunny day on the left as far as who won. On the right, we have a smoldering crater. Okay, so fine. I'm going to show the last part of this. That is a parody game. It is Space Invaders 1 again. It's running on the same high score system, I'm realizing. So yeah, the same score I got in Space Invaders Normals here. Okay, for this one, I'll look at the note I took down on this. It's parodic, so there's other cases of title that are in this. Oh wait, we're not playing as the core canon this time. We're playing as Tiki the Kiwi. Now, last year we played the New Zealand story that starred this character. So in this case, we have Space Invaders in a parodic take saying, let's just take other title characters with the same sound effects, shooting up there as far as what the other features are, like pumpkins, little kitty cats, monsters, and things like that. Because that's what happened with the New Zealand story I looked at that last year. Yeah, Tiki the Kiwi has to save his friends who were kidnapped by a big walrus. And find that dragon up there, so instead of the UFO, you get the dragon. It's the same case, the same game. So basically they said, we'll celebrate this by having this new two-player method. We'll have the original game with all the other ways it was shown, is how we showed it. And we'll also, ouch, have Tiki the Kiwi from Little New Zealand story star in this thing. And say, oh, he's just going to be shooting anyway. And in this case, now he's dying. So it is wacky. But, alright, I want to get the dragon. I guess I'm not getting the dragon, sorry. Basically, it's a palette swap of I was gonna say Tetris, not Tetris, Space Invaders. I don't know why I was saying Tetris. Ah. It was like a very dreamy, I don't know, Goodnight Moon-like look on itself. Fine, this is the okay, that's the one I beat. Okay. Okay, good we got this. This is also another character. This is from a game we're showing near the end, the Fairyland Story. This is a little creature we have on there. So, okay, we're going across different games. In this case, my shields are cakes because that's going to tie into Fairyland Story. We'll get to that one later tonight. But that's game over. Oh, let me see. Do I have the name of that character from that game? If she even had a name. Yes, that is Ptolemy. Ptolemy the Witch. That's who's in the Fairyland Story. So that's preview to the Fairyland Story, which is coming up way later in tonight's show. So that is Space Invaders Deluxe. Is 3 ways to play Space Invaders the original way. a parodic way or a homage way of other Taito games and versus. And we got one more take on Space Invaders in the line here. That one is going to be Space Invaders 95, The Attack of the Lunar Loonies, which was released in 1995, per the name. This is a totally different beast, and we're thinking we're fan-servicing it up with the last part of Space Invaders DX that we showed. Yeah, take a look at this one. In this case, you also have a charge shot. You'll get set up, and again, if you get occupied by the bottom of it, by the invaders, you lose a life. But this is going to be a bit different, because if UFOs that drop items, kind of like Majestic 12 went, and you have stuff like rapid fire, bowling balls, bombs, and time stop, same way that one did. And controls the same, just shooting and holding down to charge and letting go to fire. For this one, it ran on Taito's F3 arcade system. This is sort of parodic, but it's also a case that has other characters from other Taito games. Show in just a second. You have Sayo-chan from Kiki Kaikai. We're going to show that as well. We got that dog character. We have those not Playboy bunnies up there we're going to be shooting down. We have a blue piece of poop. I'm not making that up. As far as what game that comes out of, don't ask me, I don't know. We have the ship out of RayStorm. And we have other cases. So it's basically character selection. And there's 2-player in this one, like with Majestic 12. So it's much more colorful as far as it, but also cases where it's twisting the formula around. So the case that if they're going to make so many versions of Space Invaders, what are they going to do to differentiate it? This is how they differentiate it. I'm going to show you how it works. So you can play as Teke Teke, that's from that Toilet one, Boosette one, Silverhawk, which is from, okay, I guess I'm being the blue poop guy. He's on a toilet, I guess. So in this case, you have the charge shot. If you hold up longer, it clears the field, but also, in that case, it's a mirage. Saying, oh yeah, you thought we were going to be the invaders from before. No, we're not. We're these weird creatures. So I can get that item down. I guess I couldn't. Also, to a point out, they don't move as fast when you're down to the last one. It's a little easier, but not necessarily completely. Alright, so we get that one. The crowd goes wild. I'm going here and get some music as well. Oh shit, how'd I die? I'm gonna look back in the video. Maybe I missed something how I got myself killed. Unless I didn't get myself killed. Yeah, if I do die again, I'm gonna take the game over and I'm gonna switch to another character. You don't have much time in order to select a character on the character select screen. In this case, yeah, we're going on to the 1978 ship. Look, all these other creatures. Okay, in this case, yeah, you have these creatures that are splitting across. You just shoot them down multiple times or split them. We see that also in Space Invaders on PlayStation. And we also saw it sort of kind of in Majestic 12. Which I don't know if you played this take of Space Invaders. This is the last element of Space Invaders we're going to have tonight. But it's definitely very colorful and fun still. Yeah, well... Alright, so we got a bonus stage. Actually, it's almost like the Return of the Invaders challenge stage a little bit. Alright, so we got a total of points there. Alright, good job. Also, with that guy, this time I, the boss, fight against you. Okay, so we got bosses. So yeah, have you ever said... Where are bosses in Space Invaders? Before we do that PlayStation game, they're in this one. Alright, I'm dead. Then I'm close to the damn boss. I'm gonna fight this again. And then I'll show off the different characters. Yeah, preview to Space Invaders on PlayStation. But this one's definitely way cuter than that one is. But that being said, there's good stuff that one does too as well. It's a nice variety, really, of thinking what can they do with Space Invaders. And honestly, maybe just me. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, because they're getting close, so I got invaded. That's not what happened last time when I died, and I didn't know why I died. But honestly, I'll tell you this. I don't know if I can really think of bad takes on Space Invaders. Believe it or not. There's some I like more than others, but I don't know if I've ever played a game of Space Invaders that's bad as far as like a different twist on it. And defeating that boss, we're going out. We're back to space, that's round 1. Gourmet starts, food production base for invaders. So yeah, we have to, in order to stop the invaders in this case, we have to go to the land of burgers and eggs. I guess land of milk and honey over there as well to stop them. Also, I believe this character's shots, they do like bounce the shots across so they can hit more things. Right, okay. Yeah, when it hits something, it splits. So in that case, you can get more targets hit at once. And each character you choose has a different attribute that goes with that. Except I got invaded. That's game over. So I'm going to show one more character, and then we're going to go on. Yeah, so unfortunately, yeah, he has to use the bathroom or something, so bye-bye. Okay, so next, as far as character I'm going to show, as I got a high score. Alright, next we have, I could have picked Silverhawk 1 or 2. Yeah, the Taito Prouting plane. Alright, Toilet 1, the bucket dog, we'll take the bucket dog. I'm gonna take Sayo-chan from Kiki Kaikai, we'll see her later. So in this case, I'm a dog in a bucket. He's really cute, but here's the other thing about him that's interesting. You do a shot, basically when you shoot, after you shoot out a charge shot, you can steer it after you've shot it. Should I shot it straight? But like, yeah, I can curve the bullet. So if you're familiar with Wanted, the comic book, or also the movie that came out in 2008, we can kind of do the curving of the bullets. This game lets you do that too. Actually, I think there was a game based on Wanted, which was on, it was on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. I should try to remember who made that. I don't think it was High Moon who made Dark Watch. Although I'll be laughing at myself if it was. Or I'll have down below here who made it if it wasn't them. Yeah, so each of the characters do have unique attributes themselves, so you say, hey, you can kind of play around with the character that you like, because, hey, you like the way the bullet's curved. You say you can shoot that way, and then when enemies are taking shots, you can kind of get out of the way, saying, oh, I'll hit that enemy, or I can't hit him straight. Or I shoot straight, and I keep missing, so at that point, if I do the charge up, he shoots straight, but like, oh, it's not going to hit it. It's moving to the left or something. I can just curve the bullet. Like, oh yeah, no, you're getting gotten now. Ouch. So in that case, yeah, the dog gets shot. So yeah, we're not gonna let that go. I don't know what game the doggy in a bucket comes from. Like, I don't know if I saw much as far as where it came from, but I'll look around, see if I can't find an answer. I do know the aspects as far as RayStorm, and also, no, the Silverhawk I think is from, Darius, not RayStorm. My mistake. And also, yeah, I'm not showing items getting gotten, but it works the same way Majestic 12 does, where if you get that, it drops it, and then you can pick it up. And they'll vary up, by the way, when the UFOs come, but also the UFOs will come down. So it's like the invaders, they're learning. Alright, so dog going on with this. Yeah, the dog in the bucket's gonna shoot off. This is a nice color explosion as far as it, but it is also something that, yeah, if you like the traditional way of Space Invaders, you might prefer that way of playing, although I still think this fits for the kind of game it is. And they did the Lunar Loonies. So let's see if it eyed the boss to see what happens. And again, the Dimensions Carnival music. Yeah, you're gonna be going down. It's very weird, but I do kind of like it. Ouch. Yeah, dropping bombs. Ow. Oh no, doggy. Bow wow wow. Yeah, sorry, the doggy's hurting. I can't do anything about it because I want to take that high score. Sorry. Alright, so they knocked us out. Alright, so that's game over on this one. I have to put my name in, we're gonna go on. But yeah, you go. That is your Space Invaders representation for now. But as I mentioned, in 2 short months, we're going to come back to Space Invaders for the PlayStation. We're going to have a great time with that one, no question. I guess we can never have enough Space Invaders. Eventually, we'll probably get in a case of going through every single one of them. You also have corrugated carton for, you know, the kitten over there. It flies in a corrugated cardboard box. At least we're giving a mention to that. Yeah, there you go. That's Space Invaders 95. It's good time. Strange time, but good time. Now, for the rest of this, we're going to go pretty much down the line when it comes to the games we're playing in terms of alphabetical order. Mostly. Okay. So next up, we have a game I think is actually better than I expected it to be. Don't know if you'll agree on this one, but I think it's pretty interesting. It's also our first skiing game on the show. This is Alpine Ski. Came out in 1982 on Taito's SJ system. Actually, that might have been what I meant when I was looking back. Oh, it's the same thing that powered Wild Western, but I think it's a hell of a lot better than Wild Western. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to do slaloming. So yeah, depending where you are in the world right now, it's probably not winter. Fine, as I'm recording this, it sure as hell isn't winter. But if you want to get your skiing on at the end of May for Memorial Day weekend, you can do it in this game. All you have to do is use your action button for everything, which is accelerating and also for getting yourself started, and also doing a ski jump later on, which we'll see. Yeah, just make sure you don't slip on the icy areas because you lose control, and if you're knocked on a flag in slalom, of course, you lose points. But you also have to go slalom through areas to get points. And you get extended time. You start 2 minutes. If it goes out, you're done. But if you, I think they give you like 2 options that you get 2 2-minute bursts. So in that case, you're able to keep going specifically. But I do need to turn the volume up because the game's quiet. Alright, so we have snow in May, again, as far as it. So yeah, here we go. We got Alpine Ski. This I know does have a Switch release as far as itself. And a PS4 release via the Arcade Archives. Chat, don't know if you're familiar with this one. Or what your experience on skiing games might be. I guess you're seeing this is running on the same engine, or same board that ran Wild Western and Frontline because of that insert coin left and right case. But as far as I know, I don't know if this game used a dial for itself, because I couldn't find much information on this thing. As far as what the arcade cabinet looked like or what. We're getting a little bit of a look there as far as the background. A little late to mention that. But the backgrounds for the games that have them, because they're in this aspect ratio, they do have some stuff from the Japanese tech sheets. I was going to put it in and we're going to play. Alright, so yeah, let's get skiing. As you hit the X button, or square button, you start going and crash into a tree. And if you crash the tree, you don't die, you just lose 10 seconds. You have to be careful of those other skiers around. Crap. Yeah, I was gonna say, this joyful music. I do love the joyful Alpine Ski music. It's a short loop, but it's very happy loop. As you get to this part. It's good stuff. And it's kind of a risk-reward case here where you have to kind of choose when do you hold that square button, and also, do you want to go for that slalom there, but if you go over the ice as I showed, you can't actually move. You basically slide. So in that case, and you speed up, so it makes it much harder to maneuver. Basically, go where the points are as far as slaloming in order to get that aspect, but in that case, since I crashed, I'm gonna be in trouble. Okay, the way I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show off all 3 of the areas, as far as all 3 types of skiing you can do. This is a good zone you can get in this game when you understand it. I got to the end. That being said, I can get why this might be an acquired taste. Some people might hate this thing as much as Wild Western or even Frontline, but I think it's better than either one. Now we're doing slalom. So in this case, we're going left and right, going through the slalom. If you want to, hey, we're running out of time, so I lose points by hitting down the flag. Yeah, it should be fine, because what's going to happen is we're going to get another boost of time. Yeah, because even though I'm going to hit 0, it's not going to be a game over for me. Yeah, like right there. So we're set. Yeah, it's very cheerful as far as that. Because, yeah, you want to go skiing that way. This is the way to go skiing. You get that heat, you get the screeching going on when you go on the ice. Now, I was going to tell you, ouch, as I'm crashing in again, I'm surprised that this is the first skiing game we're showing on the show. Ouch. But I'm okay with it being this one. I mean, there's other games we could show skiing in them, like some of the Olympic games and things like that. Well, I guess it's kind of surprising we didn't show off Ski Free yet from the PC, but we'll get to that eventually. Because that's a skiing game, perhaps one of the most famous ones around. Okay, but this one's underrated. Alright, we're at Ski Jump. Now, here's the thing on Ski Jump. Looking at this, it might be a bit confusing. We get to the end of that thing, hit square. And then hit square and you hit the ground. Except I didn't jump far enough, so I got no bonus. I was gonna say, you look down at the bottom, but you also look at the top, see, like, where is he coming down, and hit that square button at the right time as you go off the jump. I might try and see if I can't do that again when I get a game over. Yeah, as I said, I'll see what I can do as far as that. I was going to point out this, which is that you don't have to slalom through the trees. You can try and gun it to the end. And as you go along, you get more points as you go faster, and that it accumulates quicker. But you do get more points by going through the trees, or slaloming through them. And in that case, I ran out of time fully, so that's game over. I'm going to do one more run of this, and then we'll go on. Because at that point, that's basically most of what we can say on this one. But for an early skiing game, and one that, from what I've understood of some of the receptions, people saying, yeah, this game's awful. But I don't think so. I think it's maybe because I played Wild Western, and even Frontline. I'd rather play this than either one of those. But actually, I'll say this. When I first got this collection, I played this game before I played either one of those two games. So I don't know if this biased me that way, but I don't know. There's something about the way this goes that I find really appealing. And actually, there's another skiing game that I'll show at some point. I guess we show off Rare Replay, Slalom, which is on NES. That's a really fun game that I came to late as well. Actually, when I got Rare Replay, that's when I first played it. But it's a game that I really did adjust to. So maybe I like the idea of skiing in games, or in the case of games that do it really well, like snow-like games, as far as stuff like that. Either the atmosphere of itself, or like doing skiing and snowboarding, things like that. Which actually, I don't know if we've shown... I don't think we've done snowboarding yet. We haven't done Snowboard Kids 2 yet. That was, Nocturne's jurisdiction, as far as when we're going to do that. I'm going to get a sense of that. We had to cancel it, or more accurately, I made the decision to cancel it, because she wasn't going to be ready for it. But we are going to eventually do that way, as far as the show, and she'll be involved with it. I have to have that crash in that damn Holiday Maker, and I got a game over. Fine, I'm going to try and see if I can get to the ski jump one more time. And then we'll go on. Yeah, but it's, as I said, we'll do that game eventually. That she'll be in that indication. And we'll go other stuff snow-based. Ow, because I do want to show some games that go to that. I want to show Sledstorm on the PlayStation. That's a really interesting one. The one I have to turn the music off because it's all licensed stuff. Let's see what else. I also have Amped 2, which is on Xbox. That game's a lot of fun. Another one where I'd have to mute music on that one, which is fine. And I also think Transworld Snowboarding. That's like a very underrated one. That kind of came and went out of nowhere, really. Came from out of nowhere and then went out of nowhere, really. It came out in 2003. That game is terrific. I was really surprised by that one. So I'll figure stuff as far as other snow-based games that way. As I said, we got the thing on Snowboard Kids 2 coming eventually. I don't know when, but I'll talk to Nocturne, because I have talked to her, by the way, since last week's show, because I asked her about Mega Man 7 on October 25th. We're doing it. She's set as far as being in on it. I'm going to control that one, but she'll be in on it for her input, and also for doing the multiplayer stuff. And also, I have an answer on Croc. We're going to try and see if we can come back to that at the end of September. Oh no. Alright, I guess I'm not going to be getting to the end, so I probably shouldn't force it. Yeah, that's Alpine Ski. It's a good one. Better than you might think, especially for something as old as it is. Alright, next up, we're going to beat 'em up. We're going to another land, but far removed climate-wise from Alpine Ski, I'll tell you that right now. Next up on our list is Arabian Magic. This came out in 1992. It's a beat 'em up, kind of in the style of Golden Axe or Streets of Rage. In fact, it actually plays a lot like Streets of Rage in terms of some of its mechanics. That's why I like it a lot. This one is directed by Yukio Abe, who directed Ray Force, as well as RayStorm that we played earlier, and RC2Go on the PlayStation. Yeah, in this case, you have a group of warriors from Arabian lands, and you pick up a lamp over there, and you call Genie out. And when you do, or fine, you call the Lamp Spirit, as they call them. And they have different skills as you go along. And as you go through the story, you actually beat bosses, and you get new genies to attack with. And it's really interesting. And there's a lot of items you can pick up as far as health recovery and things like that. Yeah, this is an underrated game, and one where, yeah, Lamp Ghost, fine. Okay, the game is kind of confused on the terminology. I'm saying it's a genie. Over there, it's saying it's a Lamp Spirit. The circle button prompt over there is saying using Lamp Ghosts. And X is your jump, square is your attack, and you set your number of lives and difficulty on normal going this way. I also got to turn this up. This game is quiet. As in, I got to turn this to 10 point, no, 10, minus 10.8, minus 10.2. That'll work. 11.2, I should say. Yeah, because you won't hear the voices either way. I don't think there's flashlights in this one. Alright, we have our cast of characters. We'll talk about them, and they will demo one of them. In particular, they'll demo her. This is Princess Lisa. Each character has different attributes to themselves. She has a short attack range, but she has very powerful attacks, and she's able to do spin attack that actually works really well. Our other characters also include Prince Recede, Sinbad, and Afshal. We'll see them as it is. She has aspects of shooting, and you can play in 2 players, which is quite a cool case of itself. Also, just to give a sense of this, yeah, it's 2-player. As far as I don't know if it's a 4-player game. I don't think this is. Actually, this is a fun beat 'em up. Maybe the best beat 'em up of Taito's. And we showed last time the Ninja Kids, which is pretty fun. Very much like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Which I also said, hey, they're gonna ever re-release that because there's some imagery in that maybe is a question. But they did. It's on Switch On. Oh no, it's on Switch On. It's on Switch by the Arcade Archives. As we're gonna be going to that ship eventually, which we could play this game as a full show. I could definitely get a sense of that. Maybe we should. Honestly. But in that case, we're seeing the beat 'em ups and the best Arabians there, of which I am because I got to round 5. But it does give you a sense of how many times you continue, so it does dock that against you. Alright, so the story, by the way, is we're at a land called Shaharilard. Is that right? Maybe that's not it. Anyway, the king and the people live peacefully in the land. But of course, that's not going to last. So an evil wizard casts a spell on the place, sees the country. Okay, flashlight warning in there. I wasn't aware of that. Okay, I didn't actually watch the intro. But in this case, yeah, we hit the button. You play as Recede, you can play as Lisa, you can play as Sinbad, and you can play as Afshal. I'll play as Lisa. And when I die, I'll switch characters. I always want to get to the end of round 2 because I do want to show the idea of, like, I got a genie thing for magic. I'll press the button for that later. I will show off getting another genie. So here's the deal about this game. You're moving left and right and all around and hitting the square button to attack, and jumping is on X. And you have your genie attack, which basically is a screen clip. Kind of like it's a little like Streets of Rage, but in that case you can control the genie. I'll show that a little later. What you can also do is you hold the attack button down, you can block. And also in her case, basically you're able to do the rotate. And also you walk into the enemies and pick them up. So very much like Streets of Rage, I love that. Basically walk into the enemy, pick them up, and then you can choose to throw them forward or kick them in the face. It's that variety of how this plays that is why I love it so much. But yeah, you gotta be careful of that, because otherwise you fall down. You do have time limit as far as what it is. You do have a couple lives, I think you have like 2, as it is. that case, yeah, I can also knock him with my scarf and things like that. Actually, it's almost like Zelda a little bit, or like Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time or something like that, where when you attack, she pulls out the scarf, but you just stay still for a while. It's just like, oh, I just want to put it away. I don't need to have it anymore. You know, I'm going to call it the genie. Now, in this case, you hit the attack button, and then he can attack alongside you. So it's not just screen clear, but some of them can be that. And there's also that thing, or the things on the walls. I gotta be careful going through there. And you jump in the air, so yeah, there's a lot of variety in how this plays. I mean, there's Mumu Kinsella. He's our boss here. And also, yeah, you can do the blocks, so yeah, you're not defenseless when it comes to his shots. And like with Streets of Rage, you can pick up the enemies and toss them into the boss. Like, I'm dead. At first I was thinking, no, I'll do the shell shock thing from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but honestly, this game's more in Streets of Rage than that. And honestly, all the better for it, because you know I love Streets of Rage, and the reason I love Streets of Rage so much is because of how varied its combat is. And fine, in that case, it's like, yeah, I just let him get stabbed by a sword. I got the first jewel. And also having another game that plays like this, and honestly, I'll tell you this, try and get that power up. I honestly never understood why there weren't more beat-em-ups that kind of took the Streets of Rage mentality in that you had this level of control and combos to yourself, and you just walk into an enemy and throw them, and it's so easy to do that, compared to even the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games that do that. They give you that much depth, saying, hey, just hitting buttons to kill everything. Yeah, but they give you a lot of different options on how you do it. Even other stuff with Sega's like Golden Axe. It was something that kind of has it. There's some other games that sort of do stuff like that, but kind of go in that Streets of Rage direction as directly as this does. I'm surprised that the companies didn't do it, but yeah, Taito did on this one, no question. And if you're looking for their best beat 'em up, you're looking at it right here, if you ask me. There's another one of theirs that we got coming up. Oh yeah, there is. That's kind of in the Golden Axe direction a little bit, sort of more. We'll get to that a bit. But yeah, this is the one I really like. There's a lot of good variety and a lot of good stuff going on with itself. And the milieu's unique, too. Alright, so I got our boss. This is Asura. Ouch, but I'm dead. And since that's probably the end of it, it's game over. I'm going to put it into the coin. I'm going to show up Prince Rashad. Oh, no. Yeah, is that his name? Oh, wait. I got to see which book I'm looking at. Yeah, Prince Rashid. That's his name. So kind of the Aladdin case, or I guess they were probably looking at Prince of Persia a little bit, I would think, for this. Because, okay, this came out in 1992, but I don't remember if this came out before or after Aladdin. Fine, they're definitely looking at the Arabian Nights Legends as well, as far as Asura. I'm pretty sure that's something that goes to that. Yeah, in his case, he has a really long reach with that sword, so that makes it pretty hard, so you have to make sure you're ready with your block. I love you have a block in this. I think it's amazing. You have to remember to hold the button down or the attack button down to use it. But even so, it's really cool. Ow. Alright, I'm dead again, so I'll show every character, why not? Oh yeah, I showed her again. So fine, let's call the genie out and kill this guy. Alright, in that case, I killed the genie with the genie. Alright, but by killing Asura, I'll do no wrong, please help me. I'll take our side, you have our welcome. Yeah, so he comes with us, so actually we can call out Asura then. And I think that's really cool, the fact you can collect these along as you go. To be honest, of what I've played of it so far, I don't get a sense that you're easily able to swap off genies if you have multiples. But still, it's really cool. But alright, the king has been transformed into a monkey. So in order to remove the spell, we have to collect the 7 jewels of the demon. So we're gonna go on as far as that. So I'm gonna go to the next game over, and then we'll continue on. Yeah, but this game's cool. I really like this. This is another one of those, one of the best games in this disc. On this disc. I was gonna turn this down a little. In this case, yeah, we're on a magic carpet. We're on magic carpets, and basically just moving along. Or it's almost like the sewer surfing going back to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with Turtles in Time. It's like that, but I'm also gonna call out our new genie. So fine, this is the old genie, but Is a great rock. Coming up. Yeah, it's the bird. It's actually just referenced in Zelda Link to the Past. Okay, flashlight warnings here. Ouch. Because you have Rock's feathers as far as doing the jumping. I'll call it the other genie. So, Asura, we need your help. Alright, so I cut off that bird's wings or arms. But we're not done with I keep saying Asura, it's not that. Okay, so there are flashing light warnings here, sorry. So basically I'll put a warning at the beginning of this one when we start playing it, when I edit, saying, I lied when I say there's no flashing lights in this. It's just if I went far enough, that's the thing, because in my test I didn't go this far, but when I played it before I did. In this case, yeah, I gotta watch out for his feathers. Alright, but there you go. So, yeah, we're dead. And I'm not gonna take another thing for this. Alright, so that's game over. That is player one. We got an aspect on the leaderboard, so let's get going. Alright, so yeah, second place. Okay. See, that's Arabian Magic. It is, yeah, for lack of a better way of putting it, kind of magical in a way. If you like arcade beat-em-ups, and if you love Streets of Rage, and you're, you can't wait for Streets of Rage 5 to come out, because they're doing that. It's part of the stuff that Sega announced a couple years ago with that, Summer Game, or no, Summer Games Fest in a few weeks, Game Awards announcements of theirs. Yeah, this will hold you off until then, and it's really good. And I think this is a Switch version to itself. This is Sinbad with two ends, by the way. We didn't see him. He has the large sword, and the other person we didn't see is Afshal, who has a he has like a spike ball that goes along. We did see him in the demo. Fine, there's Sinbad as far as that. Look at this as far as that. With an energy shot, so you can basically do a charge up and then shoot off. So it's pretty nice. All right, so yeah, that's a good one, a very good one. Okay, next up, I'm gonna turn this down. And yeah, okay, that's the right number to have it at. Next up is Bonze Adventure. This came out in 1988. So it's called Hell Tour. That's what's called in Japan. In this one, we're playing as a monk who's named Bonze Kakrembo. He's a Buddhist priest who's trying to save Emao, the king. There's an evil spirit that's within him, and we have to go down to hell in order to find it. Basically, I think this is based on Buddhist legend, I think. No, it is. Bonze is supposed to be the son of the Device Dragon, I think. This is by the director of Arkanoid, by the way, that being Yasumasa Sasabe. And, yeah, it's kind of a 2D platforming game. Kind of a little bit like... I think, what's the way I'm thinking of this? You have to go and defeat demons from hell, and we have our timer that's on candles. That burns out, we're done. Move left and right, and shooting and jumping. That is our controls on that. You also pick up prayer beads, which give extra powers like shot distance, fireballs, and blast attacks, and thunder as well. And other stuff as well, as far as the cannon statue, which protects you from 1 damage. Alright, let's take a look at this one. This is a unique one, and one that's surprisingly dark when you really get underneath it. I also just want to see something here as far as one aspect of this, which is... Okay, I just want to see how many games we have. We're about halfway through, also on this one. Yeah, in this case, we're going to hell, but in this case... we have to do it for a reason. Basically stop the demons. And yeah, don't burn, by the way. So yeah, this game looks cartoony. But yeah, it's kind of got a dark side to itself. Well, let's put a coin in and play. And the story's going to go too quickly. But yeah, we have to get rid of the evil spirit from the king. So kind of like Ghouls and Ghosts a little bit. Or Ghosts and Goblins. As we're going to Dilapidated Backyard Cemetery. So I think they spelled cemetery wrong. Okay, the other game I'm kind of getting a vibe out of this one. It kind of is like Decapitac from Sega. Oh, that's like a Psycho Fox-like as far as how it plays. Ouch! Or it's kind of rebranded, but yeah, if you get hit once, you're dying. But also, if you run out of health over there, or run out of time, you're in trouble. Also, be careful of the flashing grass. There's a snake underneath that. So, yeah. You light still like a snake in the grass, all coil up and hissing. Like Aria Speedwagon once said. Yeah, just toss your orbs at him and you'll be fine. And just, yeah, get rid of him as well, and then pick up the rosaries. Ouch. There's a good creepy vibe to this game as well. But also very cultural too, which makes it really interesting. Okay, in that case, yeah, we got the fire. But yeah, there's that fire beast. Ow, crap. Okay, I died really quickly. Yeah, you're not up to the mission. We'll show a little more. Yeah, don't let it frustrate you. Continue here if you like. Yes, you can. So we're going to continue here, and we'll go left and right to this. Okay. This is pretty fun. It's not easy, though. But it's not insanely hard. It's just something that, yeah, if you're reckless, like I'm clearly being, you're not going to get very far. I don't know if you ever played this one. It's another one I'd never heard of until this. But it's pretty interesting. Actually, a good horror case as well. Ouch. Also, you wonder where that trapdoor is down there. If you get the lightning power up, you can go under the ground. Which actually I did not know you could do until I was doing my audio check today. Yeah, the fire dog thing was to extinguish the fire. Hey, fine, he's a demon. We have to stop this. And it's not going to be the last time we have demon fighting we're going to be doing tonight. Oh, at first I said, hey, it was changing something else. But I waited too long to pick it up. Alright. You can also go up the highway, but you also have to be quick as far as getting over there. Right, that's the other thing. When you hit enemies with the fire orb, or hit the ground with it, it'll split off, but the fire does not last forever. In that case, there's also a evil barrier that we can't get past. Alright, now this part, you have to make specific jumps going off of this, and also the other thing you have to do is remember you can toss from the rope ladder. You have to make sure you jump between it and then hit up to get it, otherwise you have to go backwards and do the jump again. But honestly, the way that the spirits come around, that's a problem. Also remember, you can jump off of these, so you basically jump and then go to the right and hit up. Because, yeah, break that. Alright, so we're gonna go down the well. Oh, no! Yeah, I don't want to get where the snake is. Just get moving. Yeah, welcome to the underworld. We're not gonna get to the creepiest part of this game, which is when you get to the underworld where the fire is usually this glooping perspective out down there. Yeah, the Dead or Alive River. Yeah, not the Tecmo game, that's something else, and it was not in existence at this point. In this case, I'll go to my next game over as we go. We also have the spike balls here. You gotta be careful, but also they put that nice item there, so yeah, you gotta take a risk to get it. Although it does hold on to death, so it's not too bad. Whoa. We're going down the boat. I like the attention to detail that I'm rowing, but also in this case, yeah, I gotta keep going, and when you hit the ground, you're not going far with the boat. Ouch. In this case, yeah, I'm going in the water and I can't swim. In this case, I gotta be careful when I'm in the water. And also the other attention to detail, yeah, when I'm on the ground like that, yeah, I'm rowing and rowing, I'm not going anywhere. Uh-oh. Yeah, I was looking at that spike ball. Alright, so yeah, we're not up to the mission of this, sorry. Alright, we're gonna have to move on this one. But, yeah, it's pretty fun. Just not easy, and it is very weird when you go along with it. I think people who were involved with Tom were involved in this from what the Angry Video Game Nerd said, but I actually didn't find anything to support that when I looked into it. And I didn't actually have notes going on to that part of it. Yeah, don't let frustrating continue here if you like. Sorry, we're letting that candle burn. Yes, there. I don't know if that's the Japanese symbol for death, but either way, we are dead. That's Bonze Adventure is a good time. Alright, next up on our list is, let's see. Okay, we did Bus Move again in Cameltry, which I initially had as far as the sword, but I'm glad I did that earlier for both of those. Next up is a game that is actually supposed to be a predecessor of Bubble Bobble a little bit. I don't know if I feel very highly on this one, though. This is Chack'n Pop. Came in 1983. It was coded by Hiroshi Haragawa, who did programming for Easebook 1 and 2 on the TurboGrafx CD, Fighting Street for the TurboGrafx CD, and Ghouls and Ghosts for Super Graphics, which we showed off last year when we played Splatterhouse. And this is supposed to be a spiritual predecessor to Bubble Bobble, based on some of the characters you're going to see in here. And also, this is the game I mentioned when it comes to stuff of colors. When they're developing in this, they actually had to do specific designs to the motherboard of this one in order to get color going consistently, because otherwise they actually do copies of the EEPROM, or they had to reburn the EEPROM chips that are on the board for this thing in order to add color to it. And they had to do like every time they ran this based on how it was designed. But thanks to Hiroshi Haragawa, they were able to make that not happen that way. It's weird. I'm flagging, so I have to watch the show. I'll have to watch the rest on your recording. I had a fun show. Thank you so much. Of course, Dolphin, so good to see you tonight. Next week we're playing Super Mario Brothers for NES. I think we're doing that next Saturday. I thought I would have to do that Friday, but I don't think I'm going to have to. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got more gaming goodness coming along, and we'll have that going. And the recording will be, of course, I don't know if I mentioned this enough. Yay! So Dolly Finn says, yeah, we got a big celebration. It's 40 years of Super Mario Brothers this year. We're celebrating it, no question. I don't know if I said this enough. When the show ends tonight, it goes on the Twitch site right away, but then the YouTube site upload comes up usually Wednesday. At that point, it has extra stuff going on. You can see the show, see what other games are in this, and some interesting stuff. Thank you for your insight on the stuff you had, and also your stuff on Space Invaders, and also for Kicks when we looked at that to start. Thank you so much, and I'll see you later. Have a good rest of your night for sure, and thank you for stopping by the show. Okay, so for Chack'n Pop, I'll get this going. In this case, Chack'n, this little chicken guy, thank you. Of course, Stefan, thank you, of course, for joining us. I appreciate that for sure. And also for everything you add, everything you and everybody in the Best Channel Twitch add, no question. And, yeah, great time, for sure. Okay, yeah, in this case, he has these weird legs. You have to kind of extend them out in order to walk on ceilings. But you also have to pay attention to where the blocks go, because you can't, like, go right up certain things based on how they are. You have to kind of go in steps. Also, you have to destroy the eggs as far as what they are with your bombs. That's really all you got. You move left and right and up and down to stick on the ceilings and everything. And using bombs with bombing left or bombing right. So let's get started with Chack'n Pop. Chack'n Pop is in case I got to turn the volume up, because it's quiet. To 11. It is very colorful. There's something to be said about that. And Chack'n's mad. Yeah, so here's the deal. That's Chack'n there. There's eggs and monsters. Those are the monsters that were in Bubble Bobble. That's what this is seen as a predecessor of sorts to that, above anything else. And also because it came out a year before. But then when Bubble Bobble came up... Oh, no. Bubble Bobble was 1980... I mean, I have the notebook from when we did the last show. So at least do that. No, 1986. So fine. That was 3 years later. I knew. I was like, wait a second. That's not right. And I was like, oh, I have the notes from last year. So that's good. I do. Yeah, this is the idea. You have to get your hearts out of the cage, and also get up to the top before that weird guy pushes that gem over there to block your way in. So put a coin in. Yeah, it's Mr. and Mrs. Chack'n. So yeah, they're stealing our hearts of our love. We have to go get it. Take our hearts back. Okay. And that guy says, yeah, you're trapped in here. So this is your training area. While avoiding these things, use the bombs in order to destroy... In case you have to drop it, you also have to be careful of the smoke of the bombs, because you get caught in that, you're dead. You drop the bomb to the right, that's on X, and square is dropping it to the left. In this case, also, you can't make that jump, so what you have to do is you have to jump on the ceiling that way. Make sure you get there before that guy goes. And we're set. Alright, so eliminated 3 monsters and got an egg. Destroy. You do want to destroy the eggs when you first start. Basically, just drop that down and get your ass out of the way like I did. You do have to get the heart, by the way. Otherwise, the way out is not going to be available to you. Whoa! You need to bust the cage down with the heart as well. And seeing the eggs go from yellow to, or blue to yellow, and then to purple, they drop down and then the monsters are born. And we have to end them. So I guess almost like Alien a little bit in the sense of, yeah, you want to get rid of those eggs before they hatch. Uh-oh. Oh, I was lucky. I thought I was going to get hit by that thing. Alright, eliminated 2 monsters. Yeah, no eggs, so no bonus. Yeah, depending on the amount of monsters you destroy, you get more going on. Also, you can only drop 1 left or right bomb out at a time. Oh, at first I was saying, can I survive that? But no, the monster got me. Oh no. I thought I could outrun the smoke, but alas, no. In that case, I have to... Oh no! In this case, you have to get rid of all the... Or get all the hearts out of the cages. Crap. But I've already got a game over. Alright, I'll try one more time, and then we're gonna go on. Also, I'm about halfway through at 4 hours. I'm gonna probably want to get myself moving. Also, by the way, if you die in the training stage here, nothing happens. Just go on, and you're it would be set with level 1. Yeah, I also got to move, and that was really risky for me to drop the bomb there. Yeah, as far as what I think of this game, I'm mixed on it. I don't think it's great. I don't know, maybe it's... Not that it's too simple for me, so much as maybe it's too... I don't know, limiting. It's maybe too unforgiving, honestly, with the fact that, yeah, the smoke of the bombs kills you. And also the way that the monsters come out so quickly. It's probably one of my least favorite games on this, but not necessarily a horrific game. It's just one of those things we said, the case that it can be primitive, and that maybe can be something that is not a great case of itself. Or fine, well, it's primitive enough, and it's not something that you get a sense that, oh, I'm connecting with completely. You maybe want to just go on to something else. Uh-oh. Also, it's really easy to let the monsters overwhelm you, so maybe that's also part of it. You have to do a lot of planning, really, just to get the bombs set up. Basically, get them in the area of the eggs. So you have that there, jump there. Oh, right, I forgot, you have to... There's, like, different sizes of the cage. So I'm not gonna last very long, I don't think. Oh no! Oh crap, he hit me. Alright, so yeah, I don't think I'm going to be getting much further on Chack'n Pop. And I'm not very good at this game either. But there's other games I'd rather play, honestly, including our next one. So I think with Chack'n Pop, I think we've had enough. Not my deal. No, not my jam, I'll say that. I gave it a shot, but it's something that, yeah, it's not that hot. I'll play it over Wild Western, but, yeah, it's kind of on the low end on this one for me. What isn't, though, is Cleopatra Fortune. This came out, this is an interesting one, because, I want to make sure I have the audio on this one set. I'll have to turn this down a bit. Alright, this is a puzzle game that came out in 1995, but this is unique, because, when it came to the arcade version, it came out in 1996, but them saying 1995 is not necessarily wrong, because I mentioned earlier that Taito is all about home amusements. One thing they made, actually, was the Taito X55 home karaoke machine. This game actually debuted on that first. This is porting the arcade version, though, from 1996. It was co-developed by Taito and Natsume, actually. And it was actually meant to be downloaded onto the karaoke machine you had across your phone line going back in 1995. So yeah, futuristic kitties. And this is a terrific puzzle game. Another one that's very creative, very clever. As ElecVerse, you were mentioning earlier, you were saying this is a game that, as you're saying with Puchi Carat, saying, yeah, Taito was creative. They're very creative with this one, because it's very much like Tetris, but you also have to kind of wall in the things you're going to get rid of, sort of. Because it's kind of Egyptian-themed. Basically, you have to take the sarcophagus and the gems over there, and you have to basically surround him in on himself, and then also clear lines at the same time a little bit to get the area going on. Rotate block, that's on square. I'm also put that on the X button. As far as your additional info, you have jewels, tombs, mummies, and then the rocks. The rocks are the things you have to surround the jewels, tombs, and mummies with. And you also have asked me the Pyramid Stone, which actually I have not played enough to see, but I've been loving this game as I've been playing it. I'm not going to lie. This game is terrific. This is perhaps one of the best discoveries in this collection. I'll tell you that right now. And the collection has a lot of good discoveries. No question about that. Alright. Man, co-developed by Natsume. That's really interesting that way, too. So here's Cleopatra. It's Cleopatra Fortune is the name of the game. In the US, we call it Cleopatra's Fortune. Alright, there you go. Put a coin in. The way it goes is, yeah, you have to surround the jewels or any golden coffins with stone walls. Like that. As we're pointing out those stone walls, they go in a line, and they drop down. They'll also get cleared. So it's like clearing lines in Tetris. I mean, in a way, now I'm thinking about it, it's like a mixture of Tetris, a little bit like Pack Attack. You ever played that from Namco? And also reminds me a little bit of, not really a puzzle game, but Beast, which was on the PC going back in the early days of the PC. One of the earliest PC games I think I'd ever seen. We have to trap the beasts within walls in order to defeat them and get points. Kind of an amalgam of all those things, and it's really, really cool. But don't hit the top, otherwise that's game over. So Tetris rules apply that way. Okay. So you have puzzle mode, you have two-player version, I'm doing puzzle. And I'm gonna go just one aspect of this, I'm gonna go on hard.
Ready, go.
You see in there, I got the gems there. I need to drop them down. I got the mummies as well. So what I can do is I can put that there, but then say, hey, let's get the wall there. Boom, it gets cleared, and boom, off you go. Okay, this is insanely creative and insanely fun. It also gives you a lot of opportunities to say, how do I want to plan my strategy for this? Whoa, and also the blocks will drop down that way. So you get that set, and also have that, whoa, no, I don't want to do that. Okay, there you go, I don't want to do that. Boom, boom, and you get chain going on there. So it's actually kind of like a Tetris attack-ish kind of thing there, of saying, hey, you want to plan how the block's going to drop. It's great. There we go. And also just clear the lines out as you have them as they go, but I do need to get that set. There we go. Yeah, sometimes you do have to make sure you have it set right, otherwise they won't necessarily clear that way, or go down the way you expected. Oh, no, no. Oh, I'm stuck. Insert coin to continue up. I will, but I'm going to show it on the easier thing as I also get a high score. I'll show this one very briefly. I could play this game all night. This game is amazing. But I'm going to have to cut myself off a little bit. Alright, so that's game over, but that being said, this game is so good. And the way I'm going to show it now, this time, I'm going to put it on... I'll just put it on normal. In this case, it'll give me a little more playtime going on, and then we'll go on to the next game. Chat, I don't know if you ever played this, but if you haven't, this is worth getting the collection for a while. That being said, just I guess precursing the final thoughts on this one. This is a better collection than I think I expected it to be, honestly, because I was thinking, well, we saw a lot of the big stuff of Taito last time, but what else do they have to offer? And the answer is a lot. They have tons to offer for this one. And this one, some of the best games that maybe you haven't heard of, and I'm just as guilty as everybody else, maybe, as far as that. In that I would love to play these games growing up that way, but in the case that maybe it's not going to be too late that way, because you'll be able to always still find them as you go along. That discovery of games going, Jesus Christ. Like I said, I do need to start clearing stuff out to get a oh no! In this case, I'm also changing my strategy, saying, hey, I can clear a line here, find the... Oh! Oh no. So I'm hitting the top, so yeah, I'm not in good shape on this one. That being said, if I do continue, I just want to see something here. What to do. Okay, it just goes back here. Alright, this is going to be the end of it, and then we'll go on to the next game. I'm going to have to control myself on this game, because this game is addictive as hell. Like any good puzzle game really is. It's such a unique idea of a puzzle game, I'm surprised nobody else has tried something like this. Even with some of the similarities it has to other things, it's kind of its own unique beast. I also had a sense of how I want to get rid of the sarcophagus over there. There you go, clear them in. So I guess it is like the Egyptian perspective saying, hey, usually they seal away the sarcophagus in the tomb. In this case, yeah, you have to seal it away in order to get clearage going on. This is how you're telling it's a good game to me as far as like I'm getting just stone cold silent saying I'm just gonna go there and pay attention and saying, I want to clear this, I want to clear that. And this is one of those games honestly I'd love to do this for a full show, and I'll also say this. This is gonna be a treat when Dolly Finn looks at the recording as far as this, when we're done later. Because yeah, I think this is a game she'd adore. She loves her puzzle games, you've seen that for sure on the show. But I think honestly this is one of those really great ones that I'm gonna look also to see if there's modern release of this, if it's on Arcade Archives or something like that, because if it is, I'd say get it. The point where I might just get it to show people. Alright, but there you go. That is the end of Cleopatra's Fortune that way. Game over. We'll come back to this. This game is terrific. Okay, so next up, let's see, what do we have on our lists? Alright, so I'm going on to the next page. I got 2 more pages on this one. Oh yeah, we're going to a crazy one. We're playing, literally, in this case. It's called Crazy Balloon. It came out in 1980. Let's pull that one up. Crazy Balloon's right here. In this case, you're just a balloon. You're just going around. You have to move through a maze and not get yourself hit by the thorns. And be careful when that face comes around to blow you. There's Super Bowl Game Saturday out of context perspectives all over this game. I'll tell you that right now. But anyway, yeah, because if you stay too long, that face comes around and blows away, and that means that, yeah, if you're in distance of that and hit by the thorns, you're in trouble. I guess There's not flashing lights on this one. So much as I guess the screen's gonna blink if I get myself shocked by the thorns, which I will. And when you pass by the thorn, you gain points. You get 1,000 extra points or a bonus. It gradually decreases, but you get to the end soon enough, you're good. When you top the high score, you can input your name, which I already did for the purpose of practice. You're just moving around, and that's the idea. You can use the buttons, but you can also use the D-pad or analog stick, so do not worry about that. Okay, so here's the crazy balloon. I just want to make a sense of that. So yeah, it's a balloon, and it's fucking crazy. That's the idea. Alright, so I'm going to put a coin into this crazy balloon. As far as the music you're hearing, Oh Susanna by Steve Foster, and also you're going to touch of the Toreador song from George Bizet from Carmen. This is just move around and make sure not to hit the sides. Yeah, look at those old things. Also, let's attack. What are we attacking? Is we're attacking the thorns? We're trying to not hit the thorns. We're trying to get to the end. That's all we're trying to do. Oh shit. Right, there you go. The thorns start moving. Also, by the way, as we're pointing out, when you hit the thorns after they move, when you come back from a death, they won't be moving anymore. So I guess there's one benefit. You can also be a renegade on this thing and say, hey, I'm going to go through the thorns of tight passage, but no, I'm not going to do that. Also, I will show the face coming around to blow you away. Whoa, shit. Also, it's a game where innings of this thing can be really short. Yeah, it's a weird game, though. I'll say that for sure. Also, you have to kind of pay attention to the way the balloon swings around, almost like a pendulum. And time it that way, because that is a hitbox. That whole area is going to be a hitbox when there's a swing. And it is smart enough to be only the area of the balloon, so it's not a case where... There's some games that do this, not this. Where that whole area where the balloon is swaying back and forth, that whole thing would be a hitbox, and if you get hit anywhere outside of that, or anywhere within that, even if the balloon is not in the way of the thorns, you'd be getting popped. But thankfully not. And I'll show the face coming up soon enough. Oh shit. Fine, you know what? I'm gonna let the face come up now. So what happens is if you don't move, this is your motivation to keep yourself moving. If you stay still for too long, yeah, that thing comes around. It'll blow your balloon there and it'll start laughing when it hits the thorns. So yeah, you don't want it to come over here and blow you. Because God, if Crusader 64 was here for this thing, he would be laughing his ass off just from the very case of that. And I don't even think I mentioned that part. Okay, no, I mentioned the fact there's a face that comes around and blows you away, but I didn't go into the other aspect of that. Ow. You know what, I'm gonna try, since this is gonna be pretty short anyway, I'll try and see if I can't squeeze through there. Oh, you get more points by passing by the thorns. I actually never tried it because it was such a tight, fit. Ow. Yeah, I'm getting stabbed. Alright, we're gonna do one more time on this and then we'll go on, because honestly, what you're seeing is what you're gonna be getting. It's not a bad game, but compared to stuff like Lunar Rescue or even Balloon Bomber, as far as like really early stuff of theirs, it's not terrific. But it's fun. You can definitely get into it. It's kind of habit forming. It's got some interesting stuff to itself. And it does inspire sexual innuendos the way that no other title game does. That I know of. Okay, I just remember, yeah, that one's gonna move. Okay, so it does show what I mentioned when it said it's going left and right, and only hits the area of the balloon. So in that way, it's well programmed. But just in this case that I was stupid as far as, you know, letting myself get hit that way. But I'm also going to go up this way. I'm going to try that. Yeah, except that didn't work because, yeah, it's a tight fit. Actually, one thing I'm going to show one last case on Crazy Balloon, and then we're going on. I'm going to show when the face comes up to blow me, because I'm going to show if it does that. In fact, I'm going to stay here. There you go. I believe that the blowing perspective of himself, it does cover the entire face. Or I said in my test check today when it was just, the way I do audio tests, I'll go on this briefly. I pull the game out, or games out in this case. I do audio levels. See, is it too loud? Is it too quiet? What's it going to sound like when mixed with my voice? I just kind of it's a random stream conscious, the way the show is. But ouch. I basically just go along and just say whatever comes to my mind as far as what it is. When I was going through this one, I kind of thought of when that face came around. I was like, it's kind of like a weird demented version of, Face from Nick Jr. going back in the day. And I was like, yeah, what did we ever do to Face? Like, Face was nice to us, apparently. It's saying, like, yeah, like, telling us what's next on Nick Jr. Burp, burp, burp. It's like, yeah, you're gonna blow me into the damn thorns? What the hell's wrong with you? Like, yeah, Face is a sick fucker, no question. I guess in this case, oh, Jesus Christ, okay, I can't believe I did that. Yeah, just me, coming up with that weird take as far as, childhood perspective of a television channel gets me to get a good score on this shit. Alright. Ow. Now, you can't really, it's worth pointing out, destroy the thorns and expect that to really make your life that much easier, given the limited number of lives you have. But that's a game over, and I got a high score, so at least there's that. Let's register name. So it's... Super Old GS. There you go, Super Old Game Saturday up there for the Crazy Balloon. It is crazy in its way, I'm not gonna lie. It's okay, not bad, but there's better stuff. Go to our next game, but I could kill you with our next game. I'll tell you that right now. When it comes to these flashing lights, they are bad. Like almost Wizard of War bad. This is Darius Gaiden. This is the third game in the Darius franchise. It came out in 1994. In this case, this is the mid-level boss become your ally against the enemy sea creatures. This was designed on Taito's F3 system, which used interchangeable cartridges, kind of the way that a lot of the stuff from SNK did. Yeah, in this case, you have a black hole bomb. Anytime you hit the X button, there's going to be a flashlight warning on this. No question on this one, and it's bad. So be careful for sure on that one. That's on X button. You also use shooting, which is on square. As far as additional info, these are the items you can get to upgrade your shoot levels. Collect 3 items of the blue ones to upgrade bomb, 5 of the blue ones to upgrade the bomb, 5 of the green ones to upgrade your shield. Get a black hole bomb on purple. Bonus points, damage anything on the screen, and getting an extra ship. With the same case of stuff with the fish going on. So, for sound, I can have it at 14-1. Okay, yeah, so we got the third game in this franchise. Look at the fourth one earlier, because the fourth one's exclusive to the PlayStation 2 release. But every release of this game has this, and it tells the aspect of the story of emigration ships starting from the Death Star Darius, arriving at the small planet Vadis. So we're going into space again for another space shooter. We've got a lot of these coming up in a pretty short amount of time. A strong point of the migration over here was destroyed. The Demon Hand reaches Vadis as well. A warning, warp out. So the Silverhawks were almost annihilated. Yeah, against the force of that kill fish. That's where we're going to come in and we're going to take on the mantle. Let's put it in credit. As I mentioned, anytime you hit X button for that black hole bomb, you're getting a flashing light. Sorry. Like right now. That being said, this game is a lot of fun still. Notice your aspect of the shield that way. So it means that you won't necessarily die when you get hit. And you upgrade your shots and things and shit up there in the bar in the upper left-hand corner of the screen as we're in Zone A. And also it's stuff on the ground almost like Gradius or something like that. I guess I have Gradius on the mind because of that Intergalactic Assault from Game Boy that's on Switch On right now. It's surprisingly fun. And this game's also a lot of fun, too. It looks nice, it has really good music. I actually didn't emphasize with G-Darius the fact of how there's a lot of use of piano when it comes to the soundtrack. Black Hole Bomb Time, boom. Those are building up the stuff, so yeah, this is good, good classic gaming. And yeah, if you're missing flight shooters like this, I mean, okay, I said we underrepresented it. Well, we're not representing it a lot on the show. We haven't played a lot of games in it. I mean, that's true and not true, because we played a lot of them for our very first showcase show, back in 2020. But honestly, outside of that, we haven't played a whole lot. But other cases where I'd like to play more. Yeah, these Darius games, these are pretty fun. Kind of franchises are really chilling in the background for most of my life, saying, yeah, I didn't see this. But we got a warning, a huge battleship is coming here, the Golden Ogre. I'm gonna try and kill the Golden Ogre, and when I get a game over, I'm gonna go on to the next one. Oh, but yeah, he's tail looking that thing out of the way. Whoa. Well, in this case, yeah, look at all those scales he's shooting off. You can shoot them down. But in that case, I'm dead. Alright, fine, we'll go to my next game over after this. Then he said the black hole bomb's not gonna do much except to almost kill my audience. Those are those shots that are not able to be destroyed, but yeah, dodging is not too bad. It's not insane as far as number of bullets that stuff like Toho, Ikaruga are. Nothing against those games, and you have your option of which way to go going to Zone C. But also, it's a case where it's not a bullet hell shooter the way those are. Because yeah, I think that's maybe one thing I don't know if we really went into that much yet, which is when it comes to shooting games like this, or the shmups as they tend to be called, what's the idea of bullet hell? Bullet hell is like, yeah, there's tons of bullets on the screen, and the skill is kind of dodging them skillfully. I mean, this has a little bit of that, but it's not that that's the whole focus. Honestly, a lot of games like this, like with RayStorm, like with the Thunder Force games from Compilation, those are games where it's kind of about getting your power-ups going on to be able to build your ship up as you go along so you can handle these more advanced challenges. I think that's an important distinction really to make when it comes to shooting games like this. Well, that's not to say there's necessarily anything wrong with like the bullet hell concept. It depends on how it's done. Because even Ikaruga, the way that Ikaruga is, as far as it's kind of a little loose with the language, sort of on that. If only because it is a bullet hell shooter, but it gives you an option to be able to absorb the bullets because of the polarity. Which kind of changes that dynamic a lot. Yeah, fine. We're getting rid of all sea life down here, so here's the starfish. Ow. Alright, but that's game over. Yeah, so I think we're gonna go on. But yeah, this is a good one. But one, yeah, some strong flashing lights, so yeah, beware of that. But I got a high score, so let's put that in. So we have CNT, I hope that doesn't sound for what I think it does. Cat, and one of myself already, so let's get another one up here on top. And of course, the satisfaction hitting the high score, always a great case in a game like this. Alright. And that is our last on Darius tonight, but we have other flight shooting games coming up soon. Not next, though. Next, we have a game that's a lot like Bubble Bobble, but not quite as good, honestly. And those are the cases where there's a bad flashing light warning when we boot this baby, just to let you know. Particularly on the title screen, and we'll get on that in a second. This is Doko Don. Came out in 1989. In this one, we're playing as Bob and Jim. They're two carpenters around. You're going around smashing enemies to go through areas, and when you destroy all the enemies in one place, you go to another area. Kind of like Bubble Bobble that way. In this case, we have to go rescue the captured king and princess of a place called Maryland. Not Maryland. Maryland. M-A-R-R-Y land, and it's 2 words, as opposed to Maryland, where it's Mary spelled it M-A-R-Y, and then land, but they're all 1 word. So yeah, not that. In this case, we have our jumping and attacking. As far as that, jump on X, square for attack. Additional info. You have pickups of power drinks. You do have a little bit of a level case for your attack power increasing when you go along. As well as other stuff of being able to eliminate enemies on screen. Getting better stuff for your hammers. You do have to kind of build yourself up, but it is pretty interesting. Not as good as Bubble Bobble, but there's a nice style to this. And like Bubble Bobble, you can play this game with 2 players. And it's also a little bit loud as far as how the audio is, so that's why I had to turn it down a little bit, and I got to turn it down on my TV. But it's very colorful, and I guess they have like the Davy Crockett foxtail hat thing going on. Alright, so I'll tell you what to do as far as this. Crush the enemies with the hammer, but you do have a short reach. But you can pick up the enemies after you get them crushed, some of them, and toss them out, and you get tons of fruit. So yeah, you're seeing the Bubble Bobble connection, no question. Just get all that fruit, and then go to the next stage. I'll just put in a coin. Yeah, flashlight warning, by the way, here, as the prince is kidnapped in a bottle, quite literally. So Maryland is in peril. There's a dark cloud underneath that, and we're gonna go and stop it. I don't know where this is as far as, you know, multi-levels, the way that Bubble Bobble is. Ouch. If you get hit, you're dead, so I don't want that to happen. You also move a lot slower than Bubble Bobble, as we're pointing out. So you do have to get used to that. That being said, just like Bubble Bobble, when you fall, you don't die, but it looks like it did, but we're going to the next level. This case is basically Bubble Bobble if you had hammers, or carpenter gnome creatures can burn to death. Oh no, you can burn in Bubble Bobble as well. But, and it's a bit slower and not as good, but still pretty fun, the kind of thing it is. I guess it's gonna make up for the fact we don't have Bubble Bobble on this, or Bubble Symphony, I should say. I don't think there's a home port of that in the US, which I'm shocked about. I think it's on Sega Saturn in Japan, but outside of that, I don't think we've gotten a port of that. Or if we have, it was pretty recent, as far as when I recorded. Alright, I'm gonna put a coin in. We'll enjoy a little more. So yeah, in that case, just destroy everything on screen that way. Those be- oh crap. I was too slow picking up the mushroom. Also, by the way, when you go in tree mouths to show that when they open it, you were able to transport out there, but the enemies can do the same. There's the silver hammer. So it's like Maxwell's Silver Hammer from the Beatles. In this case, it is actually about murdering people. People say, like, hey, isn't that such a nice and pleasant song? Yeah, when you listen to it, and it sounds that way until they listen to the lyrics, like, wait a second, no, it's not. Or it's like Voices Carried by Till Tuesday. It sounds so, you know, weirdly dreamy, but then you listen to it, like, it's an abusive relationship, and you look at the music video, like, holy shit, that's disturbing. I love it still, but it's one of those things that, okay, fine, how do you not realize that? But with this case, we do have to kill these things. Well, fine, they're trying to kill us. They took away the princes and kings, so we have to save Maryland. Also, you can hit them through the side. It's also pointing out, since there's certain enemies like the bunnies here, where they are only stunned when you hit them. And you have to throw them into other ones. It's gonna be trouble to go get them. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, we're dead. And that's game over. As to that point, not much more to say on Doko Don. It's interesting. It's not going to replace Bubble Bobble, though. In fact, I don't even know if it's going to replace the Fairyland Story when we get to that one. But it is interesting. Not a bad game. Alright, next is another beat-em-up, and one that... Fine, we showed Arabian Magic. There's some interesting stuff this game's doing, but I don't think it's as good as Arabian Magic. It's called Dungeon Magic. It is not related to Arabian Magic in terms of being a franchise case, but it came out the year after that, in 1993. In this one, we can play as 4 different characters. Ash the Human Knight, Sisti the Elf Archer, Gren the Human Fighter, and Void the Human Wizard. We have to stop this guy called Venom who kidnapped the princess. He's an evil wizard. And basically, his Golden Axe, it was from an isometric perspective. But not as good as Golden Axe, admittedly. But it's got some interesting stuff. As far as when this came out, anyway, I said 1993. I'm fucking lying. I forgot. Despite what this game says, their lines came out in February of 1994. It was designed by Hiroyuki Maekawa, who developed Champion Wrestler, the Ninja Kids, we played last year, and Thunder Fox, which we also played last year. It's interesting, but it's also really slow, and it's also something that I gotta turn the volume up massively. But you do have multiple attacks on it, kind of the way Arabian Magic did, in that you have dashing on the D-pad by hitting left and right. You have a charge attack by holding the action button and letting it go. You can hold up enemies and throw things, and there is actually a lot of platforming in this game, believe it or not. And each character do have their own perspective of what they do with their charge attack, their berserk thing for going special for Ash, Grand Good the Fire Blast and the Break Off, Sissy the Fairy, and Void the Magician. The good magician, the one who's on our side. I'm gonna put that up. I'm also gonna turn the volume up. This game is the quietest one I got, so I'm gonna put this up to 10.6. I had 10.8. But I'm going higher than that. Flashlight warnings, by the way, in this game. In Japan, this is called Lightbringer, so they changed the name for us. Yeah, the light's going on that way, sorta. So yeah, there's the princess. She's getting kidnapped, and her tears are going to be forming our motley crew. I like the music in this game, though. And it's not a bad game. It's just a case where it's kind of awkward playing it from an isometric view, and do have voice acting as well. All right, so we're gonna go to the tavern. Yeah, we're at White Deer's Tavern. There's the guy playing on the lute. But the monster's attacking town. The prince has been taken, so we gotta get out of here. Oh shit, I didn't mean to pick him. Also, I didn't necessarily mean to go outside right away. Yeah, my father got lost chasing after them. Alright, so they're taking the princess away, so yeah, just start slicing. There's some blood here. Kind of green blood. You also have the dash, you press off forward twice and do that. That's more for getting your movement going on more than it is for attacking. Honestly, this game to me reminds me of a slower take of one game we played before, that being Magic Sword from Capcom, and the other one being one we haven't. That's Beyond Oasis, which was from Sega, and it was Ancient. That was Yuzo Koshiro's company who made it. That's also an isometric beat 'em up like this. Well, actually, no, it's not isometric. It's overhead. Kind of Zelda-ish a little bit. So it's kind of got some RPG elements. And so does this one, because we got slicing the dogman down. You do get level ups going on as well. So I guess in that way, there's almost like a Gauntlet vibe. I find a Gauntlet Legends vibe, I guess, which wasn't even out at the time. Well, so you hit both of the attack button, or if you had attack and the jump button, you're able to do that slice. Hey, the monster took princesses to the left, please. Okay, that's good. So tell me to go that way. So get an aquamarine. You also pick up weapons like the spear and then use them as you go. Basically follow the arrows to where you need to go. And this game's actually surprisingly long. It's another one of those we could do a show for as it is. And the sprites are really big, so something to be said about that. Ow. Actually, yeah, that special attack, just go to that. Actually, that is tied to those little vials underneath your life bar there. As you're killing orcs, we're killing goblins and other things as well. And actually, just like a lot of Capcom games like this, as soon as you beat something down or pick up an item, it always says, oh yeah, you got this. Well, also you have to be careful of obstacles as well. You don't always have to kill every enemy in the area, which I do like that. Not that I necessarily mind that, but in case there's something doing something different, I'll take that as well. And this is also where we can get our platforming prowess going on, as it is of getting the emerald. Also, your fall is not an instant death. You do get brought back by the fairies, but you do take a health penalty. So what I want to do is I want to get that. I want to not walk off. Get the ice one.
Just powered up.
He says, yeah, you powered up. Also, you can jump on things like this on that rock. I'm going to try to jump on top of it. And then get up here to hit that treasure box and get what's inside. I get a crossbow, but I want the ice thing. Alright, and you can freeze them by doing the slice. It's actually pretty cool that way. Uh-oh. Crap, I'm dead. Alright, I'm gonna do one more continue, and then we're gonna go on, and I probably should have selected the character. You can do that on a death, like a lot of games like this. Fine, now there's a core of an apple. Not sure if that really helped me much, but either way. I'll do the crossbow, but you do have to be going left and right. So yeah, it is diagonal isometric. They're all, that's how this always is. As far as it's not a diagonal isometric. It's the fact that you're moving left and right that way, they're coming that way, but oftentimes you have to be like to the left or the right of them directly when you hit them. So it's very wonky. And there's that guy in a cage, you gotta get him out. Or not, but I'm gonna get him out. Jump on that switch and he'll drop a lot of money. And you get him level up. There you go. You get XP up, you're seeing that. And you play this game in 2 players as well, and then you also get to the switches. You just get close and hit it. But there's some areas, if you destroy boxes too willy-nilly, you will be in a case where you can't actually move forward unless you get really lucky. In this case, I also want to try and hit these. Okay, that turns off the spike trap there. Just keep walking along the conveyor belts. Alright, we're at the boss. This is a giant snake. I'm gonna show the boss, and I'll go as either till when I beat him, or if I get a game over. In this case, if you have those special attacks, make sure to save them here and use them. The snake's not always easy to hit. Ouch, but we also get poison, that's not good. So I'm gonna die from poison. If I can beat this thing, that'll be a good case, and then we'll go on to the next game. Alright, but since I did die, I can go and pull this out again. So in this case, pretty much just spam my special attacks and kill the snake. Alright. I guess sword flashlight warnings on this baby too. And slow down like crazy. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's pretty cool they have all those things they drop, but it's also something that, yeah, the game is bogging down like nuts. It's like an SNK game, for God's sake. Wait till we get to some of those Metal Slug games. Except for 3, which I'm playing on the Xbox, where they fixed the frame rate. And it's the only version of the game, by the way, that does that. Stop. Yeah, no, we're not stopping. We're dying. Yeah, blood is dying. And Sulrian. Ow. Alright, unfortunately, yeah, we're dying. So that's the end of our game. Okay, so that's game over on Dungeon Magic. It's interesting, and I got a second place score, so I'll take that. I didn't play this one a lot, but I'll tell you, it's one of those... I guess this is an interesting thing to say about it. It's an arcade game that seems like it's better designed for a longer play itself, which for our show is great. So we could justify playing a couple of these things for a purpose of a full show that way. Maybe do this in a trio or something like that. But something where, yeah, it can be a bit draining. And it's not as good as other stuff. I mean, compared to Arabian Magic, that's the one you want to play of the beat-em-ups in this. Alright, but next up, we have another flight shooting game. This is Gekkarindan. This is, released in 1995. It was ex-Toaplan members who made that. The people who made Zero Wing and Hellfire and Tiger Heli. After it went bankrupt in 1994 as far as Toaplan was concerned, they made this for Taito. It's a flight shooting game that's kind of time travel based. It's set in 3195. And we have to go after a huge boss. They took a time machine away, and there's 6 fighter pilots who are going to team up to do it. Flashing lights on this, which usually is the case on this kind of thing, is a vertical shooting game in this one. And you have shooting, which is on square, and bomb for X. As far as additional information, those are the item types you can get. That's all we really need to know, but it's fun. And we haven't shown Toaplan stuff yet, so I guess it's fitting that we're looking at this. Although, yeah, we haven't shown Zero Wing on the show yet either, and I owe Dolphin the Tiger Heli collection at some point. Maybe a future idea for a classic game compilation. As we have our fighters here, as far as they look like they're not going to go in space doing fighting. One looks like he's a rock star. And that one looks like he's out of Rebel Without a Cause or something like that. Here's Gekurindan. This is a fun one. Let's put a coin in. Your choice of characters as far as what these are, as far as 3 characters, I'm gonna take her. So here we are. So it kind of is a little bit of a helicopter fight game. Almost like Ajax, which we showed off from Konami a while ago. Just go along and shoot. As far as the way the bomb works, hit that X button. Yeah, flashlight warning bad when I hit that X button. I probably should have mentioned that that's when I'm doing it, but either way. In that case, if nothing else, will save me a million edits saying flashlight warning here, flashlight warning here, flashlight warning here. In that case, I'm just going to basically take the ones that in fact, the only ones I think I'm going to warn on when I edit this is I'll warn on the ones that I'm not aware of. I guess I'll also put an edit here saying when I say flashlight warns this game is whenever I hit that X button. So there you go. You do have a limited number of bombs down there in the lower left-hand corner. I have also really good music again with the piano. They love the piano sound, honestly, with these kind of things. And like a lot of other shooters like this, I'm getting power-ups as I go along, powering up my shots, and yeah, me getting knocked out. But if you die, they get knocked out, you can pick them up almost like Sonic. But except in that case, you do lose a life for purposes. So not like Sonic when you just die and then you're set, but I got a chance. But also, yeah, your bomb is a radius, so if they're not in the radius, they're not going to take damage. There's also one of those games, yeah, just hold that square button and never let go, pretty much. And this is the boss here. I'll see if I can't beat the boss. Yeah, I don't have many bombs, so I have to be careful here, because, yeah, when the fingers come out, they're going to shoot the missiles. Whoa. In that case, I'm dead, so let's see about rename. Actually, weird, I'm noticing there's a lot of the Taito games we played tonight, except for this one. I'll put a coin in and we'll try once more. They actually made it so that flashlight warning again. Fine. Anytime you see that bomb going off, this entire game, just be ready for that. A lot of the games we played tonight, they don't ask you for high scores as soon as you just die. Basically, you have to take the game over and get it. Or maybe sacrifice it if you're going to continue right away. Or not. You showed in some cases, yeah, you don't have to do that. Looks like that one's going in a black hole or something. Actually, I've never seen that happen, so I guess we're going in after him. Alright, so we got a point bonus for going through that. Let's see what's going on with this, then. Alright, so we're going in the rift that way. Actually, it is a lot like Ajax, or... I keep forgetting what the name of Ajax is. Oh, Typhoon. Yeah, because it's called Typhoon for us, but Ajax is what that Konami game is called for Japan. We chose Typhoon. I just kind of like this in some ways. Ouch. If nothing else, I think I'll get the top score, but also I'm not being very careful. Because firing and forgetting, and using that bomb as much as I can to get stuff out of my way, but also that's perhaps a problem, because then when I run out, that's going to be a thing that I'll tell, oh yeah, I want to use it, and I can't. Jesus Christ, alright. That being said, I am on the last life, so see as far as I can get. Alright, there you go. I just have to say something. But I got the high score, so I'll take that. Alright, so yeah, you can add a coin, but I can't add coin. Also, you can't... Okay, now I can hit the button to advance the timer. Alright, so that's game over. Yeah, it's actually a pretty fun game. And it does have a different feel, maybe because of the toe plan thing when it comes to itself. Yeah, it's one I never heard of, but underrated. I'd recommend you play it. Okay, next up, we got another flight shooting game. This is one that doesn't really have a flashlight case to itself that I'm seeing, that I took down. I took down all the games that do. Next on the list is Grid Seeker Project, Hold on, did I take down this? Okay, Grid Seeker Project Stormhammer. Came out in 1992. This is a case of an alternate take on the Persian Gulf War, set in the futuristic world of 1999. Yeah, basically we have to go and, as it said back there on the screen, use your grid weapon that stands for Gyro Drive Reactive Intercept Device. We have to stop the evil nations to prevent the Persian Gulf War II, or basically fight it and stop it. Yeah, in this case you have shooting and bombing the same way. It's a it's a vertical fight shooting game, as it is. And as always, you get upgrades for stuff. You got our choice of aircrafts as well. So you can be a fighter pilot, or an attack helicopter, or a stealth bomber. And they also each have their own attributes as far as themselves. As far as increased mobility with the fighter, but you shoot straight. Stealth bomber has stronger shots, but isn't as mobile. And then attack helicopter is average and also scattered shots as well. And have other aspects of being able to call in ally ships to help you out and change your grid shots. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, we're getting down sort of to the end. This is going to be about a 6-hour show, I think, based on how it is. I know there's a lot of games in this, as is. So I knew this was going to be a little bit of an endurance. But that being said, it's August 1999 in May of 2025, as far as our show, with skies over the Middle East, as far as the second Persian Gulf War that began. So I guess it's like Three Kings, the movie that came out at that era. In this case, yeah, they're doing a tactical strike with actual footage. So there you go. That is Grid Seeker, Project Stormhammer. Oh, wow. So that's like a massive text wall. They don't give you any time to read. I guess I'll edit here saying, let me give you some time to read what the plot of this game is. Seeing while pressing the button, turning the joystick up and down, you move the grid. So that's us. Catch the bullets with it, your bomber gauge grows up, or bomber gauge grows a little bit, and when it reaches max, you get the bomber stock increased. There's some interesting wrinkles this game has on this type of shooter, which we've definitely seen a lot tonight. You see down there at the bottom screen your bomb meter, so it does indicate there as well as how your power is up over. Alright, so we're going to have a play on this one. If your option of the F-14 for the fighter, the AH-64F for the helicopter, or the stealth bomber. Let's do the stealth bomber, because, yeah, we haven't really shown that aspect of this yet. Alright, so yeah, our grid is on the front, so basically take the shots. So that's an interesting thing there, saying, hey, take the shots this way. So you do have to avoid the shots, but you also have to be careful of hitting your ship. So build them up so you have your power going. Ouch. Yeah, fortunately, since I'm not that mobile, that's the problem here. Yeah, but also, they do switch directions, so that's the other thing you have to take into account. Right, because if you're going forward, if you go backwards, they're shooting, or if you're not moving, the grid is forward, but if you're going backwards, it's going to shoot backwards, so you have to be ready to that. So I guess change your direction so you catch bullets either coming in front of you or behind you. But also in that case, yeah, because my stealth bomber is a big target, it means I'm going to miss some stuff. Let me hit the A button. Yeah, jet fire as far as that. So again, another unique take on this kind of a game, but also, yeah, saying, oh, I want to take the blue shot for that. My power's in good shape. Ow. Yeah, some shots will be destroyed, but some shots will go right through the grid, so it doesn't matter. It's almost like a precursor to Ikaruga, specifically. You basically use that to power itself up and then die, in my case. I'll try and show going that way, and We gotta try another ship. Let's try the helicopter. But also, you're seeing here, it's not necessarily neutering the challenge. Like, oh yeah, if you have the grid to absorb bullets, you can just do that, and you don't have to worry about getting hit. But unfortunately, you do have to worry about getting hit, because sometimes you hit something on the side, and then to build that up. There we go. Or if I miss going off that way, as you're seeing, that's going to be a problem that way. So yeah, I'm not very good at this game, no question. But it is a lot of fun. And it's a unique twist on a genre that sometimes, it's always the thing I think about this kind of genre, which is, just when you think that, yeah, I've seen everything in this genre, sometimes you just pick something out, whether it's an older game or maybe a newer thing, almost like a Cinemora as far as like something new, to see things in this genre. And realize, oh yeah, there's a lot of life that they can offer and a lot of strategy on top of some of the big names that they have around. Taito, generally speaking, they were very good at that. We're showing that, if nothing else, tonight, with a lot of the games they have on offer for us. I did get through that and got a couple hit perspectives. Go to next mission. We'll go to my next death, and then we'll go on to the next game, which is not a flight shooter. Ouch. Yeah, we're going on that right now. Alright, so there you go. That is game over. I did not do great in terms of what that was. Yeah, this is a fun game. Hard, like a lot of these tend to be, but fun still. Okay, so next, we gotta beat 'em up. And a bit of a shooter. And also, it is a crazy setup and a crazy case of itself. It is called Growl. It came out in 1990. It's got flashing lights to it. In Japan, it was called Runark. Or, yeah, Runark. It's a beat-em-up game. The idea of this one is that we have to stop the evil poachers and protect wild animals. Except as we go through this, we're going to be murdering, like, hundreds of people for the purpose of this. Yeah, talk about it going the whole way, I guess, with it, or going maybe too far, depending on what you look on that one. With that being said, we're going to be, like, blowing up villages and things of all these people. We got to save the animals. That's the idea of what's going on here. And you can change your weapons by pressing the D-pad and the attack button. Yeah, because you pick up items, you pick up guns, knives, swords, clubs, whips. So you're going to whip the animals and we're going to whip them. We're going to do a rocket launcher, or blow them up with grenades and machine guns. And it's simple here as far as attacking on square and jumping on X. So let's take a look at Growl. It's another Taito is fuck game, I guess if you really want to put it that way. Alright, so yeah, this is the idea of what the game is. I'm going to show a little bit of the intro. Yeah, excite, action, thrill, excite, fight. So this, yeah, the thing with Batman again, with the onomatopoeias on screen. And that thing, we'll look at the frame rate going totally insane. Now there's 4 characters on screen here, but I don't think this has 4-player support. No, I'm not even gonna look in the manual. See, like, wait, does this have 4-player support? Back of the box says it doesn't. There's Growl, they keep showing the logo, but we don't have time to be able to play it, you know? Or see it. Oh, there you go, that's Growl. Yeah, released in 1990. So, yeah, it's not saying anything about 4-player. So I guess this is 4-player in the arcade. Also, yeah, I don't know why it's playing the music and then it's just stopping, but either way. Fine, we'll have our excite action will go on. As you have these characters, I don't know who they are. I can find out aspect of who they were. They have different attributes and things, so I'm going to go with this guy. He seems like he's average in a bunch of stuff. Yeah, in the early part of the 20th century, evil poachers went along and it's going too fast. But yeah, Ranger Corps. We'll not fail to defeat them, but they're here trying to kill us while we're in a bar.
Dead, you scum.
Yeah, there's voice acting here, so they're going to be grenading the place. So Shaboom's like, yeah, you motherfuckers are gonna die. You're not gonna get away with this, so I'm gonna... First, if you blow up our bar, you're killing the animals, and now we're gonna just blow you up with a rocket launcher. It's insane. It's one of those things that, regardless of what your take on poaching might be... Well, fine, poaching is illegal, as far as it is, so it's not even the case of saying something like that. Someone just saying that... I don't know if, you know, beating up all these people, like shooting them to death, that necessarily helps us that way, but for the purpose of the game, it sure does. As we have not Daphne from Scooby-Doo, she's punching us. So yeah, men and women are getting in the act. Who knew that poaching had this much of a perspective? So I don't even know if there were this many poachers ever in real life. As they're whipping the lion. In this case, yeah, just beat him with the gun. So we shot him with the bullets. And you bust the chests and everything down to get other weapons. So I got a gun. So I have a gun. I'm just, shooting them. Yeah, you're gonna kill the animals, I'm gonna kill you. And I gotta throw the gun at you when I'm done. And pick up the grenade. I love this touch. You throw it, you just jump on the ground no matter where you are, and then it just blows up areas of the screen. But you're invincible, even if you're in the direction of the grenade. Which is actually not a bad thing. As far as your health bar, it actually is the fists over there. And if you hit X and square, you do have a attack that spreads across the full area. Another isometric beat 'em up the way that Dungeon Magic was. I think it's a little better than Dungeon Magic, personally, in terms of the controls. And the other interesting about this game is that as you play, it's not really level-based. You basically go along, and as you do, you complete one area and basically get on top of the train, say. We'll see that a little later. And then kind of go on. It's like a continuous level, really, with only a couple of areas where it breaks. I'm going to show that before we go on. He's on the ground, yeah, get up and let me kill you. I'll also look up if this had 4-player in the arcade, because it looked like it did from the tracks. And for that matter, just the Xbox and PC versions have both for that case, because this is in those as well. We're also gonna get the whip out. So yeah, it looked like Indiana Jones enough already. Oh, let me grab this. Let me get the whip. Yeah, give me the whip, damn it. Yeah, they're all taking the whip. There we go. And now we're getting the Indiana Jones thing going on before I show a game based on the franchise. I still want to show Great Circle, but I know that's going to be a long game. I'm going to savor that one for the purpose of showing the program. So I can pick a short one, or shorter one. If that's the case, I'll probably pick Indiana Jones Greatest Adventures for Super Nintendo, which I have on the Wii Virtual Console. Ouch! Also, you only have one life, it's worth pointing out, and I'll pull up a different character now. So yeah, what do you think you're even doing? Wisp, what are you talking about? What's a wisp for this one? Let's defeat these evil hunters. Let's whip them, and also the bird will help. The bird will help kill them. Also, the red barrels are exploding. Bust them and, yeah, boom. But the birds will be fine, alright. Yeah, the whip is going okay. I'm surprised this is doing as much of a job effectively as it is. Alright, I've got the boss here. He's carrying a Model T. Jesus, look at that. Did he trip there or did I whip him? No, I think I'm whipping him. Never mind. Make like Devo and whip it good. Okay, so there we go. When we got the birds out of that. Thanks for your help, my feathered pal. And yeah, right now we're on the top of the train, so it's not like, oh yeah, the screen fades black and we're going off somewhere. You're gonna get it, sucker. I don't know, this whip seems to be doing a good job. My whip seems to be saying, no, you're gonna be getting it. Elizabeth looks like she's not bleeding on the train. You just stay on the ground for quite a while. Yeah, don't blow the train up. That might not be a good idea. Otherwise, we're all gonna die. Or I can say screw that and I'll do it. But the birds are here. They're not gonna hurt us. Oh, right, I forgot. If you get a case like that, you can get yourself knocked off, but I got out of the way. So wait a minute. Alright, bonus stage. Let's destroy the aviaries to get rid of the birds. Oh! Okay, there's a way easier case to do it with the whip than it was in, my practice. Because in my practices, yeah, I just punch them damn things and it's really nothing. Alright, there you go. That's the easy way to do it. Just bring the whip and you get tons of points. Alright, I'm just gonna keep going. Yeah, the whip is getting me pretty good on this one. Or I might say final stop soon enough. It seems like they're no match for my whip.
Big bucks for me.
Also, yeah, like Sunset Red is going back to that one. Yeah, there's a lot of voice. Oh, wait, the deer's tied up. Yeah, run free, deer. At this point, I'll say this. Yeah, it's so insane, this setup. The case of, yeah, there's so many poachers to kill. Like, when we're done with this, I don't know, we're gonna have to probably be beating up people who aren't poachers. We're basically, like, destroying an entire population here, it seems like. Yeah, who knew that so many people were here as far as that, but that's what I kind of love about Taito. Sometimes the stuff they have is so nuts, but they commit to it. That's absolutely true. Yeah, so you saw the grenade pop back to me, but since I crouched on the ground, you're safe. And it automatically happens when you drop that. And they also pick up the grenades, so yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on with the AI in this, so that's for sure. Whoa. I guess there's like little cheeses going on there. Yeah, we punched the tiger earlier, so I guess this is like a, I don't know, I guess it's in the same universe as Violence Fight, is that the thought? They got mad as far, oh fine, we're playing the people who are mad that they're punching the tigers in that game, and now this kid's just gonna whip everybody. I'm also wondering though if the whip is broken in this game, because, oh, okay, I didn't know you could do that. By slamming to the ground. Alright, so yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm not gonna keep going on, but... yeah, that is Growl. It's a fun one. Alright, so we got high score. Awesome, I'll take that. Alright, so there you go. That's 5 best on that. And yeah, good job, Growl. You're a pretty fun game. I like Arabian Magic, I think, a little more than this one. But that being said, this one is still a good time. And the continuous, like, level structure case of itself, that's a unique touch. Okay, next on the list is Gun Frontier. It is a fight shooting game from 1990. Let's pull it out. It's right here. In this case, it's kind of Western themed. A little bit. We have to go against these space pirates called the Wild Lizards. This is taking place in the 22nd century on this planet called Gloria. And, yeah, this group enslaved the inhabitants, and we gotta stop them. It's a vertically shooting, scrolling shoot 'em up, I should say. With flashlight warnings in the intro. It's also a case I gotta turn the volume up because it's quiet when we get in. Same case, shooting on square and bomb on X. It's kind of simple that way. Yeah, you can also stack up bombs for massive attack. And it's also based on your directional element, I believe. So let's get ourselves going. I mentioned flashlight warning on this intro. Yeah, the 7th development star. Yeah, it's basically a space gold rush, pretty much. It's very much like the gold rush of the 1800s in the US, but now it's happening in space. In 2120. So this is Gloria, the planet. And this guy is saying, hey, I remember my time here. I guess this is pictures of part of the family in the 2nd development group. But the wild lizards are here. Not the lizards, but it's lizards. That's supposed to be it. And so many people were enslaved with those real pictures. Kind of a ominous case. But can anyone save us from this hell? Yeah, we can. Yeah, so we're going into a wild frontier. Yeah, there's the flashing light. A gun frontier. Alright. I don't know if I like this one as much as I like Gekurinden as an example, or even something like RayStorm. It's a bit slow and basic, but you have your stuff on bomb. Basically, you pick up the drops here as far as what they are, and then use it for a stronger shot like that. Just slow the game down like crazy, but it is a pretty nice thing to have. Except also it's a little disorienting when it comes to the transition into the FPF. It's not as instantaneous, like, oh yeah, your ship flies right in. Also seeing that weird effect, which is, yeah, I'm trying to shoot the rock, but it actually does show, unlike Crazy Balloon, where it said, hey, you know, it doesn't take the hitbox of everything. This one, it shows it as a square, which is weird. When it, oh, yeah, it's like, yeah, it's a full rock, it should show that. Or it should do that, like that area. It's showing the flash go the whole way, but I guess we got either lazy, or they didn't realize that, or they couldn't render that for a whole rock or something. I don't know. That's game over. I'm going to go to a death or two more. Trying to see if I can't get past this area, because I'm not able to on the tests. I'll try to build up as far as my stuff with the bomb. Honestly, based on where I have on my checkpoint, this is actually not a good place to be. Yeah, I don't have much going on with my bomb, and actually, this isn't a bullet hell shooter exactly, but there's so many bullets around, it may as well be. And when you die, you don't go back to the same area you're at, you go back to this checkpoint. I don't know if we're going to see much further than this. Fine, once more and I'll see what I can do, but if not, oh, we're going to have to go on. I don't think this is a bad game, but there are other flight shooters that we're going to see tonight, including this game's sequel, that I think do it a little better. This is kind of basic, even with the wrinkles it has, compared to Gekurinden. Gekurinden, that's a really good one. And none of them are bad, though. I mean, even this one, it's okay. It makes a case that, compared to some of the other ones, you'd rather have it once more, because I don't feel like I've shown this for long enough. I don't want to just show this, like, 1 minute. There's a coin. Right, you have Bomber Max set, so I can shoot that out now and just clear the entire screen and die in the process. But those have power-ups as far as your shots, but sometimes it's hard to tell, like, where are these things and can I get them? Where can I get them? Also because the bullets are kind of small that way. They kind of blend in with the way the graphics are. So I don't necessarily think this is as well designed as some of the other ones, but not bad. Alright, now I'm getting nowhere. And we'll see its sequel in a little bit. That's actually a little bit of a better game, but not bad. And interesting as milieu. Alright, but let's take a break from our flight shooting games. Let's look at something we haven't looked at, or have not looked at on the show. Soccer. We have our first soccer game here. It's Hat-Trick Hero. Right here. Came out in 1990, but this was a confusing one, trying to find when the hell this came out. Actually, right, they're fucking lying. It didn't come out in 1990. Oh, no, it did. Okay, I'm trying to remember this, the element of this one. I was doing my research on this. Right, I can think of the game Football Champ. That came in 1991. And there's differences between the region version. The Football Champ is what was known as Japan from 1991. Then we got Hat-Trick Hero. This is the US version. It's mostly the same, except some of the teams are a bit different. I'll get in a second. You have two buttons, one for one action, one for another. Your shooting is on button A, that being square, passing on X, and then when you're on defense, you're doing slide and tackle on square, and rough play on X. And also for the goalie, you have kicking in with square and then X for the throw. And I'll tell you how that's going to go as far as offense. And heel lift as far as dribbling the ball. And then doing a jump up ab for that. So let me get the volume up because this one can get loud if I don't put it down a little bit. Alright, so here's Hat-Trick Hero. Yeah, we'll see if I can get a goal. This is actually not an easy one to score in. As far as this game, as we're pointing out, you have your choice of teams is either Spain, France, Netherlands, Brazil, England, Italy, Argentina, and Germany. But Spain and France are swapped off in the US version. Oh, fine, the US has US and Japan instead of Spain and France. So, let's get ourselves going. Let's play soccer. Yeah, first look at soccer. It made me think as far as Ted Lasso saying, yeah, we should have Roy Kent on this case. Or I should show the FIFA game that has Ted Lasso in it. I think that's FIFA 23. We have Italy, England, Holland, Brazil, USA, Japan, Fairyland, Republic of Germany, Argentina, and yeah, we're going to England. So yeah, it's like AFC Richmond from Ted Lasso. And so we're gonna try and kick the shit out of these guys for being little bitches going to Roy Kent's taste. He's a fucking muppet. Okay, so yeah, fine. We're going this way. Well, that's a weird flag for the UK. It's not the UK Union Jack flag. Yeah, we're going against the US, so fine. We're going against America. All right. On Memorial Day weekend, I just realized that, but I didn't plan that because they do randomly set the teams. Whoa! If I can get a goal, I'd love to get a fucking goal. He punched me, motherfucker. All right, so you got a foul. I got a foul kick. Damn. It's really hard to score in this game, which is, I guess, how it should be with a soccer game. Ow, crap. Throw in. Yeah, and since I was the one who had the ball last and it went out, they could throw it in specifically. All right. Oh, crap, and I ran out. Yeah, because you have automatic player switching, by the way, in this. And if you're a hardcore sports fan, you're probably saying, oh, no, I don't want that. Although, in this game, it kind of makes sense. And usually speaking, it's not that much of a problem. Oh, wait a second. I was gonna say, did I have it go out or not? Also, you can kick the cameraman by accident, which I do love doing that. Come on, get him. Oh! Yeah, when the goalie gets it, he's gonna basically spread you out, and then you have to go and have that again. I'll see if I can't get a score. I want to try and do it. You have to basically do what you usually do, is just pass. Ow, crap. And then shoot from there, if you can. Basically fake them out. Which I do remember, because actually going back in the years when I was younger, I did do soccer. Maybe I should get back into that, honestly. It was pretty fun as far as what it was. I used to be actually semi-decent given everything. That was a while ago. That was like 1997, 1998. Ah! So maybe those days are kind of past me. Damn. Alright, so yeah, that's a tie. I'm gonna try one more period. I'm gonna try and see if we can't get a score on this one. Alright, so yeah, we're going down the pitch again, so yeah. Interesting, this is the first soccer game we've ever played. And it's definitely something I'd like to show. I want to show International Superstar Soccer on Nintendo 64. That game is amazing. It's from Capcom. Oh no, Konami. I was thinking Capcom because they made Mega Man Soccer on Super Nintendo, which I don't have, but it's one that's not as insanely expensive as you think. And you can also do that jump. You go up that crap. Also, you do have fouls in this game. It's not a case where if you do slides where it's going to be, you're going to get hit with a yellow or red card. It's not that I've noticed. Yeah, fine play. Ah. Oh. Okay, a yellow card. Alright. Because, yeah, if you're not familiar with soccer this way, if you get a yellow card, that's a foul, but if you get two of those, that's a red card, and you're ejected for the rest of the game. So I guess maybe this does have red card method to it. Which would be great if it did, because in that case, then I can say, yeah, fine, I can at least get rid of some of the team, and in that case, basically be able to score on without as much of a hassle. No! Yeah, the goal's over here. Whoa. I do want to try and see if I can't score this, honestly. Whoa. Ah, crap. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I need Ted Lasso here. As I said, we'll do FIFA 23 at some point, because Ted Lasso's in that. In fact, the entire team, I believe, is in. AFC Richmond's in that. They do have that way. They don't have Roy Kent saying fuck every other word, which is mainly a missed opportunity. But he's in it, as is Ted Lasso, as is Coach Baird, and it's really interesting as far as that. Oh. Oh. Fine, one more period, and then we'll try and see if we can do it. Actually, in the meantime, I guess what I'll do is I'll also, since I'm still in this case of itself... Oh! Okay, I got yellow carded. So there we go. A fine play, but also, yeah, then the ref got knocked, as far as what that is. You know, even at this point, I'll take them getting a goal. Alright, but I'll throw it in. I was gonna say I was gonna go into schedule, because in that case, yeah, it's getting late. As far as it... Yeah, I'm probably also gonna do abbreviated schedule, honestly. I'm not gonna do the whole year. I'll find the next couple months like I usually do. I'm just gonna go with the stuff I know. Which, next Saturday is Super Mario Brothers for NES. We're gonna show off a bunch of things, because we're celebrating 40 years of that game. For Super Mario Brothers NES, going through fully, versus Super Mario Brothers, Super Mario All-Stars on Super Nintendo, and also Super Mario Bros. Deluxe for Game Boy Color. Which we're not going to be getting on Switch Online in time before that show, which is fine, because I have it on Game Boy Color. I'll show it off, and it'll be a great time. The week after that, we got Rez. That might be a Friday show. I got to figure that still. Ouch. I thought... Goal! There we go. Even the fact that the USA got it will take that. That's probably fitting. So, alright, there you go. And you have to do that anytime you get a goal. So, alright. They got goal. I'm fine with that. Uh-oh. And I'll go to the end of this, and then we'll have that go. Yes, I don't know on Rez's case next week as far as if we're going to have that. Oh, no, 2 weeks from now. It's going to be Friday or Saturday. I'll let you know next week. Maybe Shadow Hearts Covenant's next part. That's going to be on 14th of June. Then Road Adventure for Sega CD. Then we're off for a week where I'll have the Wolf Among Us parts going on the YouTube site. Or our YouTube site, I should say. And... Then 4th of July show is going to be on 4th of July for Desert Demolition for Sega Genesis. And then also, it'll be either the 26th or the 19th, we're going to have Shadow Hearts Covenant's part, and I lost the game, so I'm going to take that loss in stride. And we'll have Space Invaders on PlayStation on the week we don't pick as far as that, or that Kazutoy 2 and Crusader 64 can't do for that. And then... the second chance is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Arcade, and also the NES game for that. That's going to be on July 12th. I'll have that going as far as that, but that's going to be the abbreviated schedule, because, yeah, we're going to be going a long time on this. But, yeah, that's a hat-trick hero. Somebody scored. I'm glad I got to show a goal being scored, even if it wasn't my own. Or was on my own, I should say. But, all right, that's hat-trick hero. So, yeah, there we go. Our first look at soccer. But not our last. I figure we're going to do on that perspective going on later, eventually. Next up, we got another horizontal shooting game. This is Insector X, released in 1989. This is a shmup where you're playing as an exterminator, and all we want to do in life is kill those bugs that are in our garden. So the hawk moth, they have items they drop when you kill them. If you take a hit, you're going to get yourself killed. But the idea is you want to pick up the insecticide can to get your special attackers on X button. Choose your normal, perspective on square. And you pick up new stuff like increase your shoot power by multiple levels, increase your speed, get auto fire, and do destroying of everything on the screen. And get the insecticide cans, the blue ones hit on the ground, the red ones will be a fire blast. Now let's show this off. Let's also turn it up because this game is quiet. So 11.2. In that case, I got the schedule out of the way quick, just because I said, yeah, this is going to be long, and I'm going to be going a bit basically as soon as we're done with this. Alright, so in Sector X, we're having the flag flying as far as the bugs. Alright, we're starting in the desert. This is a bit of a slow case, but also pretty fun, and kind of, I guess, a mixture of a cute 'em up. The idea that it's very colorful and candy-colored graphics, and very, I guess, appealing for children. In this case, yeah, just kill those bugs. If you don't like bugs, kill them. There's no rapid fire, though, so you do have to hit the square button repeatedly. And that one's... Ow! Fine, that one did a shot off on me. I'm dead. I'm gonna show off the boss here if I can. Yeah, those things have the can. Crap, I kept getting myself killed. And after this, we'll only have about 7 or so games to go, I think. 7 or 8 games. There we go. Crap! I keep dying. Fine, I'll put the coin in. Let's see if I can't show off the boss there. Alright, but there you go. I got the shot, so yeah, getting that P, you get your power level raised. Ow! I'm just not being careful anymore. Actually, I didn't have this much trouble when I was doing my test. So yeah, I was doing this game pretty competently as far as playing. Oh no. I'm gonna wait for that one. Yeah, because the red one... Oh wait, no. Maybe it doesn't. Because that's dropping downwards, but... I thought later on you get the red one and it will shoot out fire. I guess we'll do that when we go in the temple. They have a lot of surreal imagery here, a lot like Bonze Adventure. And another thing, yeah, they're just shooting others with guns. But I can also say, yeah, fine, I'll just stay on the ground. Also, you don't get hurt if you hit the sides of the screen. It's just the enemies will hurt you. But also, without a rapid fire, you have to be hitting that square button a lot. Whoa, shit. Yeah, I'll try once more and then we're going on. Yeah, we have 7 more games after this. And I'll give them their due, but it's also something that, yeah, I want to try and do the 6 hours if I can. Yeah, this has been endurance, man, but I've been having a great time, and even if I'm feeling exhausted, that's always the case, but I'm happily exhausted at the end of the show whenever it's a case like that. Even when it's cases where we've done shows like, yeah, God, this game is kicking our asses as far as stuff. Like with the last Shadow Hearts Covenant part, like at the end, like, yeah, we're done, we gotta go to sleep. And that one we did start early, as far as how the Shadow Hearts Covenant parts go. But even then, it was like, yeah, that dungeon was like, yeah, I wasn't even playing, and I was feeling for Standard 64, as was Chasm 20. Like, yeah, this isn't gonna be that bad, a dungeon, compared to some of the others. I was like, yeah, it was. Makes you want to just go kill every bug and frog here, I guess. There's one spider. Or I just think of that episode of Rocko's Modern Life where, Flecko the Fly and his, bug friends, they leave, Mr. Bighead's house because he's gonna kill him. And they take refuge in Rocko's house, but he's so nice as far as saying, I'm not gonna destroy bugs. You're seeing the boss here of that bee. Like, yeah, look at that shit. Where he says, like, I need an exterminator. He's like, he calls up the guy. He's like, well, I'm your boy. I only live in my only lot in life is to kill bugs. He just takes such joy. Ew, like, I don't want to hurt him. I just want them out of here. And by the way, when you hit the bee lumen here, whatever this is, you hit enough when it goes green. That's how you know you're doing damage, but initially you don't necessarily see it. But there he goes, dead. So yeah, I'm not letting this insect live. Okay, awesome. Actually, I didn't actually see that when I was doing my test. There you go. And I'm gonna go to the next death on the plateau, and then we'll go on. This game is pretty fun. Pretty basic in some ways, but also it does have some nice things to itself. And yeah, it's unique. I've never played a shooting game like this where I'm killing insects like this. Yeah, you want to get those fire blasts. That's absolutely how you want to go. Basically, get yourself upgraded as quickly as you can. Ouch. Yeah, but I don't know where we're going necessarily. That's the other question. With these games not household names or very well documented, it's one of those cases where you sometimes question, wait, who are these people? What's the context here? We're going through the garden, I guess. It's like we're on the plateau, but why are we seeing, I guess, I don't know, landmines within the flowers? Why are we seeing these deadly ladybugs shooting us? And why are we seeing turrets coming out of bamboo sticks? I don't know if this is supposed to be a take of something like, I don't know, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, which, that was out yeah, it was out the same year this was. I mean, I don't know necessarily if that got a lot of play in Japan as far as how it was. If it was even released in Japan at the time. Maybe it came out later. I know that sometimes that's what happens. When a movie comes out one place or a game comes out one place, it doesn't come out elsewhere until way later. Like, yeah, that's weird. Well, it's cancel with an S. Never seen it spelled that way before. To push shot button. Okay. Alright, that's game over on Sector X. It's interesting, but weird. And I did get a high score, so what's up with it? Where's... Oh, yeah, also, yeah, it's going to the left when you hit, right, and right when you hit left. I think that's, how this game is set. Okay, so today's best 10, number 4. Alright, I'll take that. Alright, so that is in Sector X. Next up, actually a kind of famous one, but maybe not via the name you're going to be hearing next. This is one of those big ones I kind of left for later for a reason, because at least I want to space it out this way. Next up is Kiki Kaikai. We saw Princess Sayo-chan when we were looking at Space Invaders 95 earlier as a playable character. Here she is. In this case, she's a priestess, and she's going to repel the ghosts, save the 7 lucky gods who were kidnapped. This game is the predecessor to Pocky and Rocky, which came out on Super Nintendo, and then it got a sequel that's insanely expensive, though the original's not cheap either. And I got an also expensive Game Boy Advance version, which I own, called Pocky and Rocky with Becky, which is not seen as a very well-liked game, from what I understand. And then they remade Pocky and Rocky original as Pocky and Rocky Reshrined. I remember giving that to Gemini 96 as far as a Christmas gift. He told me he quite liked it because he liked the game on Super Nintendo. It was directed by Mikio Hatano, who directed Doko Don, which we played earlier. Directed Fairyland Story, which we'll see in a little bit. As well as champion wrestler and was producer of Dash on TurboGrafx 16. And the most expensive game on the NES, Panic Restaurant. You've been paying thousands and thousands of dollars for that game. And it seems one of the best games on the system. In some cases, but whether it's worth that much money... Yeah, Taito, I'll tell you, fine. Square, here's one way you can get people's good fortunes. Re-release that for $50. People would be begging to buy that. But in this case, it's a top-down shooting game. Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily expect that out of this franchise unless you played the games. Just from a look, you're like, oh, it's just this Japanese priestess woman. You're gonna be shooting in this, though. Yeah, you are. And you have to find the key in order to find the ghost. We'll see that going on. And pickups of your talisman, because you go along, those are your projectiles. They can be flying further, or be higher in size, or go through enemies, or fly faster. You also have a purifying rod you can use, and use that to harvest items out of lanterns, and also you can use it to knock enemies away if you're close to them. But it doesn't have as great of a distance as far as hitting it as the talismans do. It came out in 1986, by the way. It is a feudal Japanese-themed perspective, and it is very appealing, but it's not easy. And there's 2-player to this, I think. Well, I'm gonna put 2 coins in just to get a sense. I'm just seeing one of the bosses that maybe we'll see if I can get there. I'm showing the kunais out. Oh yeah, there's 2-player, but I don't think you have Rocky, who's the raccoon from that game. But in this case, yeah, we're waving the flames. But yeah, we're sensing evil energy around. So yeah, if you're familiar with Sailor Moon with Ray at her temple, yeah, she's kind of a priestess as well as far as what she does. This great Japanese style of music. Alright, I picked up the talisman. That increases the throwing distance of my talisman as it is. You're seeing there, it's stopping at a bit of a distance. But still something, it's still not bad as far as, but you have to Thunder Thumb this. Basically just hit that square button and toss out those, I keep thinking of shurikens, but not shurikens. They're talismans. Also pointing out, when you go in the Purify Gate, you're going to be set. As you go along, the door behind you goes shut. Also, there's the warding rod. No, I mean, honestly, you mostly use that just to get the items out of the lanterns, which is what I tend to do. But if you're in a pinch, you can also knock the ghosts away that way. Sometimes the enemies move very erratically. By the way, one hit and you're dead, so you gotta be careful. Okay, first I was thinking, I'm not gonna get hit by that somehow, but okay, yeah, I did. I was like, yeah, this game is surprisingly hard. You'd think it wouldn't be, but it really is. And also, when you die, your talisman level goes down to basically nothing. So, yeah, you're gonna be in trouble. You just kill as many enemies as you can. Also, see that weird snake woman. Ow, shit. Yeah, she wanted to come and kiss me. He's like, no, I don't want that. Sorry. Oh, crap. Also, you have the number match thing like the pinball stuff, but it's 150. Not that way. It's game over. But since I put another coin in, we're going to play a little more. I'll do one more case and we'll go on. And we have 1, 2, 6. I keep thinking that because I was going to say Puchi Carat till later, but honestly, I think ElecVerse should just bring it up when he did, or bring up Arkanoid, and I said, you know what, let's look at this now. Because that's one of my favorite games on this disc. And there's some good stuff on this. A lot of good stuff on this. So I'd say, yeah, definitely pick this collection up if you have not. Not everything's going to be prize, mind you, but there's definitely a lot that are. And stuff that, yeah, maybe you missed, and I sure missed most of this stuff. Oh, okay, first I was saying, hey, I should go get that little gem over there, like the piece of gold, but that's, okay, turned around into the ghost. Alright, I do want to show the boss. I'll try and beeline to the boss. Also, she doesn't necessarily move that fast as far as Sayo is concerned. It's not that bad. Alright, here we are. Here's boss. Oh yeah, I feel evil energy in the area. He throws out those, I guess, prayer beads. You do get great animation going on when he throws them. Yeah, but I gotta keep at and try and see if I can't get through. Those now are getting skeletons. They're indestructible. If you only knock them down, they'll come back for more. But since I am here, I'm gonna try and see if I can't beat him. Also, he will stop when it comes to doing the toss. So if you're able to avoid his shots for a little bit of time and then wait for an opening, you should be good. Just toss, like that. So that's really the skill here. It's a lot of pattern memorization, really. Alright, got him. And there we go, got one of the gods rescued. A good job, Sayo-chan. Yeah, but like with Growl, the game is still going without, like, a stage transition. Okay, so I'll go to my next death, which is probably gonna be pretty soon. Because I'm on my last life, as is. I do love the atmosphere of this game, too. Whoa. There's another talisman drop. Anytime you see those, pick them up. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, I'm dead. 850. Okay, that was not a match, but that's game over. Alright, so we're gonna take our leave of Kiki Kaikai, but I did get something hit on here for the high score. Yeah, this is a hard but very stylish and charming game. And to think that it started a franchise, as it was for Pocky and Rocky, yeah, it's good stuff. And if you haven't played it, it's definitely worth checking out on this, no question. Okay, next up is a little more Japanese flair, sort of, but kind of a question in terms of how much that is, although I gotta turn this volume down a little bit more for this one. Next is Kuri Kinton. Came out in 1988. It's a kung fu action beat-em-up game. We have to go rescue, they say, the Chris family. Did I take anything down on this one? Yeah, you're playing a Chinese police officer, but we're a ninja perspective. We have to save our fellow officer and the officer's daughter from this gang. It was made on Taito's L system. There's not much more I found out about that. Yeah, in this case, you only have attacking and jumping, and then you're moving left and right as far as what it is. But you also have a key ball you can charge up by holding the attack button and let go. But you have to be standing still, and you can't change direction when you do it. Also, if you don't move, you have an aura around your body that increases attack and defense power, so you can basically sit around and try and upgrade it. Actually, I did not know until I actually looked at that right now. So let's give it a shot. Alright, yeah, we're making our walk, and we're going to be going into this base. It's giving me a perspective of what we're going to see as far as, well, the layout here, and then this. Here we go. In this case, every time you punch, you also will get a, like, a yell of, like, hi, how, as far as the, like, the word bubble there. But there's no voice acting in this. And also up there, you have that little, radar area where basically it shows when you're doing a charge up. It's also showing the, I guess he's sitting there to get his aura level up, and also giving you an arrow on which way you gotta go. Not that it's really hard to get a sense of where you need to go, but they'll point you to where the boss is. And it's another one like Kiki Kaikai and like with Growl, where as you go along, it's basically a continuous level. Now let's put a coin in, let's play. Yeah, we're a ninja, but we're riding a bike. I was going to do a charge up over our key blast going Kamehameha! And blast the door down. Okay, so yeah, basically you're basically you got to find your inner key, I guess. No, inner chi, I should say. That means that these guys are going to be either coming with a gun or something when it comes to this, so let me build up my aura. Oh, yeah, oh, right. Actually, that's interesting that you kind of sit down and wait and kind of get your power up. There we go. That being said, does it hold when you go in area? I guess it does, alright. Okay, so yeah, basically it does give you an incentive to kind of just hold up and wait, but the enemies will keep coming. There we go, so I'm blue level, so I'm at full power for this. In this case, you go up and down the elevators as well, and also hold that button, get the shot going out, boom. Oh, you can jump and pass by the enemies if you so desire. But when you get a boss character like this, he'll be there and you just have to punch him. Okay, my aura goes down, but I guess it cut down my, or it increased my defense. I should usually be dying like crazy here. Now, I can't outrun him. I can say, I'm just going to go to the next area, but you do have to beat him in order to get to the boss that we can see here. Probably not going to be too much I'm going to show on this one, but I did get him. Yeah, Dragon Accio, he's gone. Alright, so I get myself set for aura. This might be good for the purpose of this boss we're going to fight. Especially now that I know this. I actually did not know that in all the time I was doing this. But also, that's why it pays to read the instructions in the game, and also... Fine, manual doesn't really say that, but I'm in pinch mode, because I'm dying, so I gotta be careful. Alright, here we are, we're at the boss. In this case, he's gonna hit stuff on the ground, so you have to kind of just jump and beat him. Like, hi, ha, ho! Yeah, it's pretty basic as far as how it goes, and you also do have a run. You double tap D-pad left or right, and you can do running. You also go really fast just for doing jumping, so honestly, it's not gonna change it too much. But I gotta be careful, because if I get hit again, I'm gonna die. Yeah, like that. And when you do get killed, you have one life, your life is knocked out of you, and comes down to you saying, hey, you want to continue? Yeah, we'll continue once. And it'll fly back into my body, so yeah, my spirit is back. Alright, let's try once more. I'll show the running, like that. Yeah, not much of a run, because they do have checkpoints when you get game over, and they put you right back here. Let's see if I can't beat him. I don't know if Bash is his name, but he's going down. In this case, just jump towards him and hit him, and try to avoid his hits when he does them. So far I'm doing okay, but you just keep moving. Yeah, the game's pretty fun as far as what it is. Not the best thing to play, but it is something that's surprisingly smooth. And has actually some pretty decent variety that is actually, I just realized, I mentioned, just looking at it tonight. Whoa. But you do have to be careful. Alright, I got him. But you do have, health recoveries, that's nice. So I'll go to my next death, and then we'll go on. I think we'll go a little over 6 hours, but that's fine. As I mentioned, this is a massive show, and this is the biggest, classic game compilation we've done. Ow! What happened there? I'm trying to jump, I'm hitting the top. You know what? I want to see that again. In this case, I also run, and he has a lot of expressive perspectives of space that way. I do like that. Whoa! Yeah, this is the longest of these classic game compilations we've done so far. Next year is not going to be as long, even with what I'm planning. Because I mentioned, next year's classic game compilation show for May is going to be a mixture of a classic game compilation and a showcase. And actually, there's another classic game compilation I'm tossing in along with that as far as that showcase part of it. Next year, we're completing our look at the Midway Arcade Treasures trilogy, which is how we started this compilation program we do every year. You love it, and we had a great time doing tonight's show, even before at the end. Next, you're playing Midway Arcade Treasures 3. We played 1 and 2 already. Played 2 on the PlayStation, no, 2 on the Xbox, 1 on the PlayStation 2, and for 3, as I guess I can't swim, we're gonna play on the GameCube. It only has 9 games in it, technically 8 if you really... Well, it's technically 9, but it's 8 because one of them is the track pack for Super Off-Road. I love Super Off-Road, but it is, it's just a little more of that, really. And it's not a great collection. Despite some of the games that are really good, the collection is lacking in a lot of ways. Not just numbers of games, but also because it doesn't have a whole lot of historical information. Actually, it's really none. And not really many extras, and the emulation is suspect. Even that GameCube version, which is the best with it, which is why we're playing on that. That, and also because we showed PS2 and Xbox for the other one, so I said we're gonna give GameCube time to shine on this one. I said, I'm not gonna be able to fill a massive show on that one, or a large enough show to be comfortable with. So I said, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna show off some games from Nintendo 64, their arcade ports, as a little of an extra. I'm gonna be showing off all the cruising games. I'm gonna be showing off NFL Blitz. We're showing off NBA Hang Time. I'm looking into getting Mortal Kombat 4 and War Gods, I should say, and some other ones. And I also have a classic game compilation, that being the Midway's greatest arcades hits. Actually, while it counts down, I'm going to pull that out. Yeah, that is Midway Greatest Arcade Hits Volume 1. I'm going to show that as well. So I'm going to have a case of that so it gives a sense of some games we could have seen in that collection. Not so much with this Greatest Hits thing, because there's a lot of stuff from Midway Treasures 1. But it is an interesting collection, and I do want to at least give it some due. And it's from Digital Eclipse, who, honestly, Midway Treasures 3 is not a great collection. I mean, it might be one of the worst they've made. Yeah, nobody's bulletproof, and even they aren't. But we got our high score on this one. That's what we're going to do for next year's compilation show. Date will be determined when we do that, of course. We'll get to May either on Memorial Day or Cinco de Mayo weekend. We'll have it. Okay, but we're getting close to the end. We only have about 5 games left. Alright, next up, as we get down to the end of this great show, I've had a great time doing it, we have Liquid Kids. This came out in 1990. It is a platforming game. You're playing as Hippopo the Hippo. He lives over in Woody Lake, and the idea is that his friends and his girlfriend, Tamasun, have been kidnapped. So we have to use our power of water to go and defeat the bad guys and save the land and save our friends and girlfriend. Yeah, we have to get to the goal within the time limit, otherwise we're going to die, and don't touch enemies. But we can toss toss water balls out, or water bombs. Hit the A button to toss, or the square button to toss them. And you can also hold the button down to make it bigger, and you also do jumping. And you have other things as far as shortening the time taking to blow up the water bomb, or increase the size of it, or get a gun to have a stronger shot frequency. We'll show that off as well. But don't get the pig items, otherwise you slow down. And we show this. This is a pretty fun one. Let's get this going. Also got to turn it up. It's a little quiet. Okay, so there we go. Got the water droplets going on here. It's very cute. There's a little bit of a Bubble Bobble vibe to this, but unlike Doko Don, for an example, I kind of like this one a little more. It doesn't feel like, oh yeah, they're completely going after that one. In the sense that, oh, it's just Bubble Bobble with a hammer. This is not just Bubble Bobble with tossing water balloons. It's kind of a platform game, honestly, kind of the same way that, well, a little better than what Kuri Kinton was as far as that, because that's kind of a half and half as far as, is that a platform really or not, as far as it. I guess I was going to say as far as other platform games of that, I guess like Bonze Adventure, but actually I think I like this one better. It's also very colorful and very appealing to look at, and a lot of fun to play. And you play it 2 players well. We'll put in the coin in here. Yeah, here's Woody Lake. It's nice, but the Fire Devil came here and took the plate by surprise, but I transmitted some miraculous power into myself. Save for Hippopo, that's us. We're going to attack the devil. And we got an edition made at 300,000 and 100,000 points. Never heard that for an extra life before, but there you go. Let's go. Okay. Welcome to Woody Lake. We got our map here. We can't read the map. The idea is you basically toss the water balloons out, and they will bust, and then they'll have water going on. But if you hold the button down, it increases in size. You just walk around and toss. In that case of fire, just hit that and you'll be set. I know it's kind of slow the way you move, but honestly, I think it fits as far as these levels as we get a goal in by rescuing one of our friends. And there's some nice stuff with the physics in this game. You can see that in a little bit. But I don't want to get the pig snout. But if you don't want that item, knock it into the no, knock it into the spike. Don't hit the spikes, by the way, otherwise that's a death. I was gonna pick up the cake for some points. And yeah, there's the big bomb because of the fact I got one of those little pickups underneath that. Oh, look at that. It's water everywhere. Yeah, the name's a little weird as far as looking. It's like, yeah, what the hell is that name? I don't know if I'd say it's the best name around, and actually, I don't think it was called that for Japan. I don't think it was. Yeah, we have this earthquake. Also, you can know water plants as well, so there's some unique things going on. Just hit the water wheel. Seeing that, it's spinning. It's actually really cool. Alright, but here's our friend. Popo, Tamasun, gone over mountains and valleys to get it, but okay, fine. We were teased again. Preview to Super Mario Brothers next week. We'll find our princess in another castle. Except we're seeing her get kidnapped again. So it's not quite that. Yeah, I guess the one thing, as I said, I would change is probably the fact that he moves a bit slow. But aside of that, it's still fine. And this game is a lot of fun. I'm gonna go with the first boss, which is coming up in a little bit. And yeah, saying, yeah, touch an enemy and you're gonna die. Yeah, which is, they think that seems like it's too unforgiving. But honestly, because of how the water balloons go, they just throw them out like crazy, and yeah, the enemies are gonna die and you'll be fine. Whoa, shit, no. Alright, but I got spiked, so yeah, he's dead. But I gotta make sure I make that jump specifically. Alright, we're almost there, I think. Ow. I should have put the fire out before I jumped on it. I thought I was gonna put it out. That was a really good animation you're seeing as well. Let's build up our balloon. There we go. Ah, crap. Now, maybe we won't see the boss. I'll see what I can do. Hang on. I got a game over. I don't know if it's a case where we can continue from this area. We'll see. Oh, yeah, you have to, because, yeah, otherwise the bomb's gonna fall on him and he's gonna die. Okay, so fine. I continue the same place. Alright, here we go. Here's the boss coming up. That was pretty close. That like weird Easter Bunny robot thing with fire coming out of itself. Just stay underneath here, you'll be safe, because yeah, you won't bounce in between that. You just charge up your water balloons and toss, and then just wait for another opening. And also, he has a life bar there. You do have to be careful as far as hitting that. There we go. Yeah, you think it's... Okay, you do go do more damage when it's open than on the fire. There we go, got him. And you have a choice of door to go through. I'll go through this one. I'll go to my next death, and then we'll go on to the next couple. And then we'll almost be done. Yeah, because I'm going to get about 6.5 hours probably out of this. Also, when you go in the water, you not drown, thank God. Because we are one with the water. I mean, who do you think he is, Frogger? Where yeah, you can't go in the water without dying. But he's a frog and you can't live in the water, but either way. Yeah, but Hippopo's better than that. He's able to be fine going through that. It's just the water enemies touching me. That's the problem. Fine, they're bad enemies, so or bad guys, so in that case, he's not in tune with them. All you're seeing things, the physics, yeah, like the bubbles, they're bouncing when you toss them. I do love that. So there's a lot of small things as well. Also, the thing with the boat, when you hit that, you have to hit it on the side and then use that to kind of maneuver yourself. You hit the one on the right in order to get going on, and you see the water wheel going, so it's pretty nice. Whoa. Okay, fine. In that case, I got the train, so with the train, we get moving. So it does increase your speed. So there's a way to get the speed stuff going on. So when I said, hey, that's something I would change, the game was thinking, so you do have your way of going through. Alright. Alright, there's a water pump. Whoa, look at that. Alright, yeah, unfortunately they're splitting out too much, so yeah, unfortunately Popo, he's not getting out of this one alive. I will show the twisted game over screen again, which is that, yeah, that bomb's going, he's like begging, he's like, please continue, don't let me die. Fine, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to let you die for the purpose of this, Popo. At that point, then it goes, black, and like, yeah, we heard him explode, and we just have to assume he died, but... Yeah, we'll be back maybe at some point for this. But yeah, Liquid Kids, that's a good game. One that's better than I thought it was going to be. And actually, it is a lot of fun. I'd recommend this over Doko Don and even Fairyland Story. Fairyland Story is interesting. We'll see it in a little bit, but I like this a lot more. This is actually probably one of the better games on this. Especially like platforming games like I did. Next up, though, we got Metal Black. Metal Black is the sequel to Gun Frontier. And it's better. Came out in 1991. In this case, it takes place in 2052 as we play as John Ford. We're flying the CF-345 Black Fly and have to stop this group of aliens called the Nemesis. Let's see. So for this one, you have a max button. That's on X, and then shooting is on triangle. You have converging beam and spreading beams, and you can increase your level going along. And here's just stuff this game is doing. I'll definitely show that as well as we go. Alright, as far as the volume on this baby, it's 12.6. So it's the same as Liquid Kids. Also going from a bit more of a darker atmosphere than even the last one was. Yeah, the sky area of Nemesis, I guess that's the group of aliens that come around there as well. And I think there's flashing lights in this one. I don't know if I took down. Yeah, look at those vector graphics. So I said, fine, Kix is the one game that has them specifically, but actually, no, I think this one does too. Alright, but yeah, everything's being overwhelmed, but there's that guy walking down the stairs over there. Yeah, the beam made good use of energy, they called it New Alone. Alright, so this is top secret. The Project Metal Black, which is a permanent freeze. Yeah, this government made a compromise called peace, and it concealed newly produced black fly machines with the same abilities as theirs in darkness. I like that perspective of running down the way. As I mentioned, sequel to Gun Frontier, this is definitely impressive, but yeah, the Earth's dead. And it enter upon silence times. Yeah, but I think we gotta get on the ship and start flying. And deal with that, cute strand of DNA there. Alright, so welcome to Metal Black. It definitely looks a little more futuristic as far as how it goes. And kind of more appealing to the eye than the original. I'm going down to Earth. You guys are shooting, and the one thing I find interesting about this game is it has rapid shot. Yeah, on its own, we hold square down. Except, your gun has a cooldown. So you can't necessarily just hold it forever. I kind of think that's cool. Because it starts showing really fast, and you're seeing right there it slows down. You basically have to kind of hold it and then let go, and then hold it and let go. So I kind of like that. I think that's a really unique system. Actually, fine. The other thing I'm realizing, unlike the original, this is a horizontal shooter as opposed to that one's vertical. And personally, I like this one way better. It's more appealing. There's more interesting stuff going on with gameplay as well as our laser shot that's on X. Yeah, look at that thing. It's tearing the place apart. I'll go to when we see our first boss or whenever we get a game over. And then we'll go on to the next couple. This is, though, Cheddar, the last flight shooting game we got. But we're ending on a high note. That's absolutely for sure. All you have to pick up the molecules in order to get your beam level set, and as you do, you see it getting bigger, and it's really nice to see that. Whoa. Not moving very fast as far as your ship movement, but aside from the plague of frogs there, it's not going to be too bad. Right, that's the thing. You basically trade in your beam level stuff. The X button is used to basically drain it completely. So like, hey, I'm in a jam. I want to get rid of stuff on the screen. But then say, okay, I got to upgrade my lasers again. You can do that. So there's a nice yin and yang to how this game operates when it comes to power-ups that I really like. In this case, I have to remember, yeah, hold the button for a little bit and then let go of it. It becomes really second nature as you go along, saying, oh, would I have to do that? Is that really necessary? Is it something I'm going to like? But honestly, I'm okay with it as it goes. As we're seeing this guy, the visitor, like this weird bug thing. That being said, I'm getting my beam level up nice, but I do need to make sure I can hit him. Yeah, like right there. As soon as you see the flashing, we're good. As far as knowing where to hit. Since I am, okay, except in this game you do have, okay, a couple things. In this game you hit the ground, you get yourself hurt. That's number one. And number two, yeah, if you hit the ground, you get hurt. And you die, and it is a one-hit case itself. So yeah, it is a little harder as far as that, but you do get enough of these things, you're gonna be set. All right, so yeah, we got him. Yeah, we blast him down. So we cleared round one. All right. Oh, we got a bonus stage. Right, you have to do like a first-person shooter, first-person shooting. Is you're targeting in on that and then hitting the square button when you hit them. But yeah, lock on target. It's another weird guess is like, am I actually gonna be hitting that thing? But it's pretty cool. I kind of like the way this is playing with perspective in all honesty. There we go. Alright, one more good shot. There we go. Alright, so we got a nice bonus for that. We're also moving around here, and we can that way. Okay, so Let's go, and we'll go to our next life, and then we'll go on. Actually, I was wrong. I think we have a couple more games. We have, after this, we have 4. There's one I forgot, and I think I forgot it when I was doing my test initially, saying, wait, there's one other one we got. Oh yeah, you also get the aspect of the soundtrack going on when you get the musical note down there saying, oh yeah, this Jewel Moon. So yeah, they want you to know what the names of the music in this game are. Alright, yeah, but I'm dead. I think that's game over. Oh no, it's not game over. Ouch. Okay, fine. That is game over, and I'm not going to continue as far as that. Also, because I got the high score. Yeah, it's not a Darius game, but you are still seeing the thing with the fish again. So yeah, they do love that idea of, like, aquatic life in fight shooting games. That's a Taito thing, for sure. This is nice dreamy music that will lull me into sleep when we're done with the game. Okay. Okay, so that is that one. And next up on the list is Rastan Saga 2, but it's not called that for the US for some reason. It's called Nastar Warrior. So we had Rastan last time. Yeah, that was the name of it from before, right? I just want to make sure of that. Yeah, benefit of having the notes from the last one. Yeah, Rastan. But this one they called Nastar Warrior. Like, wait, why did they change the name? Came in 1988. In this one, it's a fancy hack and slash, same way the original was. Basically going around, you have to save the land of Ristania? Is that? Yeah, Ristania, that's the name of it. From a group called the Wicked Group. It's got a bunch of ports of things, including PC Engine and Sega Genesis. This is the arcade version, basically moving around and attacking and jumping. That's basically all you gotta do. And pick up items, you have long swords, sword and shield, and even an iron claw, so basically getting all Wolverine in this. Also, let's show this baby off. And after this, we only have 3 more games. I'm probably just gonna go to my first game over on all of this, just to be honest specifically.
Yes, we do.
There's some nice voice acting going on here, as we say, like, yeah, with this weird text, it's hard to read it. Courageous young man is risen in revolt against the Wicked Group. As you're basically moving left and right and doing slashing with your sword. You also stab up, you also stab down in the air. But, yeah, it looks really weird, like, hey, he's trying to masquerade himself when he's doing that. Like, why? That's a weird animation. Also, you can swing on the rope. Also, based upon that, you can also get the screen to be... You can also play around with the screen that way so you're not actually seeing it correct. Basically, that the perspective of where Rastan is off, so you have to basically walk over to the side in order to fix it. It's a glitch I found when I was doing my test when you're swinging on that rope, as if it's Donkey Kong Country or something. In this game, you do have lives running, by the way. And I got the claws to get slicing. Ow. When you die, yeah, he does turn into like a... Well, fine, he wastes away. Yeah, it's pretty gruesome death as far as how it is. You just walk forward and just stab everything in the face. Yeah, but the serpent with the sword, that's a tough thing to get past. Unless I spawn right on it and then get that way. I do want to show the bigger sword, though. If I can. I got that where I move faster. That's good. Because, yeah, your movement speed is deliberate. And I'm not going to say slow. It's just deliberate. Alright, I do want to show the bigger sword if I can, but you can also get other things as well. Alright. Oh, there we go. There's the bigger sword. So, yeah, we have that going on. slice your way through by hitting those blocks. You can't destroy the moon blocks, we're pointing out. You also get lightning attached to it to do that, and then you can shoot lightning blasts. Gives you more of a distance for hits. In that case, I have to do that down stab. I still don't understand that animation, like why they thought, like, yeah, we want to have that as the animation. That's okay, I guess. But that, like, wow, what's he doing? As I said, it looks like he's emasculating himself. But yeah, I don't know if anybody would want to do that of their own volition. That sounds like a bad idea. Alright, but we have a boss coming up. I'm probably gonna die of this thing. Alright, that's game over. Fine, I'm gonna just kill this thing and then we're gonna go on. Alright, so we got that crystal and we're set. I will open a fire. I'm now determined to hold my ground at any cost. And I'm gonna stab that thing in the neck. Alright, so that's round 2. We're at round 2. I'm just gonna go till I get my next game over. Ouch. Yeah, in terms of these things, they're basically invincible. Unless... No, they are invincible, I think. I don't think I can even downstab them. I can't reach the bigger sword over there. Can you get like a razor sword on top of that? Fine, we'll go with the claws. We'll go Wolverine. Fine, that looks a little better when it comes to the like the stab down, because like you're just slicing down. Yeah, it's a pretty basic game, but it's not bad. I think I might have liked the original one a little better than this, but this is a decent follow-up. Alright, that's the game over, and I got second place. We are a prince. Okay, that's round 2, and that's game over. So that's Nastar Warrior. Weird case again on the name, but either way, we're set on that one. And next up, we're going to a bit of a maze game, a takeoff on Pac-Man a little bit. We had that with the electric yo-yo last year, but this year we have Rhymize. It came in 1988. It's a maze chase game with some weird imagery. We're going to show that. It is right here. You apparently have to go through and rescue your captured brother by going through the maze. We're getting all the dots. Kind of driving a car along the way, and you have to be careful to, with the organizer, that's the name of the car, and get your way out and make sure you don't hit into other stuff. Also, apparently there's multiple endings. I guess we could show this as a full show. There's acceleration on the X button, and you can use items on square when you get them. Because you can have aspects of slowing down the enemies, their movement, or you can pick up lasers to shoot them, or cases where you openly are able to win the level, get armor. That's what I thought was one of what the A stood for. The crash, extension, and other routes for first rounds. I don't know if we're going to go that far with this thing, just in general, but we'll see. Also got to turn this audio down a little, because this was loud on the test, and then we got Fairyland Story and Legend of Kage, which we're ending on. This is a pretty fun game, though. I'll say that for sure. Ouch. You can also trick the carts going that way, so they'll go a different way. In that case, you hit that and they slow down. I do want to show one aspect of the image. Whoa, the weird imagery here, which is whoa. Take a turn. And that is, I think if I get to the third level, I can show it. Also, when you have all the orbs collected, you can go out either of these ways you want to go. And you're on top of buildings, as you're actually seeing there, which is a nice effect. But there's armor, so that means if you get the armor, that means you can crash into a ship, it destroys, it's destroyed, and you live. To be strategic, saying, "Oh, that's in my way. I don't care about, taking damage." Let's go backwards. So fine, I went back the way we came. But yeah, the geography doesn't make sense that way because we are going this way and able to just have new orbs to get. I was getting the laser blast. Oh, where'd they go? Oh, they disappeared. Actually, I never saw that happen. Also, you can't go through that area there until the shield goes away, or if you have the armor. Alright, there you go. I get sword flashing light on this one, and we win. I think I have to go through one more level, and then I will show this weird thing with the creature. We'll see, and then we'll go on. Also, when you pass over the bomb like that, it'll detonate after a little bit of time. Yeah, I want the laser. In that case, you have shots. It means you shoot the other cars, and they're going away. So it makes it really easy. So now I'm going back where we went. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know what that weird, troll guy is, but yeah, he's woo, woo. You have, more stages to go. Because I got that and I'm slowing down. I do have laser and now I'm dead. Oh, okay, got killed. Alright, that's the end of Rhymize. There's not really too much to talk about in this game, but it is a lot of fun. I'll definitely say that. Yeah, maze game that I didn't know existed until this from Taito Corporation in Japan, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. But hold on, is that going to be doing something different? Alright, yeah, that's the idea of our older car, so that looks pretty nice, kind of driving around. And it looks really smooth. Okay, so 2 more games to go, and then we'll be in a good case of this, and then I need to go to bed. Because I am definitely fading, but as I said, I do love doing this stuff, so much so that we're going to show all these games. I made that promise. I'll have that going on. Okay, so of our last 2 games, we have the Fairyland Story. That's next. Here's Ptolemy. Ptolemy? Yeah, I'm not good at pronouncing that name, or names that look like that. She's a witch in training. And the idea is she has magic power. She can turn enemies into cakes. This came out in 1985, by the way. It came out the year before Bubble Bobble did. And anyway, you have to turn enemies into cakes, and you crush the other ones with it. You have jumping and magic. That's the idea how that works. And also you can ride that blue dragon there. That, by the way, being Redemi. And you also have multi-levels or multiple levels the same way you do have Bubble Bobble. And they basically tell you here, hey, you want to jump and do a continue from where you left off on that? Just do this. If you drop the cake over the enemy, you get more points off them. You can also push them off as far as on a platform, and they'll die. I'll show it in a second. It's weird, but it's kind of interesting. In this case, I also have to turn the volume down. Oh, no, I don't. I have to keep it. I can keep it the same. Alright, so this is the Fairyland Story. Yes, 40 years for Fairyland Story for this one. Alright, so I'm going to put that on. And you know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to reset this. I'll tell you why, because I wanted to show the intro. I saw the intro was happening as I hit that, so I was like, I'm going to let the intro play a little. There you go, flying our little dragon, going along. Okay, so it's just that. These are the pig knights going on here, so here's how you handle this. You walk along and jump. They will jump along with you, but you hit them with that, they turn into a cake. At no time, you push it off the side and they crush them to death. There you go. You get more points if you crush them. And also, you can get that coin in time. They just got in time. They will also jump up and get you, by the way. Kind of like Bubble Bobble a little bit. You also lure them over, saying, hey, come over here. Hit him that way and say, okay. And just drop it down that way, too. You don't get bonus points for doing that. But sometimes you only have one left. That's really the only thing you can do. All you see in there, cakes do not like being dropped on the ground. So as soon as they fall, they're gonna crumble in. Which is kind of messed up when you really think about the idea. We're turning into a cake, and then we're pushing it off, and then it's collapsing, and they're basically being destroyed. But also, I got the wand. You get more power. You get stronger power. Oh, yeah, but I got shrunk. If I get crushed again while I'm in this, I'm gonna die. But I came out of it, so I'm alright. Ow. But if you get touched, you also die and turn into a bubble. And also, if we take too long, there's a flying devil coming around called Horned. He's invincible, so yeah, don't do that. Ouch. Yeah, I should have known. I should have, yeah, don't do that. Just get rid of the enemies. But sometimes for high scoring opportunities, you want to pretty much lure them around. Ow. But also make sure you were careful about when they come back. Yeah, because they won't stay in cake form forever. I'm going to show once more, and then we'll go on to Legend of Kage. Okay, I crushed him as I died. Okay, in that case I just collapsed him, I guess, by hitting with my magic. Yeah, this is not going to be a good run of the Fairyland Story. There's another one I really didn't know about until this collection came out. It's pretty interesting. Not Bubble Bobble, that's for sure, but I probably would take this over Doko Don if you really want to be honest. Now they just like that game, but for some reason, I don't know, I find this one maybe a little more appealing, maybe a little more unique. And maybe because this came before Bubble Bobble, I'm maybe a little more forgiving of it. Whereas that one feels like, yeah, they paid attention to Bubble Bobble and said, what do we do Bubble Bobble with hammers? Yeah, it's good enough. I was like, yeah, I don't know. Not to say it's cynical, but it maybe feels like, I should have pushed him further. Maybe it feels like, not as unique, because it was going against a huge hit of Taito's later. Alright, but there you go. That is game over on the Fairyland Story. And there's no continues, by the way, for this, so as soon as you get game over, you have to start the entire game all over. Unless you use the save feature, or the continue feature. Alright, but that's 38 games down. We got one left. That's a pretty big one, as far as one that got attention, and, as I mentioned with the Angry Video Game Nerd episode that's linked in the link list below, this is the one he based an entire show on and said, then let's show off all the Taito collection games. For this one, I'm going to change the audio to be in its set case. 16. The Legend of Kage. This came out in 1985. Oh, actually, no, it didn't. It came out in 1984. The collection's wrong. It's a ninja game. It plays Kage. And we have to go through a group of levels to save Princess Kurihime. And when we lose our lives, the game's over. But we have our ability to use kunais, or I guess shurikens, or slice them with a knife as we go around the area. And there's going to be flashlight warnings here because in the background we have like a thunderstorm going on in the first area. I'll tell you that specifically. In the forest, the loophole, the castle wall, the mansion, and the forest again. As you're going through these 5 levels to save the princess. We could beat this game maybe quickly, but I've never actually beaten it. This was popular sort of on NES as far as where it got a release. And there was a sequel for this on the DS that came out in 2008, that being The Legend of Kage 2. I think Square might have published that, actually. I'll link below, I'll indicate below did they actually publish this or not, as far as that game. But yeah, this is the original from the arcade, and it's pretty interesting. It also has music composed by Hisayoshi Ogura, who did music for Arkanoid, Kiki Kaikai, which we played a little earlier, Plump Pop, which we looked at last year, as well as Sagaya for the Sega Genesis, Darius Gaiden, which we looked at a little earlier, and did sound direction on the Exit games from PSP and Xbox 360. And here's Legend of Kage, and there we are in the tree, getting ready to go. And just making sure we're hiding our way that way so we'll be able to be stealthy as far as the ninja. But it's not a stealth game. It is an action game. With a nice Japanese flair. Kind of like Kiki Kaikai had. In this case, you move them left and right and throw on the ninja stars with the X button. There's the flashing light. Also, you can climb up the trees. So 16 years before Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon had the great fight on the treetops, this game was doing it. But in this case, you're basically just moving around. Your jump, by the way, is on D-pad. You don't have a dedicated jump button. Hitting up or diagonal up, left, or right in order to be jumping. And as long as you're hit by enemies' attacks, you will be killed. But if you get touched by them or you touch them, you'll live. It's almost a little bit like Shadow Dancer from Sega. You can also use the sword. The sword doesn't have a great reach, but when you're in close distance, you might want to hit him that way anyway. And you can also use it when you're climbing. And same with your shurikens, which you can aim in any direction. Ouch. I'm at least going to try and get through this area. You do have to kill a certain number of ninjas here. They don't tell you that in this stage. They do in the next stage for some weird reason. And that's game over. Alright, so I'm going to get stuff going on with this one. So let's keep going. Yeah, she's getting kidnapped, and unfortunately we're not going to be able to save her. But if nothing else, we will show this as far as going the whole way. Okay. But the enemies will find you. You can just keep going over to the end of the stage here, but there's not really much of an end, just in case that you're just going to keep going, and they'll keep coming by and just drop them. I just use the shurikens, because at that case, just hit them out of the sky. It's a little weird how it plays, but it's actually pretty fun for the kind of thing it is. Not Shinobi fun, but still pretty interesting. And it's interesting that this is the one that took off the most of stuff on this that's not, I don't know, Space Invaders or Bubble Bobble or something like that. Ouch. Oh no, I lived. A dozen times, I got him. And now in the water, now in this level, you saw I killed that one ninja there. That green bubble went down. This one tells you of all the enemies you gotta kill. It's like, yeah, you have to kill as many as they tell you to kill. In a way, it's maybe a little mindless, but it is pretty fun. Ouch. But in that case, I got hit and my body's going down the river. And you jump out, and you hit down here, you basically jump right back in the water. But yeah, they have swords, so I gotta be careful. Alright, I kill all the enemies, that's that. Oh, I don't know also why stages 1 and 3 don't tell you, oh, you have to kill a certain amount of enemies. Actually, I was gonna say, you know, we don't get to the end of this, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe we do. There are only 5 levels in this game. Ouch. Okay, we're falling our way down, we'll see. Because if I get game over or get to the end, that's going to be what it is. We'll see. Yeah, because we're at the end of the show, for sure. Ow. Wait, I made it? Yeah, I made it. Okay, so, yeah, we might be going through. We'll see. Just kill everything. That being said, I don't know if the NES version's like that, because I've never played it. Or like this, I should say. And I've never played the DS game either. I don't know if it's supposed to be any good. It's one of those cases where you're shocked you got a sequel, and then you realize, okay, did anybody actually play this thing? That being said, I am keeping the enemies at bay, assuming that's what I gotta do, and I don't have to climb up the ladder. I don't know. Climb the stairs, I should say. Whoa. Ow. Alright, so yeah, unfortunately we're dead here. That being said, I did get pretty far, I will say that for sure, on Legend of Kage. So yeah, alright, interesting game for sure. Definitely showing its age, but it's got some interesting stuff. And now I'm going back to the title screen. I'm going to do the save on everything to show the time I put into this. And to save all those scores I had. And that is going to be the end of our 5th annual Memorial Day, in this case, compilation show. Yeah, I'm kind of tripping over myself because, damn, it is late, but I had a great time doing this. Let's do a save on this set. There we go. 9 hours and 28 minutes, counting the recorded stuff I have, and also not counting the audio test from earlier today. Jesus, I'm drained. But yeah, that is Taito Legends 2 for the PlayStation 2. final thoughts brief before I go and sleep, because I need to. It's a really good collection. I don't know if it's as good as the first one in terms of adding extra, information about these games. It's kind of bare bones. It does have some cases of false advertising going on with itself, with stuff like Puzzle Bobble 2. There's not Puzzle Bobble 2 in this. It's definitely the also-rans, I guess, of Taito when it comes to the games of theirs. But the benefit of that is that there's stuff in here that maybe you missed, like I did. Stuff like Alpine Ski, as an example. And some other really good ones that are definitely interesting to go back to. Other ones that are not so much, like Frontline and Wild Western. But good big hitters like Kicks as well. And stuff with Space Invaders. Not you, Wild Western. We gave you enough time. And Gekurinden. Yeah, so some interesting stuff that is unique. And for the large amount of games that are in this, I'd say this is worth the $20, $30 that it costs on the PS2. In the US, it was also released on the PC. I don't know how that runs as far as modern systems. It's also on Xbox in Europe. It is region free from what I understand, but don't necessarily trust me or take my word on that one, because it's an expensive one as far as that release. It does have unique games in it. They're not in this one. As I mentioned, exclusive to this are Balloon Bomber, Syvalion, RayStorm, and G-Darius, and Bust a Move again. And Xbox had Kadash, it had Ray Force, it had Bubble Symphony, and it had Poppy Pop. So that's going to be the difference. And then also the PC version has those 4 games I just mentioned from Xbox as well, if you want to play it that way. That being said, I had a great time doing this game. It is a fun game. There's some unique stuff in here and some hidden gems. I'll definitely have a sense of that. I had a great time, even though I am tired as anything. But yeah, almost 6 hours and 40 minutes later. Yeah, thank you so much for watching our show tonight. Thank you so much to ElecVerse for making the request for the show. Next year, as mentioned, our next show for the compilation program of May is Midway Treasures 3 for the GameCube, along with a bunch of extra Nintendo 64 arcade ports of Midway's tossed in for good measure, and to give more of a full show. Not going 39 games again, but that being said, we'll still have a good amount of stuff. And stuff in this I think we should probably come back to as dedicated shows, or maybe do a sampler saying we'll look at maybe 3 things at an extended period of time. Yeah, with that, I went stuff in schedule already a little limited. I'm not going to really belabor it. Go back to when we looked at Hat Trick Hero a little earlier. If you forgot to schedule, but I will mention, of course, next week's show, that being for Super Mario Brothers. That's going to be on May 31st, the Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Looking forward to our 40th anniversary celebration of that game. And with that, thank you so much for watching the program tonight, everybody. Joining in, having a lot of great insights and input. I always appreciate that, and that's why I love doing the show, why I'm willing to keep going through it, and why I'll go through 6 hours and 40 minutes, something like this. As tired as I am, just saying, yeah, having a great time, and yeah, keep classic gaming going. Maybe see return stuff of Taito's Square if you're listening. We would like to have that idea. There's people who would pay some money for return to this company for some new stuff, because they got some neat things. We'll see what's going on with it. Maybe the Summer Games Fest in a couple of weeks. We'll see. But yeah, with that, thank you so much for watching Super Old Game Saturday, everybody. I can't say it enough, but I'll keep saying it, so that's the idea of itself. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend, extended now. A great week coming forward for sure as well. I will see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our 40th anniversary of Super Mario Brothers for the NES. I'll also look at its other releases as well. You're not going to want to listen to that show, just like you don't want to miss any of the shows we do, because yeah, we will have everything you want, and you'll be making it great just by your input, and you're joining our Super Old Game Saturday family. So once again, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for all that. I'll see you next week for Super Mario Brothers, everybody. Have a great rest of your night. Keep being awesome, and take care.